There we go. What's up, everybody? It's Legal Mindset, an American attorney over here in Asia. And of course, the Legal Mindset, we teach you to be your own judge. Have a great show for you today. Done a lot of research. Actually, I'm kind of like absent a little bit of sleep after going down this rabbit hole of just insanity. So we're going to get into it today and covering this crazy saga of Nijisanji, of the Selen Tatsuki, Dokibird termination, the crisis involving that, and some of the legal issues. Because one of the things when I originally was given this topic, it was presented to me as, hey, Andrew, do you want to cover some VTuber drama? And I'm like, well, I don't know about VTuber drama. And then it became this fascinating rabbit hole of not just law, but comparative law. So you've got different countries' laws, you've got different jurisdictions going on here, you've got potential breaches of confidentiality, right? You've got all sorts of different issues which hit the legal realm. And I'm like, well, this is one that frankly only I think maybe I would be interested in covering. Of course, I'm the weebiest of LawTube, and for all those that are talking about all the lawyers on the internet, I think I'm King Weeb of all of them. So despite the fact that I am not a person, I'm not an individual who closely follows the VTubing community, right? I'm not somebody who's necessarily a fan of any particular person or not, right? I'm just like, hey, that's cool. Glad you guys enjoy that. I like anime, and it's cool. And some of the characters are awesome. Their art is cool. And certainly the fans are super passionate about it. So I know it's a thing and I know it's a big thing. So I said, look, and I'm in Asia, so I understand some of the nuances here. Of course, big caveat, and this is the caveat I'm going to start out with and probably remind you guys over and over again. Today, we're going to be talking about a lot of non-US law. So we're going to be talking about law that primarily applies in either Canada or in Japan, primarily. There may be other jurisdictions that are referenced in here, and I'll talk about potential for other things to get involved here as well. But primarily, we're going to talk about Japanese and Canadian law. And I'm neither a Japanese nor Canadian lawyer. However, I am an American attorney. I understand some principles that are different between East and West. And also, I being over here in Asia and having interacted with a lot of similar situations, either through my time in Japan itself, through my time in Korea with different companies working there, right? It's a situation that I felt I was the closest to cover. And I said, if I don't cover this, other people are going to cover it incorrectly. And also, there's a lot of commentators out there that are just not lawyers. And the analysis they're doing is sometimes completely wrong. They're saying things about the law that's incorrect. They're mentioning things that are just off target. So I said, I've got to come in here and get it closer to the mark. I cannot promise to be perfect, and certainly I'm not going to be perfect on Canadian or Japanese law, but I'm going to come a hell of a lot closer in my legal analysis than anybody out there so far. But that being said, I need some background and some help on VTubers because it's not my home base. It's not the thing that I am native with. And therefore, I wanted somebody who is well educated on it and who is thoughtful about that. And that's why I thought to bring in Gator here, who's a friend of the stream. Thank you, Gator, for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's good to be here, man. It's good to be here, and it's kind of a fun, I love the experience. Even though I lose sleep, I've actually really lost sleep over this.
It's a lot to go through.
Yes, but I love going down these rabbit holes sometimes, and then trying to put it back together. Right? It can be really fun, but it is absolutely challenging. It's 100% challenging. So like, Kater, can you give a little bit of your background? Like how do you, how long have you been following VTubers? Like, what did you, how did you follow Selen Tatsuki? Like a little bit more about you.
Well, so I followed Selen a little bit. I was more a fan of her compatriot Pamu Rainpuff, who was the fairy elf girl. My start following VTubers was a clip of this VTuber from HoloLive, Sakura Mikos. She said the N-word because she was playing GTA. You've probably seen that clip. It's pretty famous.
I think I've seen that one. That one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what got me into VTubers. I was like, oh man, this is funny. This poor Japanese girl has no idea what she just uncorked. And so I started like looking into it and following other VTubers like Corone and others from HoloLive. And well, of course, my background is primarily in
Clear
internet
Holo-
drama streaming.
Yeah, HoloLive, completely separate company. We are not talking about HoloLive.
We're not talking about HoloLive. HoloLive's doing just fine. This is about Nijisanji, who's I would assume most people are aware they're kind of like the number two. HoloLive's the number one. They're like the number two, and then it's debatable after that. You know, who would be the number, whether it's V Shoujo or FaZe or Voms or Prism Project, whatever. There's like a billion other companies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean the internet drama can be fun, but you know, in terms of what's going on, the scale of this is just absolutely massive, and the scale that of the fans is massive. That's something that's just so impressive, is how many fans are out there, how many supporters, and how many folks are really engaged on this. When I saw some of the videos, which we're going to go through, and getting at this point. Let me just put it here, 1.1 million views like within a day or so. It's just a pretty massive thing. So I said, oh wow, this is something that's really engaged people. And yeah, I see the Sink the Yacht in the chat already. When I see these things trending on Twitter, I'm like, all right, this is definitely a thing.
Yeah, and VTubing has become such this massive industry. I mean, if you go to places like Playboard, where you can see like the top most super chatted channels and stuff.
It's when VTubers.
It's VTubers. It's almost all VTubers.
Yes. Particularly if you were to pull up the charts for Playboard, and I actually it defaults to Thailand here, so I have to go like worldwide, or even better to Japan, right? And it's just yeah, it's 100% dominated here, especially if you go to super chats, right? So here you go.
Yeah, like if you look at worldwide
here's Japan for that, but then even like worldwide, right? So this is,
and look, number 4, Dokibird, aka Selen.
Wow, she's pulling it, and that is crazy too. That's nuts. She's pulling in a huge amount there. That is crazy. And it's all just look at it. Like it's just raked in here. My Law2 brother, Robert Gouveia, shout out to him. But I mean, look at this.
Nerdrotic's there at number 16.
Yeah, Nerdrotic's hanging out in there. Yeah, he gets in there. He gets in there sometimes. And also I would mention, this number one, didn't he retire from
Kyo is graduating, so that's probably why he's number 1 on this list.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Just bring that up since a Nijisanji face there. So I'm like, oh, okay. I think that's a little relevant point. But it's obviously a moneymaker, and it's been a money printer, right? Because of that money, at least a large percentage of that is retained by the VTubing company. So I think, especially for my audience, we should kind of explain how VTubing companies work, how these companies work, because I know a lot of you guys, and in the chat today, you're probably new to the channel. I'm seeing a lot of new faces, which is awesome. But I know for my viewers, which may not understand VTubing, why would somebody engage with a VTubing agency, Gator? Can you kind of explain that?
Well, the way that it works is that essentially the VTubing agency does all of the difficult work for you. So they will go and hire artists to draw renderings of a character. They'll go and hire a rigger that will make the actual model that moves around. They'll do all of the logistical stuff, the business side of things. They'll collaborate and work with other companies and artists. And also, like, there's other people that work as talent for the company too. So you're able to grow your channel, you're able to promote yourself, you're able to get yourself out there that allows you to kind of be this character that you want to be. And so you don't have to worry about any of the other stuff that you would if you were an independent VTuber. And for some people, that's, a very attractive option, because not only will you automatically have like a community of people that are willing to support you, you'll also be able to like use their leverage to get yourself out there, and maybe, you'll be the next Galgura or the next Selen.
Right. And you can have some massive collaborations, which can set you up for the future. And then when you graduate, you're kind of a known entity. Although the one thing, and to be clear, when we say graduation, that's just a fancy word for ending your contract on good terms.
Right.
Right.
And not only ending your contract on good terms, but also ceasing activities as that particular character.
Right. So you've got to give up that character and go somewhere else.
Right.
And so obviously there's a little bit of a drop off there usually, I'd imagine, between the main character that you've gone to and then whatever character you transition to, right? Typically.
Right.
Although
and typically it's kind of a faux pas to directly reference the fact that you were X character here and now you're Y character here. So they use a lot of like euphemisms and like thinly veiled references to try to like, it's like, oh, this is technically like a totally different person, but I know this person and they're my friend and I like them,
right.
Stuff
right,
like that.
right.
So it's kind of Selen's kind of making a faux pas here, telling everybody that she's Dokibird, but considering the circumstances, I think everybody just kind of forgives her.
She gets a pass on it, right? She gets a pass on it because of the situation, and like obviously it's a pretty clear thing, and I think everybody who knows, right? Like I think anybody who wants to, who looks at the internet knows that Selen Tatsuki is also Dokibird, right? So that's been put up pretty clearly.
Yeah, it's kayfabe. Yeah, someone in the chat said kayfabe. Yeah, for wrestling parlance, it's kayfabe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big time. Let's see here. Let me get these couple super chats here. Raven for 10 euros says, "Welcome to the rabbit hole. We have anime waifus, Black Orb drama, and scuffed abuse. Hashtag Freebird." Welcome. Thank you so much, Raven. You were early with the super chat. I do appreciate that. And I appreciate everybody here in the channel. As you come in, if you smash the like button, that really helps us out. Also, if you can share this out on whatever platforms you are on. I forgot to post this on locals. So excuse me. So I'm going to get that posted on locals real quick here for my private community. But other than that, this is up on X. I've got a post on X, and as well, you can share it out on Rumble or on YouTube. So those are both options for you guys today. Next, we've got Night 742 says 2 work days in a row. Daring, aren't we? Well, no, for me, it's 9 a.m., but in East Coast US, it's 9 p.m. Gator, I'm not sure exactly what time zone you're in, but it's
about 9. It's about 9 o'clock at night, so it's not too bad.
So it's after work. So I mean, you should be all right, bro. Hayden 75 says this whole thing is wild. It seems like Niji violated American law by disclosing these things. Don't know about Canadian Japanese law. I'm hoping someone will pick this up. Thanks, Andrew. I'm going to put a pin in this one, Hayden. In fact, I'm going to save your comment a little bit because I want to bring it back up, because I think one of the problems is that most of the people that are doing internet drama commentary, and I'm not here to call people out and I'm not here to call out other commentators. We're not going to do that. Right. But what I'm going to say is I have listened to a lot of the most popular commentators, and they're Americans. So they're using an American analysis. And I'm just going to throw out something which I'm going to bring up again. And this is a huge one. This is a massive one for this case. Japanese lawyers, this is a great one, just in terms of understanding. They do not have an ethical duty of confidentiality like we do in America. Let me say that one more time. Japanese lawyers
do not have people's minds.
This I know people don't understand this. They do not have an ethical duty of confidentiality. What they do have is they have a discovery limit. That is, an attorney cannot be asked to testify against their client in a criminal investigation. Right? Now, notice what I just said here. In a criminal investigation, they cannot be asked to testify against their client. In every other sense, they do not have a duty of confidentiality, ethically or otherwise. Right? And that is a massive cultural difference. So when you tell something to a lawyer, by the way, it's similar in Korea, right? When you tell something to a lawyer, you can't expect that to necessarily be confidential, because they may just go ahead and share that because they don't have that ethical burden on them. To American lawyers, this is so quintessential. And most people who are American or know about American law, or they've watched Suits, right, or whatever else, right? They believe that this applies everywhere and anywhere and with any lawyer, but not all lawyers are created equal. In fact, most other countries have legal systems that are far weaker than the United States. For example, even the UK, they split attorneys. American attorneys or lawyers are really split into two: barristers and solicitors, which have much weaker powers than an individual lawyer in America. Individual lawyer has far wilder powers, far stronger powers. So it's a bigger deal, and this is relevant here in this case. And this is why a lot of people that analyze these issues are not they're not thinking about this as a comparative law issue. They're thinking, well, in America, and I'm like, hold on, you gotta pump the brakes now. Now, just because that's the case does not mean that Nijisanji is off the hook. In fact, they may be even more on the hook in certain circumstances, because just because Japanese law may not have one thing, it has other things that are even more severe. Jonas says, Andrew, you massive weeb. You're welcome on the TPP 10K stream. You feel like dropping more legal knowledge from down here. Maybe this is going to be long as hell, Jonas, so I doubt it. We haven't even started yet. So this is going to be pretty long. So I don't know if I'll finish in time. I probably will be done. We'll be still doing this 2 hours in, but we'll see. If I finish and somebody's streaming and I'm alive, maybe. So Gator, let's start with your article, I guess. So you wrote this article for Fandom Pulse, right?
Right.
And you wrote this article on February 8th. So I believe, and we can go and check the timeline, but I believe that's around the time when she was making her statements following the termination, correct?
Correct.
So maybe you want to start with, Gator, if you would, if you could give us just a little bit of the background leading up to the crisis. So kind of the background leading up to the termination.
Right. So Selen Tatsuki had been on a month-long hiatus, and people had been speculating what was really going on at the time, but she had released this music video, Last Cup of Coffee, and it was immediately privated by the company. She issued a statement basically saying, hey, guys, the company decided to private this video because of rights issues. I want you guys to take it and you can put it anywhere you want to. And that's what caused consternation between her and management. And, then all of a sudden she announces that she's going to be on this month-long hiatus. She's pulled out of every event that she was scheduled for. And for an entire month, people were just kind of speculating, wondering what was going on. Then, of course, we got word that she was in the hospital. And then the termination just kind of came out of nowhere. And that's when she issued that statement as Dokibird.
Yes. So in that, just generally that timeline here, and this is one of the bigger timelines here. So she uploaded that music video December on literally Christmas, right? It's called Last Cup of Coffee. Apparently one of the pertinent facts here, and this is a fact that will come up over and over again, is that she spent a lot of her money, her personal money, on making this. So she spent a ton of money. In fact, I don't know about this specifically. I think it was 15K, but I think it was something like, she said she spent something like 200,000 over the last couple years or year.
Over the last year that she had spent $200,000 on personal projects that were not reimbursed by the company.
Yeah, that's a lot. And, previously, at least in America, you used to be able to, back in the day, deduct unreimbursed business expenses. You can't actually do that in America anymore. So this is actually, and I'm once again not sure about Canadian law, not sure about tax law, not sure about Japanese tax law. That's a big issue. For her, it would be Canadian tax law. Can she get reimbursed for that? Right? I mean, I guess depending on how you file, at least in the American system, if you're filing as a freelancer, right, you might be able to put that as part of a business expense and deduct it. But still, that's a massive amount to be spending out of your own pocket.
She admitted that she didn't even make a profit being with Nijisanji because of that massive expense.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. And someone says right here, it's Canadian dollars, not US dollars. Okay, so we're talking about, let's see, if that's Canadian dollars, right? Okay, 200,000, CAD to USD. What is that right now? 140.
So still about 150. Yeah,
oh, guys, just a casual 150K. You guys,
no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal, guys. You guys just throwing around 150K because if you can throw around 150K, throw a super chat out there for your boy Legal Mindset. I would appreciate that. I would casually appreciate that. But look, guys, that said, obviously it's a big deal when you've personally invested so much money in something, right? You've put not just time, blood, sweat, and tears, but you've put that much money into something. that is massive, right? So obviously she was deeply invested in this, you know, in not just a financial way, but a psychological way, right, as well, which I think, you know, led to the incident, right? So
Right.
it was, correct me if I'm wrong, but after management told her, no, you can't. So she went out and she posted it. It's privated, right? And then she tells other people they can post it. Management cracks down on her, terminates her, and then there's the hospitalization, which we later find out is suicide.
She wasn't terminated. She was just suspended for a month, but they kind of kept it. They kept like a lot of the reasoning kind of behind the scenes until we got everything that came out in the termination note.
So let me get this right, because I know, guys, and sorry, I'm trying to make sure I get all the facts right here, which is why I've got Gator here to fact check me. So December 27th, they send out this, I apologize for the silence. I've been in the hospital after the accident and will be staying there for a few days to be under supervision. I got back access to my phone yesterday. Now, I think this tweet is the first tweet, and let me remove this while I check this tab here. I think this tweet is the first tweet where people suspected but didn't know that something was going on with her, and also suspected that management might be dropping these tweets on her behalf.
Right. And this goes back to, like, a lot of this has been pure speculation on places that cover and follow VTubers, like some of the news websites and the virtual YouTubers board on 4chan and places like that. Their theory goes that the apostrophe being
it's this
used
apostrophe
is
right
totally,
here.
It's this apostrophe right here is totally different from the one that she uses in like every other post. And the theory goes that whenever you see that, it was typed up in like a Word document and posted, which is something that management has a tendency to do. So that's kind of the grand schizo theory behind that. But
right,
as
the
I've learned
Japanese
with this case,
apostrophe, I was like, wow, that's a level of autism that I cannot even aspire to, you know?
Well, that's the beauty of a lot of this stuff, is that people on message boards and image boards have been like sifting through this stuff and come up with these crazy theories, which like a month ago, I would have said, oh no, that's crazy. That can't possibly be happening. But then as more facts come out and stuff starts to align, I'm like, you know, maybe those schizos were onto something after all.
Well, and you know, regardless of whether the apostrophe gate was right or wrong, it was eventually revealed factually that this was indeed posted by management, because later on they admit to locking her social media.
Right, and taking access away from her to her social media accounts.
Correct. So going back to the timeline here, this is dropped. So that post is dropped on the 27th, right? And then on January 11th, right, we have the January 11th, due to unforeseen reasons, we'd like to announce Selen Tatsuki will not be able to participate in Anime Impulse. So canceling that right there, right? Where Selen starts to trend, RPR posts about concern, right? You know, on January 30th. January 5th, all of her videos are privated and her Twitter X account is set to be protected. And then they tweet the termination notice, right? So, right. Which is this, and we'll pop this up real quick, because this is something that's been kind of, to me, the fact this is one of the first legal fuck ups. Why would you post this publicly? This as a practice, you never fucking do this, right? It's a horrible practice. To publicly post a termination notice is inviting a legal nightmare. As corporate counsel, like, you know, people know me from doing representing special districts as well. You know, I did that when I was younger, as a younger attorney in Florida, representing Reedy Creek, which is why I cover the Disney issues. But later on, I was corporate counsel for a very large corporation. We would never post a notice of contract termination publicly. This is insane, right? This goes to her lawyer. This goes to her, right? That's about it.
Well, here's the kicker. it didn't even go to her. She did not find out that she was terminated until a friend of hers messaged her and said, "Hey, what's going on? I just got this thing about you getting terminated." And it just, I mean, imagine like finding out that you got fired from somebody messaging you.
Yeah, this is in it. You know what that is? That's the case I just covered, Gina Carano, right? And that's why I love covering these different cases, because you'll see that similar thing where people think it's okay. Disney thought it was okay to terminate Gina Carano via essentially tweet, which is the same thing that she found out here. They literally tweeted this out. By the way, I love that this already got hit with a community note.
Yeah, that was the beautiful part of it, was like every single one of the Nijisanji posts were getting community noted in real time.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So to go through this, and I'm not going to read it line per line, guys. I just want to go through some of the things I see in this that are more problematic. And oh, by the way, Danny Anderson, thank you for the $5. And then a follow-up $5 says, I forgot to type something. I always thumbs up and learn something from your videos. Thank you. Hey, Danny, my point on my channel, for those who may be new, maybe you're just tuning into this for Nijisanji stuff, I try to educate and entertain. We try to have fun here and also teach you guys something about the law. I want to leave people better equipped. I'm not here to just yell at people and not educate you and teach you, because look, it's a learning experience for all of us. In fact, for me, I learned a little bit more about Japanese law just diving into this rabbit hole, right? And I'm not, once again, not an expert, not a Japanese lawyer, right? But more of a close, no, neither is a, but where I think my experience as an attorney in general, and also somebody who has interacted a lot with attorneys in Japan as well, right, makes me a little bit more qualified than at least most folks in America and most of the standard drama commenters on the internet. So this notice, if we pull this up, they got into just a lot of stuff where they shouldn't have got into it, in terms of, okay, she violated these activity rules, right? These alleged activity rules. Let me kind of pull this up here.
And most termination or graduation letters are typically only like one page. They're usually very vague for very good reason. And it's very strange to see one this detailed with so much information in it. That was highly unusual. But, this is kind of a culture gap too. Posting like the public notices, because since VTubers are more of like a social thing, it goes back to idol culture in Japan.
Idol culture,
they always want to keep people informed on like the status of their idol, how she's doing, and so they're much more open regarding like their activities. I mean, they're very secretive as far as like what they're actually doing, but in terms of like if they're going to hold a big event, or, they're taking time off, they're usually very public about that sort of stuff.
Yeah. And I understand that from idol culture. I was, in Korea as well. Idol culture is extreme there as well. You want to be very clear. You want to make good representations. Otherwise that can lead to some crazy scenarios, right? Where people get very, very mad and do extreme things. So
we just had an anime kind of that vein.
Oh, really? Which one?
It was the one that just came out.
Oh, okay.
And by the way,
Shinoko. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. I can count on my weebs to come through. By the way, speaking of weebs, Dragon's Treasure T, who says finally someone covers a legal issue that matters. Hey, Dragon's Treasure, thank you for getting this topic to me. He was one of the first. Gator, you were the second, but you seem to be very, very tied in with this. Dragon's Treasure is an absolute casual, but we still appreciate our casuals here on the Legal Mindset. And then real quick here, Hayden 75 says IRRC. She went silent after telling people to post the video, and then said she had an accident and then the hospital. She never posted again anything as Selen. Well, listen, when somebody's going through something like that, I don't fault them for like not documenting that and posting that. Obviously, it's an incredibly private thing to be going through. So yeah, I mean, obviously you wouldn't post that as Selen, being like, hey, me as a person, I've had this issue, right? It's not a typical thing you would post. Right. So I don't blame her for
access to her accounts. I don't think she would have posted anything about that.
Yeah. Epsilon says that can't help it that Nijisanji PR team is run by 4 rats in a trench coat. it's also, like we just mentioned, like Gator just mentioned, it's the problem. It's run by Japanese folks that do not understand the perception of this, particularly in the English speaking world, right? And also that doing these statements, they have to be really, really carefully thought through, and you cannot put information like this out here and just expect everybody to take it and it to be okay, right? That's not going to happen when you put out stuff like this. So, okay, what they're saying here is, okay, we terminated Selen, and I am going to summarize, due to breaches of essentially their rules, right, of their policies. And that would amount to breach of contract. Now, that is something I'm generally familiar, because breach of contract is fairly international, right? The rules regarding a lot of other different types of law, criminal law, even certain types of civil law are different, but breach of contract is actually one of the things that's pretty international. And just so you guys know, because one of the big issues is venue. With breach of contract, typically you look at where the defendant's headquarters is, where their place of business is, and also if it's stipulated in the contract or stipulated anywhere else or wherever the work is primarily taking place, which clearly would be Japan. So for the breach of contract claim, the venue would definitely be Japan, in my mind. If I'm doing a comparative law analysis, if I'm having to judge where does this go to Canada, where Dokibird Selen lives, or does this go to Japan? It goes to Japan. So the appropriate analysis for breach of contract is Japan, but that does not preclude Selen/Dokibird from bringing other claims in Canada that are not available in Japan. So, Gator, does that make sense to you? Does that analysis make sense to you?
Right, because it's a Japanese company, and the contract is ostensibly a contract with a Japanese company. The proper venue would be Japan in terms of anything regarding employment.
Yes, regarding employment, right? So specifically regarding employment. Now, there's other stuff that's gone beyond employment that can be Canada. We'll get into that. So they have this, general activity rules, which they say that these rules are designed to prevent infringement of third-party rights, leaks of confidential information belonging to any color of third parties, damage to the reputation or credibility of third parties. Real quick, this is Japanese law here. So this bit here where they talk about damage to the reputation or credibility of third parties, this is something you need to pay a very close attention to whenever you analyze Japanese issues. And this is something a lot of people get wrong. The defamation laws, the copyright laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
They go
Especially
way further in Japan than the US. There are moral rights to IP that do not exist in the US. There are protections that go further than that allow for pretty severe damages if you do anything without the permission of somebody who you might need to get the permission of. For example, famously, right, if you were doing a walking stream and there was somebody in the walking stream, where you're going down the street with a camera, and somebody objected to that, right, you would have to remedy that pretty quickly or instantly, which is why a lot of times it's just better to blur the faces, because if somebody was to object to that or have a problem with that, you're in deep trouble in Japan. That's very, very serious. So understand that reputation, credibility, that language is much more powerful than it might be on the US side, or involves socially condemned behaviors. As a company, we are confident that in order to deliver content for our fans to enjoy in the long term and to create an environment where our affiliated livers can safely perform their activities with the support of fans and stakeholders, it is essential for both our livers and company to unite. That's a very Japanese concept there. The
and by livers, they mean they're VTubers. That's kind of their catch-all term for VTuber talent.
Right, which they might as well say employees, right? But the livers mean specifically the VTuber talent employees. So They have to unite and adhere to the compliance rules. Very Japanese framing there, guys. Despite our efforts to uphold these rules, Selen repeatedly violated the activity rules since joining Nijisanji, going all the way back to 2021. So they're trying to document the whole thing, right? And they go out here saying that she's documented this for non-compliance with rights confirmation authorization flows, which could potentially lead to the infringement of third-party rights, including copyrights. The violations also include unauthorized usage of works and assets belonging to others affiliated with any color, disregarding the intentions of these parties, as well as lack of communication with creators, resulting in delays of Selen Tatsuki's commission payments to creators. Furthermore, there have been ongoing reports about the inappropriate behavior by Selen Tatsuki throughout her time as a Nijisanji liver. We've been addressing these concerns. And this is just page 1. We'll go to page 2. But even here, guys, what they've said is already pretty defamatory if it's not true. And there's some of this that even with what the facts that I've seen so far appears may not be true, right? So, and once again, guys, I know a lot of what's out there is like speculation, right, Gator?
Right.
Certainly there's a ton of speculation out there. But it seems like if we talk about this line here, which I would be concerned with, infringement on third-party property rights. My understanding, Gator, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that she, in reality, did not violate anybody's copyright or IP laws, that she had permissions for everything that she did.
Right. She even reached out to the original author of the song that she used, Lily Pichu, and got her explicit permission, and was actually working behind the scenes trying to get management to just kind of give the okay and reach out to these people. They didn't do it. So on her own behalf, she went and talked to these people and got the permission to use all of the assets, to use all of the art, to use the song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she had that permission. There was no actual infringement upon the rights of other livers or anybody in general, right? Third parties, right? So that could be random people, random artists, whatever. And look, I understand like workflow is something that was a debate. I believe there was a debate about how long it took them to get back. And I know some people, and once again, I'm trying to be objective here, and provide a pretty level-headed analysis. Some people were, I think, mad, Gator, that the permissions, the management permissions for posting the video were taking too long. I think it was something like 41 hours that they essentially didn't respond to her, so she just posted it.
Right.
I think it was something like that.
It was something like that.
41, 42. To be honest with you guys, look, I've worked in a corporate environment and I've done a lot of things that should have taken 10 minutes and they took a week. So I don't want to say in terms of an internal workflow of a company that whether that's reasonable or unreasonable. And, we'd have to look at her contract as to what they would stipulate and like how fast they would get back, which probably, once again, people don't have a contract lawyer looking over that when they sign. This is part of the unequal power between an employee and a company. This is something that you would want a lawyer looking at and saying, no, if I post something, you should have to approve this within 24 hours, right? Like you would want that in there. I don't know whether that's in there or not. I want to know, right? Because that'd be very relevant.
And see, that's a lot of stuff that we don't have access to because, we don't have the document that Dokibird wrote about everything. So,
yes.
everything is kind of nebulous. Or her contract. So everything's kind of nebulous.
Which I would need to see to assess, right? So I know a lot of people want to come out in condemnation, right? I'm more raising questions and things that I would want to see if I was her attorney or if I was counseling with Selen on this in any way. I would say these are the questions I would ask, right? I would hope she goes back and looks at that contract. I hope she's reviewed that contract. I hope she's also reviewed it with somebody who is a Japanese lawyer, not just a Canadian lawyer, right? Because obviously they will have a different perspective on that and a different ability to bring that action.
Right. And Chad's bringing up a good point too, that, she got permission from Lily Pichu back in 2022. It's not like this project was something she came up with spur of the moment and was done really quickly and then just like instantly released. It was something that was a long-term project that she had planned for at least a year and had gone through all of these processes. It was expected to release in December. And, as she got towards the end of the month of December, she's like, okay, when can I put my video up? It's complete. It's uploaded and privated on my channel, ready to go. And, as we kind of go into more detail about other things that have been going on, we see that this is a pattern of behavior. It wasn't like she just, this was the first time that management ghosted her and she kind of had to take things into her own hands. This is a pattern of behavior which will not play in Nijisanji's favor.
And let me point this out here too, guys. Just because, like, if I comment on something, I'm like, it's not legal, that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it moral. It doesn't make it ethical. And once again, the allegation that Nijisanji is a black company, which for those that don't know, black company is a very specific term in Japan for a company that violates Japanese labor standards, that overworks you, that pushes you, that engages in workplace bullying or harassment, which we were talking about this before the show. I was talking about this with Gator before the show. In Japan, and also I was in Korea as well, it tends to be more common even in regular workplaces where there's a dynamic of power where it's like, you do this or else, right? Or you do this or, we will do X, right? It's like, you do this or we will terminate your visa, right? So obviously some VTubers are probably in Japan. Maybe they're on a work visa. We'll terminate your work visa, right? We will, punish you. We will destroy your reputation. We will not pay you, right? Whatever the thing is that they're threatening to do, right? They may do that, right? As a company. And the worse you go, it's more of a sliding scale, right? All companies in Japan are pretty hard to work with, but a black company is the worst. And what is becoming more clear is Nijisanji is on definitely pushing towards one side of this equation, even if what they're doing is not necessarily illegal, right? So for example, the workflow, that itself, the approval itself may not have been a legal breach of contract, but it doesn't make it a good thing, right? That's in fact,
Right.
In fact, it might be a tactic used to control her. Like,
Right.
which is fucked up, by the way. And I'm gonna be very clear about that. It's fucked up. It's extremely fucked up, but might not necessarily be illegal. And
Again,
that's
we get
something
into like the difference between Japanese labor law versus like labor laws in the West. The Japanese businesses have a lot more like they still have laws that they have to go by, but they have a lot more leeway in what they're allowed to do.
And also, I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is me keeping it 100 as a guy who's over here in Asia, who's actually, I've gotten a work visa for Japan. I actually didn't go, but I've gotten multiple work visas for Japan. I've gone over there. I was, going to go over there for a while, but I ended up in Korea instead. But I mean, they really don't care as much if you're the gaijin, right? So
Right.
which is another question, right? You're a non-Japanese working in Japan, right? The labor standards are kind of like that. By the way, it was kind of the same thing in Korea as well. I had a good friend who had a labor case, and it was a nightmare because everything is just, okay, turn to the side, and they hope you leave the country, and the problem goes away. Let me get some of these super chats because I want you guys to think I'm neglecting these. Camelbot Killer says, do I smell a lawsuit for Selen against Nijisanji? Potentially. We're going to go over the areas where I think it's better and it's worse, right? But there definitely is some potential here for sure. Absolutely. Hayden says, outside the legal stuff, the pure amount of Niji EN talents that have graduated or been terminated over the last year is shocking. Gator, it's like, what is it, like 6 or 7?
It's a lot. I want to say it's like 8 or 9 now.
Okay, yeah. That's a ton of people that have, left the company. That's huge. And
actually, in my article, I have a list.
Okay, let me go to your article. Sorry.
Yeah, there was a tweet there that had like a full list. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Here it is. Okay, I got you, bro. This is Gator's work. So Gator's work on Fandom Pulse, post by Oct on February 5th. This is as of February 5th, right? So you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. So that's a major loss, including we saw Kyo was obviously he's graduating, so he's that number 1 up there on the list. In fact, he's graduating today, so obviously
that's why he was number 1 on Playboard.
Yeah, number 1 on Playboard. Yeah. Also, quick from my buddy in Tokyo, Max Muir, who says, "Mr. Andrew is Max's favorite Caucasian lawyer." Appreciate you, Max. Get me a beer next time I'm in Tokyo. Improved Man says, for context, her modus operandi is to turn her community when she hits hard time silence was out of character. Gator, do you get this one?
Yeah. What he's saying is that Selen Tatsuki cares very deeply about her community, the Dragoons. And whenever she was going through a rough time, she would kind of lean on her community and talk to the community, and she would communicate with them. And her silence had a lot of people concerned, especially people that didn't know that she was Dokibird, because she was tweeting ever so often from that account. So people that didn't know she was Dokibird had no idea what was going on. It was very weird for her to just be gone for a month.
And completely gone with nothing, right? With absolutely nothing. So let me just read this one more and then or two more and then I'll do it here. FWIW, the livers are contractors at best. This is a thing I've been talking about a lot of channels, but this definition of contractor is so dependent on where you are, what country you're in, what jurisdiction you're in. There are different tests for what is a contractor. And honestly, this level of control that it seems they have over them, they are not contractors. They are employees under many tests of contractor versus employee. An independent contractor has a large amount of freedom to get done what they get done, right? It seems in this case, in some of the analysis, that she would be, at least under U.S. law, potentially I think Canadian law, which is a little bit closer to U.S. law, would be an employee. Japanese law, that's
a
up in the air.
whole nother bag of worms.
Whole nother bag of chips, because the latitude is a lot larger there when it comes to contractors, right? So that's where the issues pop up. Hayden says, Niji said it had to do with their previously graduated talents imagery being used in the video, I believe. I feel like you can handle that pretty quick, right? You watch the video, see where the image is. If you have an issue, you object to it and you get back to it, right?
Right.
Pretty dick move not to do that. You know who's graduated, right? So just if that's it, then.
And they were very vague about that. They said, third party rights and all that stuff in their termination. But what's interesting is, I believe, and Chad can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that they just recently, somebody had released some content that had a graduated Nijisanji member in it. So it's like, okay, well, if that's the reason, then why did you allow this but not that?
Right. It's a disparate enforcement, right? They're enforcing it selectively against Selen and not against their other livers.
Right.
Which is pretty clear proof there of if we're going for the hostile workplace claim, right? That's where that anchors in favor of that. All right, so let's continue with this termination notice, because this is kind of the best. So the events leading to the suspension. So she posted the music video. That was the last cup of coffee, right? Materials were shared for the first time on December 24th. Since some elements of the music video lacked prior authorization, on December 25th, we communicated that permission needed to be obtained from the relevant parties, requesting her wait before releasing it. Despite this, she disregarded the notice and proceeded with the unauthorized posting. Our immediate response was to make the video private until the authorizations were cleared. At the same time, the reasoning was clearly explained to Selen. Selen took to social media, specifically X, making misleading statements that the omitted content, notably management, has privated the song. Furthermore, she included statements encouraging third parties to re-upload the music video, which breaches any colors guidelines for secondary creation, right? Because that would obviously, be somebody using what is, I guess any colors claiming they would have the rights to any IP, right? So anything that Selen creates, they would claim the rights to, right?
Right. They would reserve the rights to anything that she makes.
Right. So that they're right over others posting their IP. I mean, essentially, they could just copyright strike them, essentially. Right. These actions led to various misunderstandings that damaged the reputation of Anycolor and Nijisan EN. In an effort to calm the situation, we sought to either publicly disclose the reasons for making it private or have Selen disclose them herself, while being mindful of her physical and mental health. So this is before she's really commented on that. So they're just even saying something like that is an implication that there might be an issue there. And that's a dangerous implication to put in any document. I think.
Right. And this also runs afoul of Canadian law here, because the Canadian law that governs protected health information and personal information is PIPEDA. Some people in chat may be familiar with the U.S. law HIPAA, but that specifically covers protected health information in terms of the healthcare industry. I come from the medical side of things. That's my day job. So I know very intimately how important HIPAA is, and that you should follow it at all times, no matter what, because that's your career on the line. With PIPEDA, it's even more stringent in Canada, because it's not just protected health information. It's also like your address, loans that you have, that's protected information. Anything about you personally, so like your age, mental status, disabilities, even simple things like trying to think of a good example here that wouldn't normally be covered. Oh yeah, so like your employment history. That's
Really?
another thing they can't. Yeah, they can't disclose stuff like that.
Yeah.
Anything that could personally identify you cannot be disclosed without your authorization.
And what I was mentioning to Gator earlier is that many people make wild mistakes about HIPAA in the US. And this is something I actually made in my beginning of my channel when I was just making kind of neutral videos, like helpful law videos. HIPAA doesn't cover a lot of what people think it covers, right? HIPAA covers healthcare and healthcare related industries. But if I give my health information to my friend or even to my employer in the US, that's not covered by HIPAA. I know a lot of people get confused by that, right? But if I turn around in the US and I give my private health information to my, let's say, an employer ends up disclosing that, right? That's not covered in the same way as if it was given to a healthcare and professional, right?
Right. HIPAA wouldn't apply. It would go towards more like general business law.
Yes, exactly. And then it might be something like defamation. It might be something like breach of contract. It might be something like, whatever other damage there is there. And there are other claims for that, right? There might be some sort of damage of your brand, whatever it is, right? Depending on what information was passed along and what the damage is, right? So for example, if you had a disease and that was kind of outed out there, there could be huge ramifications for that civilly in the US. So that's a big one. And this actually came up a lot during COVID. Someone brought this up. Thank you. During COVID, because during COVID, people were sharing wildly your vaccination status and people were going crazy because they just figured out that HIPAA does not cover employers. So that's why employers were just passing around your vaccination status like it was cotton candy, right?
Right. Because they don't get penalized under HIPAA.
And that's a big deal, guys. You got to understand. I know that we have our common conception of these things and we kind of romanticize these laws, but that's not exactly how they work, right? But obviously Canada's more stringent. So when I think about claims and I think about Canada, that specifically bringing the information privacy, that could be brought in Canada. And I think that's some of the strongest claims, the ones that can be brought in Canada rather than in Japan, because that is a Canada specific thing. So the appropriate venue for that would be Canada because she's a Canadian citizen, right?
She's a Canadian citizen and her information is in Canada.
It's in Canada, right? That makes this a claim. So you can bring both claims. You can bring in Canada a privacy claim, and in Japan, you could do the employment and employment breach of contract, right? Which once again, it's going to be an uphill battle in Japan just because you're fighting against a Japanese company, right, with huge resources. But in Canada, you might have a way better time and a way easier time sealing the deal regarding that information in Canada against Nijisanji. So just so you know, by the way, once again, this is the law, not morality. Is it right to share people's private information? No, not at all. I think morally it's bankrupt, right? But we're talking about the law here. So management did the best to communicate with Selen herself and also her emergency contact, which was this emergency contact her lawyer, I think, or I forget who her emergency contact was. But I
believe when they say emergency contact, they're referring to her mother.
Her mother, okay. Despite her frequent communication, her emergency contact, while remaining considerate of it, we were unable to come to an agreement on how to proceed. Well, you shouldn't be negotiating with her other while she's, that just doesn't seem right to be negotiating with her emergency contact there.
And we kind of get a little bit more of kind of a peek into that from some of the statements she makes as Dokibird.
Yes.
Because while they were also contacting, her family and talking with them, they were also talking to her lawyer.
Yes. And we'll get into that in 1 second. I just want to finish this page. So the last part of this I want to get into is this termination. And this is one of the biggest things that caused the real outrage, which I think is merited here. After attempting to address the aforementioned situation and communicating with the legal counsel representing Selen, we conveyed the necessity for Selen to inform the public about the reasons behind our decision to make the music video private. Additionally, we expressed to Selen our expectation for future compliance with the activity rules. Despite our efforts, Selen demanded that any colors should be held legally responsible. She claimed she was no longer able to engage in her activities as a liver due to decisions made by any color. Then here's the line: was being harassed by other affiliated livers due to mismanagement, while refusing to acknowledge her responsibility for violating the activity rules. So this one here, I think, is particularly troublesome because it brings in the other livers, right? So the other livers are now brought in here because the harassment is keyed to the other livers. So if this is untrue, right, this is a extreme damage to those other livers. In fact, I would say those other livers in some cases might even have claims against Nijisanji themselves, just because they've been pointed to as the problem here, right? When really the issue seems to have been from management, right? This is, self-reported. Yes.
Right. They really had no, they didn't have to put that in there, but they did.
Yeah. They just threw that out there. You're literally snitching on yourself, which usually shows guilt, right? That's usually a sign of guilt. So that's about, what's going on there. I mean, obviously they were concerned about their reputation. Obviously they're concerned about, giving something out to fans. Like Gator mentioned, this is part of kind of idol culture. But then immediately following this, we had this tweet from Doki, which is obviously her, Selen's original persona, right? Because she was Doki before Selen, right?
She was Dokibird before Selen, and then was Selen. And while she was in the hospital, she tweeted from the Dokibird account sparingly, not a lot, but just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. So there's the two quotes on February 5th. This came out at the same time. So these came out right after this was published, right? I will not be silenced anymore. On December, I was hospitalized for an attempt that was caused by built up of bullying from within and being in a toxic, poor environment for numerous months that led to my breaking point. I requested to leave first, but on more neutral terms on 26th of January. So she was supposed to graduate, I guess.
Right. She was in contact with them with her lawyer. She intended to leave the company.
Yeah. I will be returning here soon, as I would like to celebrate Lunar New Year with all of you. This holiday means a lot to me and my Chinese culture. She's, of course, from Hong Kong, right? She's Hong Kong Chinese. As someone that lived in China for a big portion of my life, it should be the start of happiness and new beginnings, right? So that was the response for Doki on the 5th. And then following that was the fallout of everybody pulling out of Nijisanji, right? So people just started dropping off and no longer supporting Nijisanji. And a lot of those facts came out on the 6th. So for example, Studio Neko Mata pulls support for Nijisanji. Animator It's Just Frel announces they'll no longer make Nijisanji animations despite it being their main subject. Wow, that's extremely based. Artists came out to defend, artists who have been commissioned by Selen come out to defend her against Nijisanji, saying that Selen wasn't paying them for commissions. They claim they fought for months to get Nijisanji to pay their invoices before Selen stepped in and paid them out of her own pocket. So Selen was the one who was taking this on herself. So kind of a lot of those facts were coming out on the 6th. The 6th was a big day for fact drops. Before I go any further, let me get some of these built up super chats because I don't want you guys to think Senpai is ignoring you. Senpai does notice the chat. That's one of my superpowers. Super Iron Bob says a complication could be the rights to use the design of retired VTubers. And that could be restricted by the rights they negotiated for the original design. Interesting. The complication could be the rights to use the designs of retired VTubers. Maybe they could be restricted. Okay, I get what you're saying. So the studio might restrict the version of the character to the original version. So saying you have to put the original version in the video. Okay, I can see that argument. Whatever. That's a.
And it also determines it also really depends on, how they exited the company too. Like, did they? Because
Correct.
we don't know if they signed a contract to leave that essentially was like, you have to consult with me before you feature my character in anything. Which I wouldn't think that something like that would be in there, considering that the company has total access to the IP, and they could, if they really wanted to. And now, guaranteed, I don't have the contract in front of me, so I don't know this is a fact.
Yeah,
This is just
none of
kind
us
of
do. Yeah.
so I'm making an assumption here, but it's kind of an educated assumption that if they really wanted to, they could hire somebody else to portray that character if they so wanted.
That's probably what they put in the contract. Honestly, if they were smart, which I'm not going to give Nijisanji too many points, but I assume they would do
they're
that.
Smart enough to have a clause like that.
That's like what they do with Star Wars,
where they can,
right, where they can like skin suit, Harrison Ford, Princess Leia, right? They can bring them back, right, later on and use that imagery, even if it's a AI or whatever other creation. So they can come back and use that later or plug somebody into that later if they wanted to do that at some point. Beautiful Origin said Doki did state she had a signed agreement for confidentiality on the documents she shared with her lawyer and the Niji legal team. Okay. If this is true, that would change the analysis. But once again, we would need to read that agreement, right? So what exactly did they promise? And by the way, guys, I don't want to take all the culpability off of Selen Tatsuki's lawyer, right? Because he's got a duty as well. So I don't know, without seeing the agreement and reading it, I can't tell you whether Selen's lawyer fucked up, whether Nijisanji's lawyers violated that agreement or otherwise, right? I'm not sure whether the lawyer in Canada understood that the Japanese lawyers don't have the same duty of confidentiality. That's actually something that most lawyers in America, if I talk to them, they would just assume that. It's so native to them. I wouldn't blame a lawyer for not understanding comparative law. Most lawyers don't. Why would you? As a native lawyer, you're not dealing with international law all the time. So you don't understand that they don't follow the same norms. And that's a big deal when you're dealing with this. Right?
And conversely, the Nijisanji lawyer not understanding, what the problem is with sharing a document with her personal information in it to other people. It's a culture. It's a culture and legal divide between two completely different cultures, two completely different systems of law.
That goes both ways. By the way, ignorance of the law is not a defense. So let me be clear. I'm not making an excuse for either side that's going to get them out of it. I'm just saying that's a reason why, but they could still be liable for those fuck ups, right? That's what made this is what makes this a legal nightmare, is because you've got people that clearly don't understand Canadian privacy law, right? They clearly don't understand the strength of Canadian privacy law on one hand. And on the other hand, I'm not sure one way or another whether or not that lawyer understood the scope of the lack of duty on the Japanese side. Not sure. I just don't know. Right. Let's see. Hayden says Niji has the right themselves of former livers. Yes, I think that's what we mentioned before. Yeah. Anime Problem for 5 says, if you want schizo posting on this, have you read The Grand Unifying Rat and made him this? Okay, here's my thing, guys. The speculative stuff I want to save for the very end of this stream, because as I discussed with Gator, if you go down the hole of like the most speculative stuff, that goes way far out. So I want to push that to the back end of this. Have I read it? Yes. Yes. It's the reason why I didn't sleep. I've read everything. I've read a lot. Not everything. Not everything. I've read a lot. It's a lot to take in. And even the stuff I've taken in, I've already forgotten it because there's just so much. John Wolf says the screenshots provided indicate the issue was really the art in the videos, as it had graduated livers in it that went to a rival company. They didn't like that, even though Niji owned the IP for those models. I mean, I can understand that, but can they not get back to her and just say, remove these people? Right?
Right. It seems like that would have been a simple fix. Like, hey, you have to take these two people out of the video.
Yeah. Just take them out. Okay. All right, cool. I mean, I get that. Like, that makes sense. Look, from a corporate standpoint, you don't want, like, if somebody works for Pepsi and they go to work for Coke, you don't want to, advertise them, right? They're now the brand sponsor, whatever else. I get that, right? If you're working for a rival company, McDonald's, Burger King, whatever else, whatever other rivalry there is, right? I get that. But that's a really simple fix. And it does seem like it was a bad labor practice to kind of dangle this carrot of, oh, we're going to hold up your perms to mess with you, right? In bad faith, right? That's a really shitty move, right?
Well, it's
When they could have
also,
just said,
and now we don't have confirmation of this, but it's something that was said by Selen herself, that they added a rule after the fact, when she was trying to get these permissions, that, oh, well, you have to have permission for all of the livers that appear in your video now, which was something that didn't exist before and seemingly was invented just to give a reason to make it harder for her to get her video approved.
Exactly. Real quick, Hayden, welcome as a member. Appreciate you. Welcome to the Base Legal Mindset. Welcome to my membership program. Appreciate you. And also thank you so much, Osmora199, donating 5 Legal Mindset memberships. And then Kiernath following it up with another 5. Thank you so much. You guys have always been great coming up with the gift memberships, and it really helps us give everybody access to the emojis, access to the chat, members only streams, lets me do different stuff. It also lets me do this on a regular basis, having members that I know are supporting me and are here on a regular basis that give me good show ideas like this. And guys, if you've got a membership, please say thank you. I'll read some of the names: Highwind, Super Iron Bob, Realsies, Red Fox Moon, Madman Lucifer. Please say thank you for those. Memberships. This chat is going so fast I can't even catch them all. But just say thank you to Kiernath and to Osmora, and now to Super Iron Bob, who gave 5, and Hayden, who gave 10. Thank you guys for coming up big with the memberships. Appreciate you guys supporting this channel, supporting what I do, letting me do legal news. This lets me do legal news and cover topics like this every single day. This is a topic that I wouldn't be able to cover, right, if I wasn't doing this every single day. I wouldn't have time to go into this if you guys didn't support me. So really, really appreciate that. Really, truly appreciate that. And John Wolf, welcome as a member as well. Appreciate that. And if you guys smash the like button on this, I'll let you know that you guys like this content, that maybe you want me to follow up if there's more information, give updates on this, right? And lets me know that, hey, this is a good topic to cover. But shout out to everybody that got those memberships: Michael Mathis, Just Done, Mark R, Melgrith, Thunder Angel, Rich Keeney, Sudamatic. You guys all got free memberships. So please say thank you in the chat and be appreciative to your senpais. All right. Oh, then Osmore, another 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. You guys are great. You guys are great. Great. Love you all. Love you all. Appreciate you. Acker for S1A says, just a note about HIPAA. Private companies in Canada don't even accept provincial healthcare cards as valid ID because taking down the ID constitutes a burden to handle the medical information. Is that true, Gator? That's crazy.
Yeah, private information in Canada is a totally different monster than in US law. I had to do a ton of research on this to write the article, and I was blown away with the stuff that Canada actually protects.
Yeah, this is a level at which, dude, this is a level at which I don't think Nijisanji, this is Nijisanji's FAFO.
They don't understand it.
Yeah, this is their FAFO. So guys, if I'm saying one thing that I think is the biggest case here, it's that, and to bring it in Canada. Because here's the thing, you want to try to bring it in a venue. If you're going to try to win against a multi-million-dollar corporation, you're going to try to drag them in somewhere where the law's on your side. And in Canada, that would be on her side. So that's where she needs to bring that specific claim for privacy information. She's going to be forced into Japan for the contract stuff and the employment stuff. But for that, bring it there. And man, with this standard, you're sunk.
And of course, Ontario has its own addendum to that, which is FIPA, which is even more stringent. So I don't know 100% if she's in Ontario or not, but if she is, then they're even more screwed. Yes.
Moksha for IDR 159 says, you could argue that they're the, I love Indian rupees because they're like the number is so high. I mean, I've lived in Korea where you're a millionaire if you've got $1,000, right? But it's always great to see big numbers. You could argue that they're norms. Anecdotally, if my third world country can have equivalent laws of duty confidentiality, Japanese laws will at least try to match with standard international practice. That's not how it works, Moksha. I know that, in fact, many countries that are more quote unquote third world actually have quote unquote better laws because they just adopted, let's say, US norms or British norms, and they didn't try to enforce their own norms or keep their own norms around, right? Which is not the case for Japan, right? So you'd be surprised about a lot of these things. Look, I now I'm in Thailand right now. There are some laws in Thailand that just blow my mind. There's just laws here that like what? And the responsibilities that go along with lawyers and the duties that attach to them can be completely different. So just understanding that we don't have an international system where everybody is matched up perfectly. That just doesn't exist, right? Patchouli Days says it's weird that fair use doesn't exist, yet fan art culture is huge. Fair use isn't a thing in Japan, right?
Nope.
It's not at all a thing. So throw that out the door.
That's why you have a lot of times people will get their videos on YouTube struck or blocked in Japan, over stuff that over here it's like, oh, you use like a 5-second clip of this. Well, you get a strike on your channel. That happened to a friend of mine, Eldritch Purityson. She actually had a deal with Sega to play the Demon Slayer game, and Sony Music, who is the company that licenses all of the music, actually gave her a copyright strike for the video, even though she had permission from the company that made the game to show the footage. And of course, now that's being handled. But
that shows the complexities. It shows the complexities of Japanese copyright law, right? Like,
yeah,
that would never happen in the US, especially if you got permission of Sony, right? It's like,
if you got permission, that would, ideally it shouldn't happen, but YouTube is YouTube.
YouTube is YouTube. YouTube is YouTube. They will 100 YouTube gonna YouTube. In fact, I guarantee you guys that. Let me actually check right now. I guarantee the stream is already yellow. Let me just check real quick because YouTube.
We're talking about anime stuff.
Yeah. We're already partially demonetized just for talking about anime. Your waifus are banned, right? Your waifus are banned.
I haven't even said the F word yet.
No, by the way, feel free to curse. I don't hold back on my channel. We're not, this is, especially this topic, it's not PG-13. King Doc says, bear in mind the same bullies tormenting Selen might also be the translators between Japanese management and Selen. So they could fast track their friends' projects or take 40 hours to tell a message. Man, if there's one thing I've learned covering weebs, weebs and waifus, it's that fuck the localizers.
Amen. Fuck the localizers.
Fuck the localizers. Like, seriously. I wouldn't doubt that at all. I would not doubt that at all. And there's some big differences when it comes to translation, how something can come out. So a translation can come out and be on its face polite, and can come out as rude if you translate it in the wrong way. So there's always ways that they could be mistranslating information. So that's very, very possible. VX says Selen's province has Piaipita and Pippa, so it's one of the harshest versions in Canada.
It's Pippa, not Pippa. Pippa is a VTuber rabbit.
Not Pippa. Yeah, not Pippa. Yeah, we're not involving Pippa here. Pippa. So this is something. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, Pippa doesn't want this headache.
Pippa doesn't want this smoke. So let's get over here and let's actually watch this message from Nijisanji. I think this is important. I was debating what we should and shouldn't watch. This is a black screen. They do pull something up, which I want to do here. I know you guys have probably seen this, but I think it's useful to bring this up from a legal standpoint because there's a lot going on in here.
And there's a lot of statements they make that implicate them, but also implicates the company. And this was if you were trying not to stoke the flames and put yourself in a worse legal situation, this is the single worst possible thing you could have done.
Oh, also real quick, I want to get I have some people standing for you on my locals real quick, Skater, because somebody, let me get, where's my locals? Here we go. So we've got a message from Xander's Rant who says, Gator, what program are you using for your model and what program was it made out of? Also, why is it not a Gator?
Well, it's green. It's green because my normal avatar here. I'll turn my camera off for a second. It's an edit of Pepini from Pop Team Epic wearing the Jotaro Kujo outfit, but I just colored it green. So it's kind of based on that. But the program I'm using is called VTuber Kit. It's totally free. Actually, another friend of mine, Sour Grape, used it for a little while. Yeah, VTuber Kit. A friend of mine, Sour Grape, used it before she got an actual model, and I picked it up because I'm like, oh yeah, this is decently customizable. maybe one day I'll get like an actual VTuber, but for now,
go full. When one day you'll go real VTuber.
I'm gonna be a real boy.
Epsilon says Doki has been so quiet in all aspects of what's going on besides mentioning the attempts. Literally every other piece of info we have on this whole situation was given to us by Niji and directly. That's probably because she has, I mean, I'll give points to Doki's lawyer, probably says, hey, listen, any public statement can and will be used against you, so be very careful about it. Nijisanji is literally doing the opposite. All of this will be used against him, and they keep putting shit on the record, right? All of this, all public statements are going to be able to be used against them, especially ones they're putting on social media. So this is just like insane to me.
And everything that they've said is part of the public record. So any statements that they make, even if they make a statement that's actually like not the case, it can still be used against them as the material facts of the case.
Right.
That famously, that's what hurt Vic Mignogna in the deposition. When they were talking about the hair pull, right? He demonstrated what he did, and that ended up coming back to bite him. So you have to be very, very careful as far as gestures, what you say, how you say it, when you're conveying information to a court or to the public.
Yeah. I'm loving it because my good friend Max Mira, like he was in the chat today. He just sent me a literal 200-page PDF on the freaking Japanese talent agencies and their idol system, the Jimusho system. Bro, I cannot
Holy
read
crap.
this live. I love you. I love you. Give me the TLDR, bro. I cannot, like 229 pages. I'm one man.
You'll be pulling some Ricada hours if you try to read that.
Yeah, well, that's why. Well, that's why I only do usually one stream a day, right? Is because I like to do a lot of research for my streams. I actually like to be a little bit more thoughtful and not just do these off the cuff, like here's me not even looking at it and commenting on it. I mean, that's fine, and I can do that sometimes, but I prefer to do more research for all my streams. Every single stream, I'm doing between 2 to 4 hours of research. So I'm not coming into it with it. In this stream, I did about probably 14 hours of research, like straight, like just directly through. So this is a lot. And I have other stuff to do. I have a job. I don't just YouTube. I do other things.
He doesn't just browse VT to find out this information. He's got other stuff.
Yeah, this is not my full-time job. Literally, I got people that are like, hey, where's my visa? I'm trying to come into Thailand. I'm like, hold on, bro. I got some VTuber stuff to cover. SEK20 says PIPA is BC's acronym for the amendment of PIPEDA. Okay, cool. Hayden for 50 says, thank you so much, Hayden, for the 50. Appreciate you and appreciate your support of this channel. Honestly, like I said, it really helps me and helps me do this. Says, I just got to say, I love being in a more normie chat that has a bunch of VTuber fans for once. I'm usually the normie in the VTuber chat or the VTuber in the FleshTuber chats. FleshTuber. That's kind of flesh is good. Sounds weird. This is a great mix. Thanks for covering this mess, Andrew. No, my pleasure. I feel like I kind of take on the role of like the biggest weeb of all of the lawyers on YouTube. I think I kind of take that. I think
so much of a weeb that you're in Asia.
Yeah, I'm in Asia, right? I'm actually in Asia, right? I mean, although I will say I've been doing a lot of watching of manhwa, Korean manhwas, right? They do the manhwa recaps. I watch a lot of those because I really like Korean manhwas.
There's actually one that's come over to Japan.
Solo Leveling.
Yes, you knew exactly where I was going. I love Solo Leveling.
I was not for that. Your boy knows about Solo Leveling. Come on. I know all about that. But yeah, no, dude, I'm glad to have everybody here. I'm so glad to have all the new people here and the old people. 2,470. This literally is setting a record. So, I mean, signal received loud and clear that this is a topic that you guys are interested in. So appreciated. John Wolf said, I hope you cover the CEO statement because of the nonsense it makes to me. So I feel I need some new content about how they thought it was a good analogy. Okay, so we're going to do the CEO after we do the Nijisanji statement. So I will cover both. So stick around. I'll do both. And then right here, I like the Spike Man says, thank you for speaking up about this. You and Ricada are the only folks I've heard talk about weeb shit. Yeah, because honestly, that's who I grew up watching anime. I watched as much anime as real movies. I watched a lot of it. I own a shit ton of anime. I own manga, right? I grew up with it. Now, just because I'm not native to VTubing doesn't mean I don't see the appeal of it, doesn't mean I don't appreciate it, doesn't mean I don't think it's cool and creative. So I'm happy to talk about weeb shit anytime. I do a regular anime stream because I love anime, right? So yeah, that's not going to change anytime soon. All right, let's go with the statement. Rock and roll. And let me boost the audio too. Does it not start for a couple seconds?
It takes a couple seconds for them to actually like talk.
Speak up, yeah.
I think it's like 18 seconds in.
Yeah, okay, let's see. We're 14 in right now. 16, 17.
Hi.
Dude, you got it on the mark.
Pandora.
Oh, wow, that was a guess.
Thank you for taking the time.
Literally, it was 18. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with the buffering here.
And to listen to us today. Fox and Ike are also present here with me.
Okay, let me pause this for 2 seconds just let it load for a second. I think it's all right, though.
We would like to take some time to address the events surrounding Selen Tatsuki's contract termination.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I want to say, okay, this is starting out like a hostage video, Gator. Like,
right. It seemed very weird that, it's a black screen. They're talking very low. It almost it sounds like they're reading off of a statement too.
Yes. And I think they're only showing what they want them to show and only saying what they want them to say, which is why, like, if this was if they were on screen or whatever, which they don't never show their identities, right?
Right.
You'd probably see them reading.
And not only that, but it was timed to drop the moment that Dokibird's stream went live.
Yeah. By the way, someone posted a legal mind says she interviewed Doki sometime. I would do it. And if she wanted to do it. Now, I will say this. I would advise against it if she's planning to sue. If she's not planning to sue, then it's fine. Or if the legal matters are concluded. But the thing is, and I'm more responsible than other YouTubers are about this, understand that your YouTube comments can be used against you. So
right, just like Nijisanji's comments can be used against them. If she were to come on here and give information about the case that could hurt her, it could be totally used against her. You should never talk publicly about legal stuff unless it's something that, you can totally disclose and it's not going to come back to bite you.
Yeah, I would not want to hurt her in any way, right? And that's obviously her case or any client's case, right? I just don't, I know the danger of that, so I would not do that.
Preface, we have discussed with Any Color staff and our legal team about what we are able to say. However, due to how sensitive the situation is, please do keep in mind that there are limits to what we're able to share. Both we, the livers, and the company have been affected deeply and are taking the situation very seriously. Everything that will be discussed has been approved by our lawyers or is based solely on our personal experiences. Before anything is discussed, there is something very important that we, Nijisanji En, feels need to be made very clear.
So here's another thing too. You're making the VTubers
give the company
represent the company. Do you understand how fucked up that is? That's extraordinarily fucked up. You're putting a VTuber in a position that is not their position. This should be something done by the corporate counsel or done by the PR person or done by the CEO himself, which we're going to see the CEO video. It's quite different, right? And this is on her channel. Yes, I know it's on Alira's channel. It's 1.1 million. You're making these people do it. It's fucked up to do this to your employees. It's wrong, right? This is wrong. Now, is it illegal? Well, not by itself, right? But is it wrong? Yes. And what they probably did, she said she volunteered to do it, but let's be honest, it's voluntold, right? It's voluntold.
Right, you have three people, and one of them has to bite the bullet and be the one that puts it on their channel. Vox, in particular, he is like the one of the biggest in all of Nijisanji. So if he were to put it on his channel could conceivably take the biggest hit and would hurt the company the most. So it's kind of funny that they picked who they picked because it did, comparatively speaking, the least amount of damage to the company as a whole, even though it did a lot of damage. We're talking from their perspective, their line of thinking.
Yeah. They definitely would have thought of that. They're like, okay, let's select. So she's the least. So she's the smallest of all the three.
I believe so. I'd have to double check.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Real quick, I'll get these super chats. Kiro says, since you're in Thai, did you watch the new Gundam movie yet? It even beat Kimetsu in Japan. I will. I have not. I will go see it. In fact, I'll go see it today. Fuck it, I'll go see it today. Hayden says, Gator, they timed the video on Alira's channel at the same time as Doki was trying to do a Neopet stream, which she had been trying to get permission from Niji to do for over a year and got a no every time, noticing it is bad. Yes, and that's actually how Gator sent me notice of this, was that I think you sent me the clip, Gator, where Doki was like interrupted on her Neopet stream, like the clip where she broke down and said, like, you know, I didn't want to do this, but now I've got to do this. That sort of thing on the
she said she had to talk to her lawyer now because they've issued this statement, and it included some statements made by them that they probably shouldn't have made regarding the handling of her information. And you know, she was all excited to do this stream, and like imagine that you've like set up all this stuff, you've moved on from this situation, only to get like dragged back into it and have everybody in your chat telling you, hey, like all these people that you used to work with, they went out and just like dunked on you and talked all this crap about you.
Yeah. Beautiful Origin says, did they use a black screen, no models to prevent slander from the company? I think he meant against the company, as the voice actors would be accountable, not Niji, or would the IP channels used to gain that? Well, in a legal sense, well, in a legal sense, though, I mean, Japan, they're you know, this does still apply over there, which is like vicarious liability. So companies are responsible for what their employees do. So as long as what they're doing is within the scope of their employment, and this is something that would be within the scope of their employment, they're acting as Nijisanji employees here. And they've also said they're doing it on behalf of Nijisanji. So if they were if Nijisanji was trying to use them as meat shields, well, they did in terms of the channel, but if they were trying to say this was their personal statement and not Nijisanji's statement, then that saying that they said in this video, they just said, we are saying this on behalf of Nijisanji, then they fucked up, right? So like, Nijisanji is like fucking up either way, right? They're not properly using them as meat shields, but they're also not taking proper responsibility as a corporation. They're doing neither thing correctly. This is what boggles my mind as a corporate attorney, as somebody who worked as an attorney. I would never recommend they do this. This is a horrible idea. So yeah, no, great question, Beautiful Origin. Great question. Let's continue.
All of us do not condone harassment of any kind to any of the parties involved. After discussion with the members of Nijisanji EN as a
which they have to say, they're legally obligated to say, because a lot of these platforms like YouTube, they have policies against things like brigading, right, and harassment. And we all know what happens, right, Gator? We all know what happens when anytime there's a fight, even a perceived slight, the fans attack, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
fans are vicious.
They're more vicious, right? Like I would say, like Doki's. I would say it's kind of fair that like Doki probably wants blood less than the fans. Do you think that's kind of fair to say?
By far, yeah. Everything that she said, even at the worst parts of this, has been, hey, look, like, I'm not going to say names specifically. I'm not going to talk about anybody specifically. I don't want you guys to mess with anybody. And she said flat out, she's like, I went through all of this bullying and harassment. I don't want you guys to do it to other people. I want you guys to just, stay positive and support, the people that you like, and, just leave people alone. That was kind of a summary of her statement.
Yeah. Which, once again, that's pretty neutral and pretty fair. Let's go.
Collective, I volunteered for my channel to be used for this stream.
Volunteer distribute.
Additionally, we've been told that there will also be a video releasing regarding the situation from Tatsumi-san directly a few hours following this stream,
which we will watch.
But what we say on this stream is our own words and our own feelings
that were clearly checked by lawyers. Let's stop the cap. Like, there's no way that this is like, oh, we're just winging it here. 0% chance that they were just winging this statement. This
for people that play characters,
no way.
They're really bad at hiding it in their voice.
Yeah. Let's continue here.
I would like to first apologize if my silence on the matter has caused any worry. Over the past month, staff received documents from Selen's lawyer containing examples of her claimed experiences under any color. These documents in question included personal information of some livers, and when it was sent to us, we learned that there was a potential that this information could be made public. Some of the information poses a risk to our personal safety and puts some of us at risk of doxing.
Okay, stop there. Okay, so personal safety and doxing. Okay, so what, like, to me, factually, so the information they're talking is information that was exchanged between lawyers and to the company. There was no threat of doxing there. There was no threat of public exposure, right? There was no, as far as we know, right? I have not seen any proof of that at all whatsoever, right? At all. If anything, I think probably Selen has more reason to be worried about doxing than the Nijisanji livers, like these three Nijisanji livers, because they clearly don't give a shit about personal information. They're just passing it around and not really caring who they give it to, right? It was intended to be, in at least Selen intended it to be between the lawyers. They thought that it was between the lawyers. It clearly wasn't, right? And we talked about in the beginning of the stream, and I know there's 3,000 people almost on right now because there's 2,841 here on YouTube, and there is 126 on Rumble. So we've got 3,000 people watching. So let me say this again. Japanese do not have the same confidentiality ethical expectations as lawyers, or just in general, right? So they definitely shared this out company-wide, right? Even though this was something that was supposed to be between the two. And I know there might have been a signed agreement, but that signed agreement probably didn't mean the same thing to both of the lawyers, right? And what they might have done is, and this is what they might have done, they might have said, oh, we can't share all of the information, but we create a summary or we create another version, right? And lawyers often do that. So maybe they took the information that was shared and they created another version and they shared that with everybody. So that could be the thing. Now that's speculation. That's me speculating, but that's another very feasible way to break that down. Let's continue here. Once this decides to load with my Thai internet
Notably,
problems.
One section of this document alludes to where Millie and I live. However, there are also harmful claims Selen made in the document
Pause it right there
about some
real quick.
livers' personal information.
Because she accidentally, before she was talking about everything kind of in a general sense, like some people were included in this document regarding all this harassment and bullying accusations. And then she says, oh yeah, me and this other girl, Millie, are named specifically. So she's already fucked up.
So does that imply, so I guess the implication there, correct me if I'm wrong, is that she might be one of the ones that was like documented as a harasser?
Right. Yeah, that's kind of the implication and the speculation is that she's one of the chief parties in this entire thing. And that's why it was on her channel.
Right. So like, obviously that's why she's taking the hit right now, is because she's culprit, probably number one. She's most suspect, right? For somebody who volunteers.
And she has the smallest channel of the three in this stream too.
Right. So it makes the most sense. Let's continue.
Information that we believe are simply untrue. I felt threatened and scared of speaking out about the situation because of the risk that it could pose to not just my own safety, but the safety of those around me as well. I'm very sad that this is how everything had to turn out, and I deeply apologize to all the fans who have been affected through this time. When Selen had posted the tweet about her cover being privated, several EN members reached out to Selen and we expressed our concerns. We were genuinely concerned and we wanted to understand the situation as we were all in the dark about it. Once she notified all of us regarding her hospitalization, we immediately reached out to her, each other, and her manager to confirm her safety. Her manager also immediately reached out to her and her emergency contact and kept us updated throughout the entire situation as well. It's been a very tough time for a lot of us, and I'm honestly not sure what else to say, but thank you again for everything, for waiting, and thank you.
Okay, so her statement, just summary there, really didn't say much except for, outing her there, as we said, kind of like outing her there as a suspect. And also just understanding that, look, yeah, you can be concerned, but what did you actually do for her, right? How did you help her? How did you back her up? I mean, there's not much meat on that bone. A lot of general statements with not a lot of specifics. So let's go on to the next one.
Thanks, Alira.
No,
You're
no
right.
worries.
Yeah, it has been a really, really tough time, and it's had an effect. I've noticed it's had an effect on everyone. It's had an effect on me too. So I'm joining this stream to talk about my experiences with Selen, to lend some of what I know to help you all understand the context of this a little bit better. I know that a lot of you watching are going to have your own views and opinions on the situation, and so all I would like to ask is that you can take the information that I'm going to present at face value, if you can.
So real quick, Gator, this is the big, in chat can help me out here too. Is this the biggest VTuber? Like, is this the big guy? Okay, this is the most popular guy. Thank you. Thank you for educating me.
So, this recent situation began when Selen claimed on Twitter that her most recent song cover had been made private by staff, and she gave no context or reasoning as to why. In actuality, she had been asked to send the content of her music video to her manager in advance.
Hold on, I'm pausing this. We got evidence here. All right, let's go.
We've
Let's see what
got
we got here. Yeah, we got evidence here. All right, what do we got here? What do we got? Okay. Here's when she sent it: 8/3/26/12, December 21st, 24th, 2023. She sent the cover video check there. 25th. So this is a day later.
Yeah,
a day later. She sent this in the morning.
Yeah,
this is the next evening. They respond, sorry for the late reply. They acknowledge their reply. Since this video included X livers, it will cause more time to get me confirmation. The audio is okay. Okay. 3, I don't see much here. They've got a lot blacked out. So why is this released before I get confirmation, Selen? For the video set to private until I got confirmation. There's also a chance that you might need to adjust it before setting to the public. Also, before you post anything, explain about it. Please confirm with me, Selen. And then 6, she posted this saying, I apologize to management, but has private this song. Please feel free to re-upload. Since a lot of money and effort was done by so many Dragoons, I'm really sad this happened on Christmas, but somehow you guys will still be able to listen to it in some way. So interesting here. Yeah, so seems like this fits the narrative. They were dragging their feet on this, right?
Right. But to their narrative, they're saying that, oh well, look, we didn't have enough time to go through all of this stuff, and she was being unreasonable. That's kind of their take here. They're trying to say that, well, she could have waited and we would have approved it, but we had to get through all of this stuff first.
Yeah. We would have done it, but right. It seems like a CYA one, right? And once again, the response could have been like, "Hey, Selen, it's got X livers. Remove it, and then you can post it." Right? Just answer that. Like just give that answer. Period.
And chat's wondering about the timeline. They're trying to make it seem like all of this was just like a spur of the moment thing, but like we talked about earlier, this video had been a project for a year, so it's not like they knew about it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and that's where the black company side comes out, right? Once again, I'm saying, like, trying to litigate solely over this, like not approving it fast enough. That's going to be a hard case for Selen to make in Japan, right? To be honest with you guys, but it goes strongly towards this being an abusive pattern of behavior towards Selen, right? Where they could have handled this better. They could have addressed this in a better way, right? Than dealing with it this way. It's a shitty way. It's a shitty company move. Very shitty company move. And it's now been aired. Here's the other thing too. It's been aired for everybody to see, right? They've put out their dirty laundry, these DMs, right? And these DMs can be used against them, right? This can be evidence as well. So stupid move.
on their part. Real quick to get these, because I see a lot of you in the chat. Fallen Hero 4567, thank you for the 5 memberships. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate everybody supporting the channels on memberships. We have officially 37 new members today. Appreciate that here today, and all the guys that are enjoying this content. Please smash the like button as you come in. It really helps me out to know that you guys like this and like me covering this type of topic. And NC's Creator Corner says, hello, I want to say this video like a manipulation tactic. As a person who was manipulated for 3 years, I can smell for a mile. Yeah, and then beyond that, I love this one. Hyper Shota says, fun fact, Vox is using its gaslighting
voice.
Oh God, that's so good. I like the Spike Man says, Gator, does it make you happy that FaZe is going to easily be the number 2 in the West if Niji sisters keep this up? Also, Rackets needs to talk about this too. He did it with Melody shit. What do you think about that?
FaZe Connect. I love FaZe Connect. I think Fishman's doing a fantastic job over there.
Cool.
No pressure or anything, Fishman being possibly the number 2 company. There's debate. There's some V Shoujo fans in the chat that'll probably argue with that.
Okay. No. Let's keep it on topic. Pip
a coin to the moon. I'll say that. Pip a coin to the
moon. Hayden 75 says, IRC Illyria was the biggest of the EN girls behind Pamu, just graduated. Then Selen terminated here. Vox is the biggest in Niji N because of his affinity for boyfriend ASMR. I don't mean to interject, but I have thoughts. No, you're allowed to have thoughts and feelings, and whether you like or don't like. I mean, I find it interesting. Look, I find it interesting. I don't have allegiances here. I just find all of this absolutely, completely intellectually fascinating. This rabbit hole. I wasn't sure about it when I first went down it, but I'm like, holy shit, this is absolutely riveting because it combines so many things: comparative law, privacy, contracts. It combines fan culture, right? Japanese culture. It's just, there's so much going on here, and that's why
anime, YouTube, like it's the confluence of all of these different things all together, all at once. It's like,
it's perfect.
It's crazy.
I love when YouTube kind of makes these topics for me. I'm like, wow, this is perfect. I like the Spike Man gifted 5 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much. I like the Spike Man. Appreciate you dropping those in the chat, bringing us up to a 42, which is the answer to the life, universe, and everything. If she has emails, text for years, prove they lie. Yeah, and we'll see that come out if there's a case, obviously. There's reasons why you don't just drop all the evidence in public. Nijisanji's actually fucking up by self-reporting, by self-snitching, right? They should not be doing this. The fact they're doing this is just like mind-boggling.
Because it gives her lawyer a chance to look over that and maybe possibly come up with a defense for it.
Exactly. Selen's lawyer can just build the case, right? Or lawyers, because I think she should have a Canadian lawyer and a Japanese lawyer. Selen, Dokibird, if you're listening, lawyer up in Japan and in Canada. Dane says, even more fucked up is that Selen clarified in a tweet after this that some of the docs were her journal entries regarding the bullying, which was most likely leaked to her bullies within.
Mm-hmm.
That is fucked up. And that is probably what happened, if not a summary version, right? So if it wasn't like a summary version, I'm sure they figured it out. They figured out that fact that they were journaled about at some point. Hayden says, Illyria, Millie, and Ina were never mentioned in Doki Doki saying anything. Illyria said the names. That document was not public. That's another self-report potentially.
Right, and that's what I was talking about, that she kind of told on them because she didn't have to mention any specific names, but she accidentally did that in her statement.
Yes. And last here before we start, I know there's other super chats, but I'm gonna after this one, we're gonna go again. Billy Aoki says, doesn't Japan have law where you can legally be liable for harming someone's reputation or honor, regardless of what you said, whether it's true or not? DB Selen could go over to Japan and sue them. Yes, so they have stronger case for defamation in Japan. In fact, even in like Thailand, I'm in Thailand right now, their defamation laws are way stronger. I will not ever talk shit about another person who's a Thai, right? Like the way the law works is radically different. Even if it's true, there's things you can't say because of public image. Public image is a thing in Asia. People don't understand face, right? That if you haven't lived in Asia, you don't understand this. It's everywhere, particularly East Asia. You don't mess around with your public image, right? That's why Nijisanji, they're doing this out of this misguided concept of public image. It's like the worst possible way to handle this concept, but they're doing all these things out of this culture of public disclosure, which we talked about earlier is quintessential to idol culture. That's why this thing is fascinating to me. All right, let's continue here.
The release date so it could be checked for content, etc., which is something that all livers agree to do. Her manager communicated with her about this very clearly, but she released her cover without giving management time to check it, and as a result, it needed to be made private. It was going to be made public again once the checks had cleared. Management absolutely intended to let her release the cover once they'd made sure that it was okay to release. It's very important to establish this pattern of events had happened before on multiple occasions, including her Fall Guys tournament in August of 2023, a voice pack in May of the same year, and an outfit contest also in May.
Do you know any about any of those other events, Gator? Like in some of the facts about those other events, or whether what he's saying is true or bullshit?
Yeah. So she held a contest because she wanted fans to design her new outfit.
Sure.
And Nijisanji's management didn't want to like actually pay anybody that did any of those designs. So ultimately, she ended up having to pay them herself. And she had tried to hold an event with multiple other VTuber companies where it'd be like a little competition. And at the last minute, Nijisanji pulled the rug out from that too. So it builds up a pattern of behavior where Selen tries to do something that she's trying to promote herself, get herself out there. She's trying to promote her fans, make her fans feel like they're involved, and at every step of the way, Nijisanji management seems to step in and pull the rug out from under her.
And the one thing I have heard is like as a folks, the commentators, me listening to a lot of commentators, the one thing I've heard maybe is a fair criticism of Selen, or I don't know if even this is a criticism or if this is just a comment on her personality type. And I think she's even said this herself in her videos, is she's not like the typical VTuber. She's not like the typical corpo worker. She seems to be more like independent minded, right?
Yeah.
And that's just her personality.
And it probably goes back a lot towards, her personality, her time playing Dokibird. She's always thinking about like, what can she do to like make things better, to grow her channel, to put more content out there. She's very content grind mind oriented. And
she's just not a corpo. She's not a corpo employee. And look, I identify with that because look, I'm the same way, and I know that about myself. I cannot work in a hierarchy where I have these incompetent fucks above me. And yeah, we got to cursing right now. Sorry, guys. Smash the like button. We're almost at 2 hours. I can really curse when I get to 2 hours. But like, I can't deal with incompetent people who are above me, telling me what to do and stopping me from doing things. So I understand where she's coming from, right? I definitely understand that. And I would have in her shoes, I would have worked to get out of this situation to, I guess, graduate like ASAP, because that would allow you to kind of just fly and do your own thing, right?
But, and of course, and it's also like a lot of the VTubers, they're scared to leave the company because they don't feel like they'll land on their feet.
Yeah,
I think Dokibird was very, it's kind of fortuitous for that things did turn out the way they did. I wish that things had been better, but she was able to land on her feet and then some. She's very rapidly going to reach the subs that she had on her previous channel, blowing past Alira and some of the other people.
Oh yeah, so, Doki's doing just fine on her channel, and I think she's gonna soar on her own channel, right? On her own thing where she controls it, she gets to control what she does, right? And I think she'll be much happier, which is ultimately the best thing, right? I mean, that's ultimately what we want for everybody.
That's what we all want.
Yeah. Real quick here. Kokuma TTV says, do keep in mind here that this video they're talking about has been in production for over half a year at a minimum before this provided chat log. I think, Gator, you were saying even up to a year, right? Up to a full year.
Yeah. Well, she got the permissions from Lily Pichu in August 2022. So it's been over a year that this had been known to management and that they were planning on it. So for them to try to pretend like this was just kind of a last minute decision, like they had to approve the storyboards and the idea, the concept. So the idea that they didn't see the finished product until like right before it was going to go live is kind of it's bullshit.
It's bullshit. Yeah. Sean Haruki says, if anything, Vox is there willingly. He makes the whole thing about himself and is absolutely gaslighting. I mean, is that his character profile? Like his character is like the gaslighting boy.
Well, he is a demon, and as you know,
it makes sense.
Freeran said, you can't trust a demon.
No, you never trust him. Never trust him. Lugson says, remember that the Phase Connect is a coffee company.
Yes, that's right. Phase Connect is a coffee company with a VTuber problem.
That is funny. Mogu says, make a well-edited summary video of this, and you have 20 other drama tubers react this within 48 hours. Yeah, guys, I will make summaries of this. Obviously, you see what I'm trying to do in my Star Wars content. I'm sorry, my Star Wars. Disney and Star Wars, right?
Disney,
my Disney content, I make summary videos, but this I will clip like 3 times. I'll probably clip me reviewing this video, right? And then me reviewing the CEO, and then maybe some other like background stuff, right? So there'll be at least 3 summary videos to this, right? So I'm going to try to do that right after this video. So long day of work here for your legal mindset, but I put in the work, guys. That's what I do on my channel. Steven says, Alira, Anna, and Millie are the other Canadians. Okay, well, there you go. They might also have, if Alira is also Canadian and she exposed private information, then she could be brought into Canadian court. Right. Just saying.
And this is where this statement was such a misstep, because anybody that's a citizen of Canada is also subject to the same law, and they're a lot easier to reach legally than a Japanese company would be in Canada.
Ruh-roh. Now, of course, by the way, you can reach Japanese company through Canadian courts. I mean, there's ways to serve Japanese companies. I have done that. It's possible, right? And also, they have assets in other companies. They want to do business in those countries, right? They don't want to get banned from Canada, right? So, like, obviously, Nijisanji is not trying to, is not trying to get sued in any jurisdiction. But that said, an individual is at a way higher risk. Al Mori says Alira has already fled to Japan. Well, once again, we talked about the visa situation. That's tenuous as fuck, because then, you're kind of reliant on these people entirely. And if they cut you loose, like, you're screwed on your visa. So
you get like 2 weeks to find a new job. And if you don't, you're deported.
You're deported, right? People don't understand how the visa game works. And that's a big issue over here in Asia. And that's also like a sort of Damocles they use over you. So, I don't envy her for that, right? Like, look, there's pros and cons. I'm very honest about it. And I have another channel, Go East Gentlemen, for folks who want to move to Asia. I talk about this all the time. I'm very realistic about the pros and cons of living in Asia. It is not for everybody. It's not easy. And there's a lot of trouble for foreigners. It's not so simple. So just fleeing to Japan is not necessarily a solution to all of our life's problems. Dokibird, Scuffed live re-debut matched the Guargura 3D live debut in viewers, 128K, I believe. She's doing all right. Still maintained 22K live viewers for a gaming stream. That's pretty fucking good to me. I mean, shit, 22K live viewers? Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Nonetheless said, shut the F up doesn't just apply to talking to the police. It can also apply to public statements. Yes, and Nijisanji doesn't know this. And it's basic corporate practice in America as a former corporate counsel to shut the hell up, right? Do not talk. Do not make a statement. We've gotten used to in America the legalese that they put out. Well, we need to talk with our lawyers about this, or this is under consideration, or this is a sensitive topic, right? We'll get back to you. That's what we do constantly in America. That's corpo speak in America. Look at this this is nuts. This is insane from a Western standpoint to look at this. Of course, once again, Nijisanji, Japanese company. American Legend, welcome as a new member. Appreciate you joining the RPG. And then one last one, and we'll play here. Zarzar says, a lot of this transparency is a direct response of the previous complaints during the Zion Lanza termination earlier this year. Okay, guys, don't need to go down the rabbit hole of others, but I'm going to take you at your word. Right? Gator, were you familiar with this other incident, though?
Yes. Yeah. It requires, to understand this, you kind of have to understand kind of like the overall of the Zion stuff. The TLDR is that they had this other VTuber, and she said something that was controversial. She had a history of kind of bucking the rules a little bit, and they threw the book at her and unpersoned her and and a lot of people actually they sided against her. Yeah, they were like, yeah, like everything about her was just like wiped away, like very similar to how they did with Selen. But the difference is that Zion didn't have as many like supporters as Selen did, and didn't have like the history of the company doing fucked up stuff to kind of back her. So a lot of the Nijisanji fans kind of were like, wow, you know, she's a piece of shit or whatever. And so when she got terminated, they didn't really like take her side. So it's kind of been cathartic for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of been cathartic for her in a way to see all of this, because it's like, wow, you know, Zion was right the whole time.
I love people in the chat. They're like, Zig Zion. I love it. The Gundam reference. Guys, you know the way to my heart is Gundam. Zig Zion. I'm like, oh yes, you guys know the way to my heart, even though it's probably just the statement, right? The thing, but it's so good. It's so good. I love weebs.
They're gonna drop a space colony on Nijisanji.
Oh yes, let's do it. Let's do it.
In each of these situations, Selen would be working on one of the projects I mentioned. She'd be given clear communication about confirming certain aspects with staff, as all other livers receive and comply with. And each time, she would refuse to cooperate. And when staff would react appropriately, she would make public statements that would hurt Anycolor's reputation. And as these situations kept occurring, myself and other livers felt very upset and anxious. We felt that these statements harmed all of us as a group.
Okay.
Excuse me. So it's this context that I hope explains why myself and some other livers decided to approach Selen and ask about her handling of the latest situation, which was her cover being made private. So some livers, myself included, asked Selen why she tweeted about the cover in the way that she did, expressing that we felt it was unnecessary and harmful. According to Selen's lawyer, it's this event that they claim to be a buildup of, and what they claim to be a buildup of past experiences that led to accusations made by Selen that she was bullied and harassed. As you can imagine, this is incredibly serious, and I want to state that throughout my friendship with Selen, I did my best to support her in private and talk to her about any problems she might have been having whenever I had the chance.
Well, then this is a pretty fucking big betrayal, isn't it? Right? I mean, like,
yeah, for real.
Just saying, like, look, you're not winning any points by saying you were her friend and then coming out here and just like jabbing her. You know, it's just
like I was her friend, but fuck her.
Yeah, but fuck this girl. Like, you know, come on. That just showing like it's showing your snakeness, right? You know, by trying to appeal to that. Anyways, that's a non-legal point, guys.
Having thoroughly reviewed the documents sent to Anycolor by her lawyer, and based on what I know,
yeah, see, there it is. Whoa, having thoroughly reviewed the documents being sent to Anycolor from her lawyer.
Hold on. Let me play this one more time. I'm rewinding on this.
I had the chance. Having thoroughly reviewed the documents sent to Anycolor by her lawyer, and based
none your business. Yeah, see, there's where this is the biggest thing where I want to know. So I want to see now. I know that Doki said she had a signed agreement, a signed confidentiality agreement. I want to see. I wish I could see that agreement. I know I can't, and I know I'm. You know, we're not. You know, well, I mean, I could if she paid me, but you know, once again, I'm not her attorney. I'm not privy to it, right? But that said, that confidentiality agreement and how they worded it is going to be all the matter of whether she can be in a breach of contract there, because there may have been a breach of that confidentiality agreement, that, and whether it's framed as an NDA or whatever else, right? That was between her lawyer and Anycolor, because they should not have been seeing that at all. Now, if I want to give Vox the benefit of the doubt here, maybe it was a summary of the stuff that was sent over that he saw, which might not have been covered by the agreement, because a lawyer who's not careful, and lawyers are tricky bastards. I tell you this as a lawyer, right? We will try to find the gray area and the way around shit all the time. And one way you can do that is you create a like client summary. So you might like summarize something for your client, but like redact or generalize information that can't be disclosed, right? That's possible. But I'm not sure that's what he said, right?
He said he thoroughly reviewed, and here's the thing. He didn't say that he reviewed a document prepared, based on the document or a derivative of the document. He said, I thoroughly reviewed the document sent by Selen's lawyer.
So I think, you don't go with the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I think the burden is on Nijisanji to produce like proof that they didn't violate a confidentiality agreement that was signed between Nijisanji and them. I think it shifts the burden. This statement Vox's statement alone here may have shifted the burden to Nijisanji, right? Because I think that may have not been there. But if there's this agreement that, hey, we weren't going to do this, there was a signed agreement. I mean, what Vox said would have violated that because it wasn't to be shared with other livers. It was not to be shared with the livers. And in fact, we have other statements that nothing was shared with the livers. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I think I had it here real quick. Is it? Oh, wait, hold on. I think it's this one right here. Let me share this one right here. Okay, this is a different tab, and this is a different statement that was brought up. This is by Nijisanji EN official, right?
Right.
In a stream earlier by our livers, it was mentioned that parts of information received from Selen and her lawyer were shared to them by AnyColor. As mentioned in the stream and in the notice published by AnyColor, Selen and her lawyer claimed the livers affiliated with AnyColor Inc. were involved and that they will hold them legally responsible. They mentioned the possibility that they will hold livers affiliated legally responsible. Well, I mean, they have the ability to do that. So yeah, okay. In order to check the validity of her claim, AnyColor shared only necessary parts of the information sent by our lawyer with our livers line of internal investigation. That's not what Vox just said.
Right. And this is the problem that they had. That
That's a conflict.
I thoroughly reviewed the document sent by Selen's lawyer. He didn't say necessary parts. He didn't say only the part that was relevant to me. He said thoroughly reviewed the document.
This is one, by the way, yes, everyone's saying it and I agree. This was 5,000% written by a lawyer. I know lawyers speak when I see it. This is some fucking lawyer speak, okay? Guys, this is like massive lawyer speak here. This is 100% written by a lawyer. Look at this. To begin with, AnyColor has not made any confidentiality violations. The lady doth protest too much, right? Why would you ever say that? By the way, the human mind doesn't really accept not very well. So you kind of read that as AnyColor has made violations. I know there's a not in there, but this is just a writing thing. Don't put not in things, put instead you would say AnyColor has protected confidentiality instead of has not. This is definitely.
It's better to write it in a positive way than a negative way.
Yes. And they're telling on themselves again and again. Here, however, regarding the specific information documents which Selen lawyers requested that we do not share with our livers, with utmost consideration of this request, AnyColor has not shared any information. What I'm afraid of here is they're using the word request. They're not using the word agreement. That's what I'm scared of, because I know Selen says she has a signed agreement, but they're saying it's a request. So this makes me think that they're using the Japanese confidentiality standard, which is this is a polite ask, not a requirement. This is what I'm afraid of for Selen, is that
would be the concern.
Took it as a suggestion, not as a requirement.
Yeah, and it's really hard to know which one without being able to actually pick up the document and read it, which way it went.
And look at this. This is why they made the livers do this. In addition, our livers are not held to any confidentiality obligation regarding the information shared to them by AnyColor. Thus, there are no legal issues regarding the information shared to the public in the stream by our livers. That's bullshit. You have vicarious liability for your employers. Now, employees, right? Now I know this is technical. It is a technical way around confidentiality to give the information to a third party. But if you're knowingly, here's the thing, it's bad faith. It's contractual bad faith. If I give you, Gator, if I have a contractual agreement with, let's say, if I have a contractual agreement with Nick Rekieta, not to give up his secrets, right? And I give the information to you to expose, I'm still liable because you're acting as my agent. You're my sock puppet, right? It's clear agency theory.
I'm going to release that family recipe, Ricada, and you can't stop me.
There's the thing is, like, it's clear. It's night and day. So after rigorous legal check, any color hereby declares that it has not made any confidentiality violations while checking the validity of the claims made by Selen and a lawyer with its affiliated livers. What it does not say here, what is not said, is that they did not share it with the management and the other people in the company. So this was definitely shared beyond the lawyers, is what that legal letter is saying to me. What that statement says to me is they definitely shared that to management. They shared that to people outside of the pure legal department. This was not been held as a legal document at all whatsoever.
And then there's the little bit about the livers, like, oh, well, they're not under the confidentiality agreement, so they can just kind of say whatever they want to.
Bullshit.
But there's also a problem with that too, because, as we're going to get to in the speculation aspect of this, there is speculation that they've been acting as liaisons between the English side and the Japanese side. And that would kind of de facto give them managerial powers. And, what would a court decide? Would a court say, yeah, actually, they should be considered part of management? That could make things even trickier for Nijisanji.
Yeah, exactly. If they're if they're now turned into supervisors of Selen, right? They're Selen now. They're the ones that were saying no. They're the ones that are making decisions, and they were doing it in bad faith. Then your hostile work environment claims become much stronger, right? That really strengthens your hostile work environment claims. Hayden, for the art thing, Niji said they would have to pay. And guys, I see there's 16 super chats. I'm going to get to them all right now. Everyone, and then we'll finish the video. We're about halfway through the video. Niji said they would have to pay everyone who submitted art when Selen wanted to pay the top 3 a prize. That seems like bullshit coming from a corpo in my position. First of all, why is the corpo being cheap as fuck? Like, it doesn't. They're making hand over fist money on this. Like, it's a bad corporate practice, right? As for payment, once again, it would have to look at our contract to see what the terms were there about paying and how they dealt with paying for unreimbursed expenses, etc. That's something that would be in a contract.
That second yacht ain't gonna pay for itself.
No. Didn't Selen fund an entire game by herself?
No, I don't know about that.
I heard that she built her own game. Like, chat, let me know. Did she make her own video game? Someone told me she did. I was watching a video separately. I don't know. Anyways, oh, sorry. Beautiful Order said, could the reason Niji didn't want to pay for the design content winners be related to IP, freely given art versus paid? No, not really. I mean, if it's their copyright, if, for example, their IP, their trademarks are used in it, like the characters, right? So something they possess the intellectual property to, regardless of whether they quote unquote give it away or sell it, it doesn't make much of a difference. And you don't have free reign with their IP, even if you were to give that away.
Oh, right? It's an online puzzle game. That's why I didn't know.
Oh, it is a game.
Yeah, it's a game that features her as a character.
Yes, she didn't make a game, online puzzle game. Okay, there you go. See, I knew something you didn't. Look at that, Cater.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Showing me up a little bit.
Yeah. There you go. Your boy did his research for this. Guys, 4,000 of you in the chat. We've set a record for me that I have not hit for a while, since Amber Heard days almost. So smash the like button if you like this content over there on YouTube, also on Rumble.
The Pamovian. Yeah, okay. I know what chat's talking about now.
Appreciate all of you. Okay. Thank you. You're bad, Gator. Bad Gator. Get better at your facts. Joe says, remember the design content. Selen wanted to pay the runner-up contests, 5 of them, 1K each. Aren't contest laws pretty strict? I only have US perspective, so couldn't it be decided on women? Yeah, there are contest laws. If it involves money, there are contest laws. Yes. We had to vet every single contest and giveaway we ever did. It is pretty strict. But once again, if you've had a year or months to think about that, that's not a hard thing to do. Okay. I did that shit weekly. Okay. You can vet contests very easily. It's not super difficult legal analysis, right? A lot of lawyers will pretend that the work is much harder than it is. It really isn't that hard. And when you do it often, you get used to it. I had to deal with reviewing. So one thing I did at my old one of the companies is I did a legal sign off on advertising and marketing, including promotions, right? So we had other lawyers that would also chip in on it, right? We each had our different section, right? Mine dealt with like a specific type of regulatory compliance, but we all would sign off on it, and we would get shit turned around in 5 hours if they needed us to. So don't tell me it can't be done. It can be done, particularly in a Japanese work environment where you're working till late at night, right? You're working super late. Yeah, don't give me that shit. Toss for the outfit contest imager. Okay, so you're just putting image. Okay, so I guess people can go there and see that. Thank you, LL. I can't. I'm not gonna pull it up right now. Proxy says there's a subreddit explaining the experience, the PR depth, explaining why and how Nijisanji messed it up due to a translation, language, and miscommunication. Proxy, if you want to send that to me by email or on Twitter, I am The Legal Mindset on Twitter, or Andrew Esquire live at gmail.com. If there's any relevant information, you can send that over, link me, Andrew Esquire live at gmail.com, or The Legal Mindset. You can do either, and I will take a look at that. And honestly, I'll probably have to do a follow-up because we got enough to cover here. We're not even past this video yet. Beautiful Origin says, if Alira was used as a translator for the Japanese management, what are the chances she had access to the PEPITA protected info? And how likely is that to come up in court? Well, then 100% she would, right, Gator? I mean, if she was the translator, then she saw everything that was sent.
Right, because she would have to translate it between the branches.
Or after the lawyers gave it away to management, she would translate it for management. So yeah, that would be a big deal, be a huge deal. It's really unprofessional to use your talent as translators at the same time. That really is bad. But yeah, I understand companies be like that. Frankie Romaine says, not wanting previous talents on videos is such bullshit. In contrast, HoloLive's Chaco's recent video realized with Mel's Yazuro, a talent recently terminated. Once again, totally different company, right? HoloLive seems to be just fine, right, Gator?
Yeah, HoloLive's doing just great.
Yeah,
they've had some graduations and terminations and things, but nothing to the level of what's happening in Nijisanji.
Right. I mean, look, you're running a company. At some point, you're going to disagree with the people in the company, right? Like that's gonna happen. You're gonna have people that don't get along. And frankly, look, I think once again, I think Doki probably is going to be much better on her own. I think she's got the personality like my personality that thrives doing its own thing, being independent. I hate it when people try to force me to do something, force me to cover a topic, force me to do anything. I won't do it. I say go fuck off, right? And it seems like Doki is kind of the same type of person, right? Similar personality.
Right. She's very ambitious.
Yeah, and that's going to happen in HoloLive. That's going to happen in Nijisanji. But there's regular stuff, and there's going out of your way to be a dick. And it seems like Nijisanji went out of their way to be extra dickish with this situation so far. Hayden75, flashbang. The talents in the video are managers, translators, and lawyers for Niji En. This is speculation. I can understand and appreciate that. Speculation noted and possible, right? I'll treat it as possible, and I will analyze it with that frame of reference, which, by the way, does open them up to liability and also would open up better liability, better arguments for bringing certain claims in Canadian court, for example. Because if Alira was doing the management tasks, and if it was Alira that was doing it from Canada, and the nexus of all the issues was Canada, then we may have a Canadian labor claim, right?
Which is going to be the worst possible situation for Nijisanji.
They do
Canada's
not
labor laws. No, Canada's labor laws are not good for them.
That's the worst case scenario is you have to do a Canadian labor law. Like, I don't want to do a Canadian labor law. It's a freaking nightmare. MGC says, one of the complaints and rule breaking they state was her making the D's nuts video, which other livers have done. Get over it. I mean, yeah, like that's come on. Everybody loves D's nuts. By the way, my nickname when I was young was D. It's kind of funny. TR Cause says, don't interrupt your enemy when they make mistakes. No, let Nijisanji keep fucking up. As a lawyer, I'm loving this. As a even a commenter, I love this. But as a lawyer, I love it even more. I'm like, give me more. Give me more to find these claims against you, right? You're just digging yourself deeper. And, even now we're talking about dragging this into Canada when this would have been a clear Japanese case. had they not fucked up. Had they just terminated her, not released any information, not talked about this at all, this would have been a Japanese employment and breach of contract case, which is going to be really hard for her as somebody who's based in Canada to go litigate in Japan. It's a nightmare. And they're going to bury you like every corpo does in resources and delay, and time and money. You just, it's better to move on in most cases, which I think is why Doki has put that out as her main interest, because the litigation, like you'd have to crowdfund such a massive lawsuit, which she could do. I actually think Doki could do it, but
easily,
but it would be a lot, right? And guys, I'm going to tell you this. Lawsuits are emotional. They take an emotional toll on you. And I don't think somebody who has had challenges with their emotional state wants to go into that frame of mind. She seems happier just like on her own. And
in every statement that she's released, she said, look, I want this to be the end of it. I want you guys to leave the the livers and the other company alone. I just want to like play these games that, they didn't let me play, and hang out with friends they didn't let me hang out with, and just, move on.
Yeah. Yeah. Camelbot says, I think the VTuber has to speak or no retirement. I don't know. Oh,
I think he's saying that like Alira and the others like had to,
or they wouldn't get a graduation.
Right.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. They might have been.
There's no indication that Alira at least is going to graduate. I know Vox is going to make a statement, something along those lines, but yeah, I honestly don't believe anything they say.
Yeah. Irish #Midshop says he chuckles while reading it. Well, I'm laughing because this shit is crazy. Like, it's unbelievable that they put this information out there. Like, even though lawyers are writing it, you don't put some of this stuff out there. Even if, as a lawyer writes it, we as people that are critical and other lawyers can pick this apart and just to see exactly the bullshit and legalese they're giving you, because they're not telling you what they think they're telling you. And they're thinking that the plebs are going to go out there and believe this, but no. People who are educated, who know what they're saying there and can look at those statements, know what they're not telling you, which is the most telling. Hayden for $50 says, Nijisanji is trying to hire several staff for the EN branch right now after this happened. You could check their website a few days for postings. Weren't people complaining that those jobs were like $8 an hour or something like that? Although, by the way,
they were like
wages
hilariously
are super fucking low. But Japanese wages are super low. Just to understand, I was in Japan for about a month. I actually went on several dates with Japanese girls. I love to go on different, even when I'm there for a month, I just go on bunch of dates when I'm there. I try to, and the girls were all complaining about the wages, because wages have been stagnant in Japan for a while, right? And it was a common problem in Japan. So like wage depression, and especially with the yen right now, just taking an absolute garbage dump. It's minimum wage, right? People are working for minimum Japanese wage, right? But that's kind of standard, right? Meme Copium says that's Japanese minimum wage. Yeah, and he's in Japan, so Meme Copium is over there in Osaka. But not doxing you, bro. What's up, Josh? But yeah, no, it's kind of bad. So that might show some desperation there on their part if they are advertising. Might mean some folks are leaving. Epsilon says, piggybacking off of Hayden, the position is $8 an hour. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't even read it before I just said it because I knew it. I saw that. I saw that news item. Major Tom says, I meant Vox was chuckling while reading. Can even practically hear smirk. Oh, well, I'm with the Vox is using his gaslighting voice for sure.
Right.
This guy is a piece of shit. I mean, I can hear him like, and I'm like, I would punch this guy in the face if like I met, like he's cringe. I could not be around him, right? Because the pretentiousness, right?
You can hear him huffing his own farts under every mutter.
Yeah, that. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, that's a guy I would not hang out with, right? Not hang out with. Let's see here. For audit context, Vox, of all people, did a suicide prevention charity barely a year ago. You can see how his reputation took a nosedive from being in this. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm going to read two more of these and we're going to keep going. Reap says, interesting clash of guilt/justice versus shame and honor. Although Niji seems to be embracing the worst of both Western and Eastern corporate culture. They're taking the woke DEI fuck-ups and combining that with the saying everything in public of the East. It's like a merger. It's like a merger, right?
Or a clusterfuck, as you will.
Because usually what we get in the West is we get individual employees and individual people who cannot control themselves. So they just go out and they make these statements. Bob Iger is famous for this. He just says things that he doesn't need to say, and they can end up with huge liability. This is nuts because you're actually getting them making official company statements that are saying stuff like this. That's the crazy thing. And then John Wolf says, my biggest issue with this isn't the legal aspect, but the moral one. They make 50 to 98% of all monetization. Livers pay for a lot of it. What exactly does the company do? Well, guys, this is honestly the same for a lot of YouTubers and stuff. For example, a lot of YouTube management companies, they will, and I've had offers, right? Many of them want to offer you, oh, we're going to support you. We're going to help you. We're going to do behind the scenes stuff. We're going to market you. We're going to push you. And maybe some of them have connections with Google. They've done some demonic sacrifices to the Google gods. But that said, it's never worth 50 to 90%, right? But there are companies that offer you 50 to 75%. They say, we're going to take that. You get the rest, but we're going to increase the amount you make. So it won't matter. No, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I'd rather do it myself. All right, a couple more in the chat, but I'm going to continue with this because I want to get through this. And we've got a lot more to get through here today, but I do appreciate all you guys and also all of the support on all the channels. You guys are freaking awesome today. And obviously this is going to be a topic that I'll probably have to follow up with.
And what I know personally and have been told by Selen as her friend, myself and other members vehemently believe these claims to be completely untrue. I feel very confident in saying
investigated ourselves and found ourselves
that the way I and other livers communicated with Selen about this incident was fair and reasonable, especially considering our built-up anxiety over this repeating pattern of behavior. In my opinion, I do not think that it was a form of harassment.
Harassment is not an opinion. It's a legal analysis. There are things that legally constitute harassment. Like as a friend, I don't feel this is harassment. Go fuck yourself. It's a legal analysis. Is it harassment, right? Were you exerting undue control? Were you making her feel uncomfortable based on any of her characteristics, right? And that's another thing, her protected characteristics, right? So because she is a non-Japanese speaker, were you trying to make any comments about that, right? Or push her? Because I believe her background, she's Hong Kong Chinese, right? So does not know Japanese. I think one of her goals was to learn Japanese, right?
Right.
So yeah, were you saying were you making her uncomfortable for that? Were you holding that over her? Were you any undue management pressure, right? That could be a hostile work environment, could be a workplace labor claim, right? Could be, right? So this is the difference between somebody who is not a lawyer and someone who's just speaking out of his ass. So that was bad statement there.
Also in the document given to Any Color by Selen's lawyer, it stated that Selen had secretly recorded me in a private voice call without my knowledge or consent. Now, I have absolutely zero memory of what I might have specifically said in that recording, but we know it was on the topic of the tweet that I had made around the time of AR Live's cancellation last year. From what I know, based on this document, Selen had wanted to use this as proof of staff showing favoritism for some members over others, as at the time I wasn't reprimanded by staff having made that tweet.
Just because you weren't reprimanded doesn't mean something you did wasn't wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay.
I followed this issue up with my managers, and I was told that they didn't reach out because they didn't want to cause further controversy at the time.
Oh, also, one thing on the recording part, Canada is single party consent. Thank you for mentioning that in the chat, but this is a very good important one. It is a single party consent, so she could record it. Now, that said, on a moral point, I understand there's an argument of, look, morally, should you tell everybody when you're recording? Yes, but also if someone's trying to snake you, if someone's trying to fuck you, if this is the only time they've managed to talk to you is to get on the phone, they won't talk to you by email, they won't talk to you any other way, the only frame of reference, in reality, people are going to record you regardless, right?
And you have to imagine that this guy is friends with all of the clique that's bullying her. So, he's going to have a private conversation with you. Of course, you're going to want to keep that. You never know when that might come in handy, like
Right.
now.
Right. Exactly. If you're being harassed, you're going to do it. Right. So that moral stuff, I get like that argument kind of goes away. Right. It's a sliding scale. It's not black or white. But obviously, you have to be mindful of the laws. But in Canada, where she lives, she did nothing wrong. So that's totally okay on her part. Right. Vox can be as salty as he wants to be. Right. It doesn't now. Saying, does that change with Vox being based in the UK? Well, not unless, if Vox wants to try to drag her into the UK, but she doesn't live in the UK. It's going to be kind of difficult to do, right? Those cross-border claims like that, that's not going to work like that. It's not going to work.
However, I've been asked to delete other tweets on multiple occasions when I've accidentally broken a rule. In these cases, we're politely informed that when we should avoid tweeting something, we apologize, delete it, and move on. The real issue here, however, is that someone I trusted and considered a friend not only recorded me in secret, but also that these recordings were held without my knowledge for almost an entire year.
Sorry, I just confirmed it. UK is single party consent. Yeah, so everybody in the chat, I see you saying it. UK, England, Scotland, Wales are all single party consent. So there you go. Boom.
The fact that this was held throughout our friendship is really upsetting to me. Until now, I had always looked up to Selen as my senpai, and I felt really lucky to be her friend. Having to talk about this now and
I hate how he keeps leaning on that. It's like, just move the fuck on,
seeing how this has played out is, again, heartbreaking. Selena told me privately about her disagreements with staff and her managers, and I had done my best to support her and to help her make what I thought were the right choices, even when she talked about wanting to graduate. For context, leaving Nijisanji is always an option for livers. If she had wanted to graduate beforehand, she was given very many chances to do so amicably, and on multiple occasions, Selen had told us she planned on graduating, but would then go back on this shortly after. For example, she told me that she would be graduating on the day we hosted the Prism Cup, but as you know, this didn't happen. She also, after being warned by staff due to her repeated rule breakages in May of last year, told other livers that she was being terminated at that time, when, like I said, she had just been warned, nothing else. Because I trusted her so much, and I listened to her narrative of half-thought untruths about her relationship with Anycolor, this caused me
so once again, he's saying that they're untrue. So anytime you're trying to refute, you're having factual refutations, right? So that's where you're getting into potential defamation cases, when you're getting to factual disputes, right? So you've got all these claims about behavior where it seems like, look, that termination notice where they accused Selen of many things, right? If those are false, then you've got potential defamation, right? Because they've gone and they've damaged her image, her brand, right, by saying that she does all these things, right? Because that will hurt her ability to work with another company, right? So if she, right, and by the way, Gator, everybody keeps asking, you're not muted, right? Your model just kind of moves its mouth a little bit, tiny amount.
Yeah, it's my things look very sensitive. Like I said, it's VTuber kit, so it's not the it doesn't track the mouth 100% perfectly. So if I lean a certain way, the mouth may twitch a little bit.
Yeah, everyone's like, hashtag free the Gator. And I'm like, no, he's free. He's free.
See, if I smile just a little bit too, like this, it cracks the mouth just a little bit.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'll rewind a couple seconds because I know this is the best part, guys. I know you're saying it's
relationship with Anycolor. This caused me so much anger on her behalf that I had considered graduating with her in solidarity. Seriously. And I now know.
I mean, that's enough. I mean, I consider graduating with her. What does that mean? You didn't do
the top male Ian Liver and Nijisanji was going to graduate. See, and this is why it becomes difficult to really trust anything that he says, because why? What is his cause for wanting to graduate? So, right? Think about it from a logical standpoint. What does he have to gain from graduation when he's at the top, basically?
Exactly. You're making bank, right? This is not the time when you graduate, right? You keep going, you keep rolling. Let's continue here.
Oh, that my intense feelings at the time came from omitted context and falsehoods, And that, once again, is heartbreaking. I'm incredibly happy with my job, and even in the face of times as hard as these, I really wouldn't want it any other way. So regardless of how I now feel about Selen having been my friend and having hurt me and my fellow livers in this way, her attempt on her life will never, ever be something to be taken lightly. I recall the moment when I and other livers found out about what had happened, and we prayed for her safety then, and we still do. Regardless of the outcome of the situation, I genuinely want nothing more than for Selen to grow and to be in a safe place where she can look after her health, insofar as me and the rest of EN can heal in our own way too. To those of you watching this stream, please, please leave her be. Harassment of any kind is vicious, and it's insane, and it has no place in this community. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vox. Before we round things off, I also had something that I wanted to say. It's going to be a little.
Okay, so who's this dude?
This is Ike. This is the third
Ike.
of their little.
Okay, he's like in intermediate popularity. He's lower than Vox, but more than Alira.
But more than Alira, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
A bit on the shorter side. By the way, hi, I'm Mike. First off, I just wanted to say, like, preface this with, like, sorry if I have a hard time finding the proper words for anything. I'm a little bit all over the place right now. Excuse me for a second.
That's like, sorry, but like the water bottle just gets me, like with it off.
He pulled the Marco Rubio. He leaned away to
For
drink the water.
Very long time, I considered Selen as a good friend within Nijisanji EN, be it on stream or off stream. We always managed to get on really well. So that's why it was so shocking for me to learn that Any Color had received these documents from Selen's lawyer. Learning about what was contained within these documents was, to me personally, incredibly saddening.
No. Once again, why are they having feelings? It's supposed to be legal communications between lawyers, right? Once again, it's not nice playtime when you're talking about lawyers within, like, talking to each other, right? These are obviously things that are meant to be communicated at the highest level, and they're going to contain claims, right? But they're meant to be addressed in a serious manner, right? I don't know.
Right. And it comes across to the average person like, they're throwing this about, like, I was her friend, I cared about her deeply, as a means of disparaging her and
Yes.
causing defamation.
Right. And when it points at them as the ones that were likely the quote unquote harassers, right?
Right.
Like, it gives more thought there, and them having, it's like, what is it? The lady doth protest too much, right? They keep saying, I was her friend. Vox said it the most, which makes me believe it the least, right? Because he kept feeling the need to say that. I get saying it once. Okay, that's fine. But why do you need to keep reinforcing it, right? It is like gaslighting. It really is.
Knowing that the things said within the document were coming from the very same person that I call my friend was hurtful and disappointing in a way I really don't know how to describe. Not only because of it made me now re-examine our entire friendship, but primarily because the document contains some information that we believe is incorrect, that could be harmful for us, and it's just private information that is very terrifying to have being shown before you like that.
Okay.
Right now, we're all very stressed. But in spite of this, I feel like the public deserves to, at the very least, be aware of the existence of these documents, as well as...
No, they don't. You were explicit. This is the thing. They're literally trying to directly violate confidentiality, and they know it, right? They're trying to indirectly violate this, right? By letting the public know, right? Assuming that the lawyer was like a halfway competent, assuming that Selen's lawyer was like even semi-competent, right? And wrote a confidentiality agreement, it would be a wild bad faith breach to try to send it through these people into the public. That is horrible. That is horrible, and that holds against that holds against Nijisanji trying to go around this confidentiality agreement to make this public. They want
Living
to
up
make
to
this
the
public.
black company standard there.
You can tell they want to make this public. You can tell that, and you know he knows that this is not what you're supposed to do, right? And I don't know where Ike is from. Is Ike an American, or is he Canadian, or where's Ike from? But
Now that I don't
feel-
specifically know.
I feel
I
like
assume.
I feel like he knows. He sounds American. He sounds definitely American to me. He may be aware. Oh, Swedish. Okay, Swedish. Maybe he knows. Okay, thank you, chat. You're fucking amazing. I love you guys. You guys fucking know facts. Like, I love it. You guys are on it. You guys are fucking on it. So he knows Western law, right? Which is going to have liability for this case if you snake this shit out in the public. There's consequences here. I think he knows this shit. And that's why I think he was drinking the water, because he's nervous as hell, because he knows he did something bad.
Of some of its contents for the sake of transparency and honesty. We understand that the past week of radio silence has been really difficult for all of you, but please rest assured that we have been working very, very hard to try and understand what it is that we can and cannot say about this. But we wanted to make sure that what we shared was as much as we were able to share.
You actually shared more, but okay.
Within
I like how he's sitting there
Nijisanji EN, everyone always makes an effort to make sure that anyone who wants to be included in something has the opportunity to do so, whether that be online or offline. And all of us will continue to do our utmost to provide a safe and fun environment for fans to enjoy together. And lastly, to round this off, I want to reiterate, please do not spread hate to anyone involved in any way, shape, or form, or anyone in general, honestly. We ask that in these times you allow us to continue our activities without asking us for any additional information about the situation. At this point, it's an issue for the lawyers, and we ask that you do not pressure any of us to discuss the matter beyond this point. Please reach out to any color for contact regarding anything else.
Yeah, that's a legal
And
statement.
I think that's everything from me. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was the end there. All right. So there we have the fucking black message. Holy shit. Okay. So yeah,
They
obviously
could have picked any color and they chose black. You know I had to do it.
Yeah, and it's the black company reference too. It's too on the head. Do they not see that? Like, did the PR department and marketing just like they all failed out of college or something? Because the optics on this is fucking horrible. But getting into the legality there, obviously all three of these people are now dragged in. So all the three of these people can now be deposed. They now can dragged into court. They now can be subpoenaed. They now can be depositioned, right? And they can be depositioned in Canada about the PHI. So if any of them are Canadian, they can be dragged into Canadian court.
And see, again, this presents the problem of, none of these people's personal.
Let me be clear. It's actually not PHI. That I was speaking in American terms, private health information. It's just private information, right? Because the scope, once again, in Canada, the scope is far, far wider than what it is even in America. So to reinforce that.
And see, before, nobody knew specifically who was involved with this, but the fact that they came out there and kind of revealed that they were part of they were the named parties in the document that she sent. If this does end up going to court, all their information, as well as Selen's information, will be part of the public court record. And this is something that I can't stress enough. Part of VTuber culture is the anonymity, that you don't know who's playing the character.
The second you go to court, you lose that. I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to protect it. That's the one thing why Selen might not want to sue, is because she will be doxxed, right? So you cannot sue without being doxxed. There's no way to do that, right? I'm trying to even think, maybe if it was a corpo setting, maybe you could try to do it with the corporation, right? But you're going to eventually get subpoenaed. You're going to get the information is going to be out there in public. So that's one of the things you got to understand is
that's the consideration.
That a court case will dox Selen, will dox Dokibird. So that's a big thing here, a big factor here. Let me go in order. I'm going to go from the larger to the smaller because I appreciate y'all. Grad Stu Frog says, does Niji have any standing to go after Selen, Doki, and Sewer under Japanese law and jurisdiction? No, right? No, they do, right? They could go over once again, you can bring a claim. Whether that claim is a good claim or a bad claim is always up in the air. When someone says, can you file a lawsuit? Sure, I can file it, right? They could file a defamation suit against her. Trying to get service of process on her is going to be really difficult. I guess they can do it, right? But it's just going to be a difficult case to try to drag her into Japanese court. I think the bigger issue is if she wants to come after Nijisanji in Japanese court, right? If she wants to come over there and after her. I think, guys, an optics point, them coming after her in Japanese court would look horrible, would look absolutely terrible. By the way, I'll cover that if they ever try to do that. I'll fucking fly over there to Japan and cover that, right? Absolutely nuts. I don't think that would, frankly, I don't think that would go well for them. I don't think it would go well for them. Would they have standing though? Yeah, they'd have standing. Standing does not mean they'd win a case. Does not mean they win a case. And I don't think they want their dirty laundry aired out there, because I think if we're saying who's got more dirty laundry, is that Nijisanji or is that Dokibird? It's clearly Nijisanji. They do not want you to look behind the curtain. By the way, that's why I covered Disney. It's very much similar for them. They have so much they don't want you to see about the inner workings of that company, right? For many reasons. Hayden for 20 says, just saying silent is an option. It's an option Rosemary, Scarlett, Petra, Finana, and others decided to take. Finana? But whatever. Black company will, Kuro has stayed. Yeah, we're getting to that. Don't you worry, guys. Next up on Legal Mindset is this, right? That's next up after I handle these super chats. We're getting to the good stuff. It's all beautiful. Let's see here. Hayden for 20 says, I have considered graduating with her in solidarity. Okay, yeah, whatever. Biggest Nijisanji EN liver. She didn't attack anyone individually, just the company. No one should attack the individuals, even if they're out of their lane. Yeah, it's about management. Now, I'll say this. If Vox was part of management, then he could be freely attacked, right? And that's not an attack. It's a report of harassment. Okay. And who's harassing you? You're usually your supervisors. It's usually coming from a position of your supervisors, typically in harassment scenarios. TV Trade Table says, what is a Japanese corporate responsibility when a liver self-harmed to hospitalization during their time of employment? What are the livers right in course of action? That's going to be harder, guys. And that's one where I saw some random person who's like a law student here. And I'll just show this post. This is one thing where I'm glad I'm commenting on this as a real, as an attorney. Now, granted, I'm not a Japanese attorney. I'm not a Canadian attorney, but I can tell you right now that no jurisdiction is going to find, there's a law student here that posted that Nijisanji was going to be liable for her self-harm. Now, self-harm alone is never going to be a liability of a company unless it is proven to be as a result of the harassment. But she's got to go to court, have a full-on ass case, win, and then collect for that, right? She's got to prove that. It's difficult. I'm not going to pretend it's easy. It's difficult. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible, right? Typically, you're not going to be liable for self-harm because typically that's going to be something that's outside of your work, right? So if you're working for a corporation, let's say you're working for Pizza Hut, and you all of a sudden decide to jump off a bridge, they're not liable for that. That's not your work responsibility. But if they work you so hard that you have an accident, you get hurt, or even you self-harm because of the work, and you can attribute it clearly to the work, there you go. The problem is is that they're going to try to come in and attack her, and they're going to come after her for stuff like I've seen on other places. And we're going to get to this eventually, but I just want to pull this up real quick.
Right.
I saw somebody bring up this post. This is on some other site, but about her posting somewhere that she was like living with BPD, right? Like that she had a post somewhere. I guess that was under Dokibird, right? So they're going to go all up in her business. They're going to go all up in her medical history. They're going to go all up in looking at her BPD, right? You know, if that's true, right? And I'm not sure that's something that she wants, right? And I'm not sure that's something that's good for her.
And that's the danger of this, is that, you know, if she does bring a lawsuit, not only will she be doxxed, but all of her medical history, all of that stuff could become part of the case. And that's a nightmare.
Yeah. So that's once again, whether people say it's years ago, but what I'm saying is that they'll dig that up in court. They'll dig that up in the court, right? So, yeah, that's what you got to be worried about. Hayden 75 says, I mean, Doki sounded smug as fuck when she addressed Vox saying he reviewed it, which sounds like her lawyer was saying we got him. And I hope that's the case. From Zion till now, the statements add up. Yeah, I think Nijisanji is painting a very bad picture of itself as a corporation. That's very true. Beautiful Origin says, can they share confidential info with employees, or are they supposed to let the employee lawyer handle that? Well, we don't have the confidentiality agreement. If there was no agreement, they can share it with whoever because it's Japan. But if they did have an agreement, I assume they said, do not show it to the livers, and they did, and they broke that agreement. Raven236 says, if this case goes to court, I can only imagine the mental stress that it will have on Doki. Nijisanji is a big company. They can probably afford to drag the case out and bleed Doki dry. That's the nightmare. Raven, this is what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. This is the practical reality of lawsuits. Lawsuits may be sexy, guys. We all talk about, oh, lawsuit this, lawsuit that. I am a business lawyer. I will tell you the reality. Most businesses want to avoid lawsuits. We do not want to sue. People who know what a lawsuit entails, who really have gone through it, don't want to do it. I got my clients out of lawsuits. I avoided it. Nijisanji here is asking for it right now. Even despite all that, we've talked about it. There's so many good reasons why Doki doesn't want to do this, including draining her funds, right? She should be spending them on herself, on making her a better channel and building her business, not on a lawsuit. It would take at least, I'm telling you right now, guys, $500,000 for an international cross-border lawsuit would not be out of character. We're talking about discovery, translation, everything else. A $500,000 for like just the litigation is not insane. In multiple claims, we're talking about privacy, right? It's possible. It's very possible. When you're talking about large international companies and fighting, dragging it out, because they'll drag it out, they'll stall, right? They guys, you gotta understand, these lawsuits can cost a lot of money.
How many years did the case go on? It was like 3, 4.
Mm-hmm. And what happened?
And that was just for the one part of the case. They never even actually got to the actual case.
And they can win on procedural fuckery. Fuckery. And what if she and her lawyers aren't as skilled at Japanese procedural law as the Japanese lawyers in Nijisanji?
Right. They could run circles around her and get the case thrown out just because of a lack of experience or improper filing.
Right. So you just got to be aware of that. Fallen here, thank you so much for the membership. Thank you for supporting my channel, supporting content like this, supporting this coverage. I really appreciate that. And everybody who donates memberships, because it really is the core. We've had like so many good members, and also it helps people out getting the access to the emojis, the chats. I'm going to have some VTuber emojis in here, guys. I mean, at this point, getting these members, I'm going to have to get some VTuber emojis up in this. You guys will have to give me some suggestions. All right, let's see here. We got Anime Gamer says, another context is one of their livers last year mentioned that all the members of Nijin were given 1% to 2% of merch sales. I mean, that's cute, but that's nothing. It's like no incentive.
And that's kind of what we've heard from a lot of the livers from Nijisanji, is that they get almost no money.
That's fucking trash. Like, I know that it can be a lot when you sell a lot, but like you're making nothing. You have no incentive. If I'm not getting at least 10%, that's not, and even 10%, I kind of like, unless it's something where I do no effort and somebody else does all the effort for me, I just continue to do what I'm doing and sign something and make money. I mean, anything less than 10%, I'm not even blinking at. That's horrible.
See, now we're finding out, that all these different livers ended up spending their own money for all of these projects. So they're not only spending their own money, but then the company's barely giving them anything that they make as a result of their efforts.
And this can change. See, this is where when people, okay, the next question here, which is really good, is what are the chances Niji ends up Bud Lighted? It's harder to get to that level, especially because we're talking in English and you've really got to make change in Japan. I know that this is something that we're talking about here in English, but it's got to change on the Japanese side, right? It's got to be a change that they make on the corporate level or the labor laws or whatever else where they say, okay, this cannot happen again because this is a black mark on our nation. Right, to allow this stuff to happen. Right. By the way, there's been a movement, and there's actually people that have tried to change the Japanese law regarding attorney-client confidentiality and regarding generally attorney confidentiality. There's people who've tried to change that law. Maybe it's time Japan tightens its confidentiality laws. Just saying. Maybe. Watery Mind says Vox PL has a history of gaslighting and manipulating people and being abusive towards their friends and partners. So this all tracks. I don't know the history. Icon of Sid says, forget Vox. You'll hang out with me, right? We're hanging out right now. What's up to everybody in the chat? 4,800 people, almost 5,000 hanging out before we get into the statement by the CEO. Lord Croesus says Vox is in the UK where the law exists. Yes, UK is also single party consent. So one party recording the call is normal. He might think it's a friendship betrayal, but it's legal. And when someone's trying to snake you, fuck them. It's legal, right? Exceed says Doki addresses this recording in her most recent tweet. Okay, I'll try to look for that, or I don't know, Gator, if you want to try to pull any of that in the background and private chat it to me. Senpai,
yeah, I've got the tweet where she addressed that stream specifically.
Oh, cool. You are good. You're good, man. This is why I bring you on. You're good. Let's see here. Whoa, it's a long one. Okay.
It's very long.
Okay, let me finish these super chats before I get to that one. Okay. Okay. Wally says this man had not been remotely close to being at the top ever since he decided to be too uppity with his blowjob roleplay ASMR. Are you kidding me? Guys, are you serious? Are you being real right now? Are you trolling me? Are you trolling me right now?
Do you know what a fujoshi is?
No, I do not. Am I getting... No.
You know what?
Did you just break me right now? Hold on.
Do you know what a neat is?
I know
a fujoshi is like a female neat. And you see they like
oh, I know now.
I saw the boyfriend ASMR roleplay stuff. And they like their male VTubers of a certain persuasion.
Okay. The memes on this are so good. Oh, good. It's good. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Hold on. Let me pull this up. You guys just educated me on this. So, of course, this is the weeb mindset must always advance and become more advanced. But like, wow, this Fujoshi meme here. Fujoshi. Hair like she just woke up. No makeup. Round face. Bad manners. Wears tank top, one pair of underpants, no bra. Lots of white hair. Shirt, cheap jazz, don't fit her face. Hair tied up with a pin. Flabby arms. Tank top bought in neighborhood Sadi store for 980 yen. On sale, only plain colors. 3 for fat thighs. Laptop she bought because sales rep said it was good. Bookmarks on Boys Love and cat sites dedicated second to see brother running, likes cats but allergic, so can't have one. Desk accessory full of cats. Oh, guys. Oh, you now.
So anyway, these are his fans.
Smash the like button, guys, in the chat for education of legal mindset of weeb mindset here. Oh, God. Dante, not available, said, sorry, only just dropped in, but my current feeling is that Doki isn't looking at the lawsuit unless everything goes to hell as otherwise. Any color wouldn't be hemorrhaging information unless they're not listening to lawyers. I think there is an option, right? There is a nuclear option with Doki if she gets there. I mean, and I think she, so far from what I've seen, and we haven't even got to the CEO, she has claims, right? So she's got a nuclear option. She just needs to go out. She would just need to go out, crowdfund a lawsuit and do it. A lot of other people have done that. We've seen that done, right? It's quite common, she could do it. if they keep pushing, she might just have to, right? Because the thing is, if they drag her out, then they're going to dox her, expose her, which is exactly what I think she doesn't want to happen. I think that's the worst case scenario because she cares so much about the private information. Hayden says, if you want to talk about what ESG in the US and around the world is turning into, VTuber Kirsch Vestal did a deep dive on it. Bridge on her X found that some deep nerdy stuff nobody's covered. She may come on and talk about it. So yes. Okay. Okay. I will put that into my box of things to look up, but thank you so much. Appreciate that. Only so much research a lawyer can do in a day. Camobot says 3 villain. They 3 sound like villains from a movie. Yes. I don't know if you knew this, but the stream went live during the first stream Doki did after finding out. Yes, we did know that. Patchouli Days says, since NGI tried to pull the same stunt on a former liver Yugo, but they lawyered up so hard they let them graduate and keep everything else hushed. That's what you have to do, and maybe that's what Doki is trying to do. We don't know behind the scenes, but she should lawyer up in Canada and in Japan. Everyone can be included in everything, including the liability for possible lawsuit. Great news, Ike. Steven says, don't spread hate and don't pressure us after basically a 15-minute smear campaign is peak irony. 100%. It's hypocrisy. Jeff Balthazar says, the thing that bothers me the most about this is the whole message doesn't feel like it was lawyer approved. It feels unrehearsed and unvetted. That black message was definitely lawyer reviewed. I just think that their lawyers are not that great. They're like the Disney lawyers, right? And I know this is something that the Nijisanji defenders say. They say, oh, well, Nijisanji is a company with lawyers, so therefore they're perfect. Wrong. I was a corporate lawyer. I can tell you right now, corporate lawyers are not Laffy Taffy. They 100% can fuck up, and sometimes they don't know what they're talking about at all. They've sat on their laurels having to do nothing. This is the biggest thing the Nijisanji lawyers have handled ever. They probably have no scope of reference for this. This is their Titanic. They have no precedent for it. Don't pretend they know what they're doing. They're all panicking just like everybody else. Okay? Mark Rialli said, we have Canadian students in my American law class. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, there's Canadians can come on down and study. Skyblade says, I'm in the U.S. military. We take a need to know information, confidential and classified seriously. Learning about the video on Illyria's channel made me cringe. Skyblade, you're right, but this is not the military, man. And that's the difference. It's a different culture which doesn't value that confidentiality the same way. In fact, they value above secrets. They value protecting the company, the team. That's the Japanese thing. That's the problem. That's what's getting them in a lot of trouble.
Nijisanji would post classified documents on the War Thunder forum.
Yes, they absolutely would. Before you get to the CEO, would you mind checking out the tweet that Nijisanji En posted where they doubled down on the content of the Black video? It came out between the two, lots of pseudo legalese. I thought I'd reviewed that one.
I believe that was the one that we pulled up.
That's the one I pulled up, dude. Scroll back. I reviewed it already when Vox was talking about the confidential information being exposed. I pulled that up. They were saying that they only exposed it. The tweet was that they only exposed, they didn't break any confidentiality, right? But they were saying that they only said what was necessary. And they were protesting that, oh no, we didn't breach any agreements that we had with them, right? But more broadly, they kind of snitched on themselves that they did spread that information around Nijisanji. They just didn't give everything to the livers. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's see here. One theory I had. Okay, I'm going to save any theory. I'm going to save theory. Justin says there's no known lawsuit going on. Documents were provided while trying to leave and protect her reputation. Yes, there's not a lawsuit yet. This is pre-lawsuit, but you have to say, okay, what would a lawsuit look like? And that's what we're talking about today. Obviously, if there was a complaint, I would love that better because it's more factual, right? So even though Gator and I are trying to do the best to give you facts, it's still on some level, most of this is an element of speculation. Nick Schroeder says, what about the other two Canadians Alira mentioned? Would they be deposable in court? Yes, and they'd be able to brought in on exposing private information because they literally admitted to doing that and being agents to doing that. So the two other livers that are Canadians, if they're Canadians, whatever, they can be brought into court. Got to go back and rewatch, but this should be a fair look. Yeah, no, dude, I'm trying to be fair, and I think Gator Up. I think I've been pretty balanced on this. I mean,
I think so.
When it's not a good claim, I say it. Like, for example, with the workflow, I said the workflow isn't a reason that she can sue over, right? And it's a reason to be annoyed with them. It's a reason to maybe quit the company, but you can't sue over it, right? And I know that people want to just throw sue on everything, but you got to be careful on what you can sue and where you can sue. Meta SD, thank you for the $10. I'll get 2 more super chats, and we got to watch this fucking video. Niji has a grand queue, Pamu in January, and Kyo in Feb. By grand queue, mean people leaving?
People leaving, yeah.
Yeah.
The fire sale. Everybody must go.
Go. One theory I had, more or less, is a message to Doki. If you continue with the lawsuit, you will be the one who doxes people.
I think that's kind of what they were trying to imply.
But she's going to dox herself too. So like it's right. Yeah, it's like suicide. It's a suicide bombing, right? No, it's not. It's you're taking
murder,
yourself
suicide.
Out. Yeah, murder suicide. That's better. It's a murder suicide. You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. Please don't let this drama distract us from the fact that Pecora bought a fucking monkey. Wait.
Yes, Pecora. She's a hololiver. Hold on, I'll find the picture real quick.
Okay, all right. Meanwhile, while you find that, let's watch the CEO, guys. I see there's other comments here, 13 other comments, but we've got to roll here to get through this, or we will never get through it. So let's get through this, and then I'll catch the rest of the super chats. Oh, wait, do you have the monkey?
I do have the monkey. It's here.
Okay, we'll show the monkey first. We'll show the monkey first because the monkey is relevant.
This is Pecora's monkey, everybody.
The monkey is like highly relevant here. Okay. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? She thinks that's a monkey. Translate post. Preemptive monkey Chan. That is, guys, that's not a monkey. just FYI, not a monkey, right? Okay. All right. That's actually funny. Okay, thank you guys for
welcome to VTuber culture.
Thank you for the initiation. I now know more than I wanted, more than you know. So funny. All right, I'm gonna put this up. I'm also gonna boost the volume because he's probably gonna speak in Japanese way, so not so loud. So there you go. Could not start more Japanese.
Hello. I'm Rick Tazumi, CEO of Anycolor Inc. I'm making this video to speak directly to you, the fans of Nijisanji EN, and everyone who supports the VTuber industry. First of all,
So, by the way, in case you don't notice the eyes, he's clearly reading on something, right? So
you can see him just look away every couple seconds.
Yeah, his eyes are tracking like he's reading off rip, clearly. Bold move to do it in English, by the way. I thought he would do it in Japanese with English subtitles, but bold move here.
I deeply apologize for causing concern to many people. Please allow me this time to address your concerns.
That's once again so Japanese way of addressing this is like, I apologize for making you concerned, right? It's quintessential.
First, let me apologize for a misunderstanding caused by the notice published on our investor relations page on February 7th. After announcing the termination of Selen's contract, we received questions from investors regarding the impact this would have on company performance. The notice was published to respond to investors. In the notice, we unfortunately used the expression negligible to describe performance impact.
So this is what I believe they described. They described that they were going to have negligible impact on their financial position.
Right. So this was posted on February 7th. It said, impact of the decision to terminate the affiliation contract with the Nijisanji EN Liver on our financial results. On February 5th.
Sorry, let me just no, just so people see it, because I'll take that down and I'll put this up. So here's the filing, right? Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. says, on February 5th, 2024, Anycolor made the decision to terminate our affiliation contract with the Nijisanji Ian Liver, Selen Tatsuki. The impact of this decision on our financial results will be negligible.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. I mean, I do understand that there are certain requirements, right? Like there's SEC requirements in the US, and right, they have similar like securities requirements because they're a publicly traded company, right? So you have to disclose you have to have any, if there's any material updates, you have to make filings, right? That's why I always talk about Disney and like, oh, Disney's going to have a filing about this because now they have an extra liability, right? So I always talk about,
Right.
okay, whenever there's a new lawsuit, Disney has to put that in their SEC filings, right? So, but saying it that way, I understand that they have to file about it, right? Because obviously it's a topic that they would be curious about. But putting it in that frame is messed up, right? So just yeah, I get it from a moral standpoint. Not necessarily illegal, right? Once again, not illegal, but that's on the moral side.
Our wording lacked consideration for the situation and caused Nijisanji Ian fans and everyone who supports the VTuber industry to feel that Anycolor Inc. undervalued the impact of Selen's contract termination or Selen herself. I deeply regret this outcome and will be rethinking how our communication in English is done.
So hold on. Does this imply that their communication in English? See, there's two things that could be here. Number one,
so this is where the theories start to cross, the streams start to cross, because people had been speculating that this entire problem was caused by Livers being the go-betweens with the English and Japanese branches. For him to, for the CEO Riku to come out and say that this was caused by how their communication in English is done, kind of lends a little bit of credibility to all of the speculation.
Right. Yeah. And the translation, this gives the theory of the translation going through the Livers. I think this gives more credibility to that theory, which once again, if that's the case, you have a better case to drag those Livers that are Canadian into Canadian court, which would be a better situation for Doki if she ever decides to go down that road, which she may never do. But if she does, it's better to do that. I think this is a bolstering to that argument. It strengthens that argument.
Without a doubt, Selen was integral to the growth of Nijisanji Ian. As a company, it is truly unfortunate that our relationship ended the way it did. We regret that the notice we published on February 7th was worded this way. We made it sound like our company does not value the hard work of our rivals. I deeply apologize. Next, I will address the feedback to our announcement, which led to the idea that Anycolor Inc. may not be providing a safe environment where the rivals can maintain good mental health. We take full responsibility for this situation, where not only Anycolor Inc., but also our rivals are receiving hurtful messages. I deeply apologize to our rivals and to everyone who supports them. Company actions have led to the distress of our rivals, and we are taking this situation very seriously.
Yeah, I think that, look, you take it. I get that it's culture to say this, and it's culture for this to be almost empty words, but to the point at which you literally you sent your Livers out there as kind of quasi meat shields, right? And then they're getting comments, they're getting flack, they're getting, people in their chat. If you took it seriously, you would have come out there yourself, right? Or sent a person from your administration, a staff member, to make a comment, right? Not your Livers who are potentially involved in this. It's not something that was necessary, but you directed them to do this. You told them to go and do this. That's not taking it seriously. And by the way, these statements, right, Gator, they came out pretty close. The black message and this message came out pretty close.
Just a couple of hours before.
Yeah, they mention it. They're like, we understand the CEO, Tazumi-san or whatever, is going to be making a statement, right? I think Alira said that.
Right.
So they knew this was going to happen. So why make them do it? Why doesn't the CEO grab his balls and do it himself?
And that's the question about all of this. Is like, why did they even issue that statement if it wasn't to drag Selen through the mud?
People say it was 30 minutes. It doesn't matter. I mean, once again, they were close enough in time. They were close enough in time that there should have been one statement. This is such
and both
a
coincidentally
job.
happening during a Dokibird stream. That's another point of contention there.
Yeah.
If you want to make the statement, why would you deliberately schedule it during her stream where she's not talking about it?
And that's where you get into intentional infliction of emotional distress, you know, stuff like that, right? Which flies better in Canada than it will in Japan, right? That's those sort of charges and claims. Those things aren't going to fly as well. But when you get, hey, we're doing this intentionally to hit you, right? You know, to cause issues. That's where you get into stuff like that. So it's unnecessary, right? Now, people say it could be time zone issues. Maybe not. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I live in Asia. I work my time zone fucking issues out, okay? I can handle time zone issues, okay? I don't have staff. I'm just me and a dude and a camera. I handle time zone issues. So I don't see what their excuse is for fucking up with this. I don't get it. Nick Schroeder says, did he not claim responsibility for the whole situation when he apologized for creating a poor work environment for mental health? The CEO? I think he's just saying it's like they're saying is, I accept responsibility, I apologize, right? That's what will always be said to you, but they're not actually what you have to watch is not their words, their actions. Are they doing what you need to do to accept full responsibility? And in any color, and Nijisanji is not doing that. So let's continue here.
Please understand that some rivals may choose to temporarily step back from social media. The management team continues to communicate with rivals to provide any and all support in every way they can. We will be implementing several new internal systems to ensure that the rivals can resume streaming activities while maintaining their well-being.
So meaning they just want to protect their income stream. Got it.
Also, by establishing things such as better reporting systems, we aim to create an environment where we can better identify and resolve issues more quickly. Next, I would like to address the concern that has been raised by fans who have been supporting the VTuber community regarding whether ENIGRO Inc. has been supporting Nijisanji EN enough. Regarding YouTube content, we did not have official programs available until fall last year.
What the fuck?
Other than content for the 3D event in July and canceled Nijisanji EN AR Live Colors in February last year, there has been a lack of 3D live content.
I'm not sure what he's like. Gator, you picking up that? Like,
he's talking about things that were canceled is what he's talking about here.
Yeah, so we just can't. It's just saying we've canceled a couple things here. I mean, how does that make it better though? How does that weigh in his favor?
He's trying to kind of excuse away some of the problems that have been happening in the English brand.
So saying like we don't properly support them, we don't provide them
right.
Yeah. Okay. Nah. All right. That's a half-assed.
He's saying we didn't really give them the resources they needed.
Okay.
In the meantime, we have spent the past year recruiting and working on strengthening the EN staff so we can better provide content for Nijisanji EN. Since last year, we have also started multiple new projects that are still in progress. In addition to supporting rivals on activities, we hope this will help improve our Nijisanji EN content offerings. One of them is the game event stream that was scheduled to be held on the 11th. However, considering the situation after recent events, This event is being delayed so that we can properly direct our full attention to reviewing and ensuring the quality of our libraries' well-being. As a company, we intend to do everything in our ability to support Nijisanji Ian and meet the fans' expectations. Finally, I apologize for not just recent
Another apology.
events, but also pre-existing areas that needed our attention. Our rivals are irreplaceable, each and every one of them. Beyond being business partners, they are the most important individuals that we must protect as a company.
So obviously they're saying this because not just legal purposes because they're employees, but also because they're idols, right? So right, I'm assuming it's part of the culture of like you're not protecting your idols. I love the little ghost face when I pause this here, but it's something he's saying to cover his ass, right? But once again, there's no substance behind this. You can say, it's like when you say to abusive partner is talking to you and it's like, oh baby, you're the most important to me, I'll protect you.
Don't worry, baby, I can change.
Yeah, but you're smashing a beer bottle over her head every afternoon, right?
Popping
it's like
pills and hollering.
Yeah, that's Nijisanji right now, right?
To everyone who has and continues to support the rivals, I am very sorry that situations were allowed to arise where our dedication to their well-being was not clear. I feel that this should never be the case. Once more, personally and on behalf of our company, I apologize to you all for causing concern. As Anycolor Inc., we will do everything we can to ensure that we create and maintain an environment where the rivals can succeed in their creative endeavors.
Well, clearly you failed in that. You failed in providing an environment because an environment where they can succeed is one where you approve their shit on time when it's been planned for half a year or a year or whatever, right? It's where you support them with proper resources, where you do prompt reimbursements. That is a supportive environment, right? You don't appear to have that. So yeah, that's the rebuke to that. Now, it's not necessarily, once again, it's not necessarily a legal claim that's stemming out of this, but it's just the facts that we've seen laid out before this seem to rebut what he is saying. Okay, we got a bow. All right. Oh, wow. So deep. So bow. All right. Okay.
Bow, bow.
So yeah, bow, bow. All right. So bowing out of that one. Wow. Okay. Well, that was a bunch of corporate speak bullshit. And it was a lot of Japanese. Honestly, that was in English, but it's weird. It was in English, Gator, but that was like something I would see that was made for a Japanese audience.
It definitely really seemed that way.
Weird. Yeah. It's really weird. But like the fact that it's not in Japanese, it kind of weirds me out because I'm used to seeing those statements in Japanese. I'm used to seeing that being told to me in Japanese, seeing that told to my friends in Japanese, this sort of that layer, right? Oh, we deeply apologize. It's like, we're deeply sorry, but you're going to have to do X, right? That's always how it is, right? Before they tell you to do anything, they're like, that's bad. It's horrible. It's going to be painful when they say, I deeply apologize, because it's going to happen anyways, right? You're going to have to do it anyways. It's kind of a mismatch there. It would have been better if they had somebody that was speaking more directly to a Western audience there and addressing the concerns also that we have regarding privacy, right? Like regarding, individual safety, individual reimbursement, stuff like that. That really didn't address a lot of the core concerns. It more addressed Nijisanji and covering its ass for future content and saying, we are going to protect our current livers because we want to keep making money. That's what I heard off of that. I don't know if you got anything different from that, Gator.
I think that's pretty much it. He's basically saying that this whole situation was caused because we didn't put enough money and support behind the English branch, and we're going to do that and protect the mental health of our livers very seriously. Very
Very seriously. Luis Angeles says, does Canada have common law with punitive damages? If they do, and this goes against Canada court, how would the fuck up? I'd have to look into that. I don't know about punitive damages in Canada. That's a very specific question. Once again, non-Canadian lawyer, but I'd have to look into that. I mean, if punitive damages work the same way as in the US, then it'd be possible. Not sure on that. So that's one I'd have to research. And it seems like there's a couple things coming out of this, guys. I probably will do a follow-up stream. Not sure when, but I definitely will do a follow-up stream on this because there's some things I want to follow up on. But HD11 says, sounds like Niji thought the document was blackmail to be released if they fired her. They rushed to fire her and claim the first word. Niji thought the document was blackmail. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It was supposed to be confidential, even if it was blackmail. It was between the lawyers, right? So the lawyers should have responded accordingly. They shouldn't have rushed out and told everybody because they had allegedly a confidentiality agreement. So that's the problem there. Even if it's blackmail, it doesn't make it okay.
It could have been handled in-house without having to make any sort of public declarations about it.
All legal claims are technically blackmail. I will sue you, right? If I send a demand letter, we literally call it a demand letter. It's you do this or I will do this. You pay me your rent or I will evict you. That can be considered blackmail, right? I mean, it's factual, it's legal, but you can say, hey, pay me rent or I evict you, right? So the fact that lawyers freaked out about that or spread it around just shows that's their normal standard practice. That's their standard operating procedure. Huevos Unlimited says, I think about it. We live in a world where we talk about anime girls getting into lawsuits and stuff. Wonders of technology. Man, Gator, I never thought I'd be here, talking with an emoji, essentially, hanging out, talking about waifus in Japan, Canadian law. I didn't expect this when I went to law school. I'm not gonna lie.
They don't write this one in the books, but they might.
They do not. I was not trained for this. Meta SD says, how much that statement do you think the livers only being told selective information from any color's legal department? Lawyers are trained to fit evidence to desired narratives. I think it's bullshit. I think they showed him everything. I think it's bullshit. I think I think Vox, especially a person who's cocky like that, like Vox, they often will tell you the truth if you just listen to them. I would tend to believe that he saw everything, and I would depose Vox. I would go over there to jolly old England, depose his ass, sit him in a room for 24 hours. By the way, people like that, all those livers, they're gonna break like a straw, right? They're gonna gush as soon as you put them in a room and start asking them questions. They're gonna break.
That's why they're trying to put them all together, because individually they are weak, but together, they form a massive bundle of sticks, and that makes them stronger.
Yes, that's exactly why they did that. So if there's any lawsuit and they end up deposing these guys, I have no doubt they'll snap right away. These are not hard motherfuckers. These are not like hardened criminals. These are they're VTubers, right? Donald Gill says it would settle the day they do not want to discover. Yeah, and they would try to. And by the way, I'm sure Doki would want to settle. I'm sure Doki would want to settle and get this done with, right? If it survived a motion to dismiss, I think they would just pay out. It'd be better for the corporation. It'd be smarter. If I was their corporate attorney, I'd tell them just to pay her.
My guess is what would happen is they would try to settle and have both sides issue some sort of public statement like the matter is handled. Please, leave people alone. They
with an
probably
NDA,
do something like that. With an NDA, so they can't talk about it.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly how it would be resolved. Marksman of the 117B says, I'm catching up, but have you heard the claim that some of the livers were working as pseudo managers for Niji? Would they be liable to true? Yes, and yes, we've covered that. If you want to scroll back, I have more analysis. Thanks for Fish says, Doki's manager tweet in response to Nijisanji. Username is by Sovereign. Okay. I will look at that later.
That's,
anything you guys?
That's Mr. Mr. Manager. Let's call him
Mr. Manager. Okay. So, and that's Twitter, yeah. So, or X, right? So I will look that up later. Anything that's there that's for me to research, I will look up later. Kirske is base Fox girl, also friends with Pippa.
Kirsche.
Cool.
Yeah, Kirsche.
Kirsche. Like cherry, right?
Yes.
Seconding the Kirsche. Yeah, my strongest foreign language is German. Okay, second the Kirsche, the recommendation 200%. Awesome. Any colors revenue is about 75% merch, 100% market. Felted. Ube Hayala says, I wonder if they're cheaping out on lawyers like they're cheaping out on the PR reps they're trying to hire. Guys,
as long as they're not hiring talents as lawyers.
Do not underestimate this. This is facts. Everybody who tries to tell you that a giant corporation has good lawyers is a freaking retard. A lot of these lawyers are under-equipped. They're incompetent. If they're in the US, they're ESG hires, right? They're DEI hires. They are garbage. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but you know who the other than me, there was one good lawyer at my last firm out of 30, like one good lawyer. And then after that, the best lawyer was a fucking paralegal. The paralegals do more than the lawyers many times because they've been actually doing it and in the trenches. So don't give them too much credit. A lot of lawyers are just all hubris and mahogany, and that's the lawyers are all mahogany, hubris, and a paper on their wall and a stack of books. It's all Fugazi, right? Val Rouge, Larfox says, isn't saying that it wasn't harassment from Vox's words already a mission of guilt? And them speaking out of the company means that this is a legal admission of infraction from the company. No, well, the thing is, Val, they were speaking on behalf of the company. The whole statement was couched by Alira as we are speaking on behalf of Nijisanji. That's why the statement by their lawyers later that says the livers are allowed to breach confidentiality. Yet, okay, let's pretend that was true. It's not true if they're speaking on behalf of Nijisanji. How they did that, I don't know. It is the most idiotic thing ever. Etheria Doritan says, Alira is a Canadian citizen. She can be summoned home. Yep, she better be sweating. Pakura's monkey is actually the manager of Niji En. Please understand. No Japanese titles. Keep Japanese investors in the dark. But why? Well, I guess he's only used to addressing Japanese, maybe. So let's give the CEO. Let's do it from his frame of reference. He doesn't know how to address Westerners. He only knows he's young. Isn't he like one of the youngest billionaires or something?
Billionaires in the world, yeah.
In the world, right? Yeah. And is that, by the way, so Sink the Yacht, explain this to me. Does that come from his yacht?
Yes, that comes from Sink his yacht.
Sink his yacht. Okay. Is he always like hiding out on his yacht? Is that his thing? People say he's 28.
That's the theory, is that to avoid all these issues, he just goes out on his yacht and it's like, I will be gone for a while. Do not call. My phone will be off.
yeah, I could see that. Rico Tazumi, billionaire CEO, was just pushed back for a picture of an alleged monkey. I love this stream.
Pakura's monkey's just like, yeah, I'd win.
Yeah. In a fight, who's more based? The monkey, right?
Yeah, I'd win.
I take the monkey. Yeah, guys, we have fun on the stream, man. This is a stream where, look, I like to educate and entertain. So I like to mix having facts and having fun. I don't like to take myself that seriously, and if I can't have fun, I'm not streaming. I would burn out. And a lot of other lawyers, they take themselves super seriously and they try to focus. But look, I love anime. I love having fun. I love talking about this topic. I love having a good guest on. And thank you once again, Gator. Gator, you want to plug anything while we're here real quick? Taking a little tiny pause before I read the rest of the super chats. Obviously, you write for Fandom Pulse, right?
I do. FandomPulse.com is where I put all my articles. I work for John Delarose there.
So this is your article. Did you write a subsequent article? Like any follow-ups on this?
I haven't yet because things are going so crazy that by the time I get like an outline for the next one, it's already like 50 other things have happened. But there will be a follow-up article kind of summarizing what's happened thus far. Probably maybe covering the stream a little bit too. So look forward to that.
Awesome. And dude, I'm so happy everyone's here. Thank you so much for the support. You guys are freaking amazing. And just it's 5,500 people, 5,600 people in YouTube, and then Rumble's got another 100. So this is absolutely nuts. This is like bringing me back to Amber Heard time, which shows me this is an important topic, right? Like literally an important topic. And I really appreciate you guys just coming through so huge to support me on this, because it's just fantastic. I didn't know if anyone would be interested in this. I really didn't. I was like, I was up in the air, but now I know. I have been educated. And you know, the weeb mindset is here to provide. Audio Interject is a new member. Welcome to the chat, Audio Interject. Appreciate you as a member of the RPG theme. Same with Mr. Wolfwood joining as a member. Not spelled the same way, but the Trigon Wolfwood was always one of my favorite characters. Hayden 75 says, it's the English speaking people mad. Had to address it in English. The Japanese and Chinese don't care. They are huge there. They couldn't rely on subs for this. It needed to be in English negligible.
This is something I've kind of tried to stress, is that the Japanese side is wondering, like, what in the world is going on over on the English side, because
remember, the language barrier is huge, guys. The language, you guys don't understand that,
and culture too.
Massive. Yes.
There's a lot of fans of Nijisanji in Japan that are just like, I don't know what her problem was. You know, what was her issue? Because they side with the company.
And they're all used to that. They're used to like this sort of culture, right? And they're used to companies being dicks, right? Black companies is like a Tuesday for Japanese, right? There's a lot of people that look in Japanese companies, it's like a scale, right? It's not black or white, you know, to get the pun here. There's a lot of gray, but the gray still smells like shit. It's still a bad work environment. A lot of Japanese work environments are very harsh. It's a different culture. Right now, that doesn't make it morally right. And also, when you're working across borders, you have to understand that you cannot work with Western people like that, right? You cannot treat Western people like that and expect them to stay, right? That's why, by the way, I worked in Korea for a little bit, but like, for example, the Hagwons, right? Or the Akaiwas in Japan, English schools. Anybody who's worked as an English teacher anywhere, right? Why do most English teachers only last for a year or two? It's because they cannot survive in that work culture. And that's just a taste. That's actually dumbed down. It actually is less than they treat other people of the same culture, right? But most people cannot take that, right? And the labor laws do not protect you in the same ways you think they protect you, right? And by the way, Jimmy's Cubicle says, thank you for the valued input. No, man, my pleasure to bring this to the channel. My pleasure to cover this topic. And I'm just really thankful Gator can stay up late and hang out with me on this one. I haven't had breakfast yet, and it's like 12:38, but I'm still, enjoying covering this. Shadow Knight says, just a heads up, that IR statement was the only one for any graduated talents, and still said negligible. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why was the largest English female VTuber at their company.
Yeah, in that segment of the company, it's definitely not negligible. So, yeah, that's fucked up. I'm getting BP apology flashbacks.
We're sorry. So sorry.
Desmond Sullivan says, if Doki brings his case in Canada, WorkSafe BC government agency can support her case financially. Good luck trying to bleed out the money printer. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I say Canadian case is where she wants to get venue. Fighting in Japan is an uphill battle. And frankly, I'm also going to tell you guys this because I've experienced this in Korea and it's the same in Japan. If you're a foreigner walking up in there, it is the way it is. I'm just saying you're starting from 20 yards back, right? You're starting behind the game, right? You've got to have such a solid case when you come in there as somebody who is a foreigner, even if you have a right to come into the court, because there's so many elements that are against you. There's so many things that are against you. And they can procedurally screw you on something that maybe your lawyer doesn't know about if they're not fine-tuned on it. And if you're not available to be there, because a lot of times you have to physically be in Japan. So Doki would have to physically relocate to Japan for the pendency of a trial. Can you imagine that? Having to go from your space where you're kind of safe and comfortable to relocate to Japan for a suit. You don't want to do that. That's an away game. You don't want to play that game, Sheena Asahanabi says, if the CEO of a $1 billion company was made to bow over a managerial fuck up happening on a secondary branch, I wonder what consequences will be. My take on that is, look, you can get a Japanese bow easier than you think. It's an apology, But what you got to watch for is the weight and the real consequences, what they actually change, what they do, what comes of this, the lawsuit, whether it comes or not, right? That's what I would watch from Nijisanji. And also, are there any other livers that are terminated, any of the livers that speak up? What happens to the company as a whole with its practices? I would stay tuned to that. Space Ghost, Gator, Coast to Coast, featuring Andrew. It does kind of, it does look like Space Ghost a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Alcan says, isn't he also admitting wrongdoing by any color? No, he's apologizing. It's not the same thing.
He's saying, I'm sorry that something may have happened, and we'll make sure that it doesn't happen again. But it's he's not taking blame or culpability.
It's threading the needle very carefully. Right. And you gotta understand, apologizing for your concern is different than we are legally responsible.
It's like saying, I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Yes, which is key way to piss off your girlfriend. Sparky's Tech Corner. What's up? Welcome as a member. Appreciate you very much. So much. Thank you, Sparky. Welcome as a member. What else? We also got there's one other member chat here. Oh, sorry, no, it's on the member. Chuhun Neko, welcome. Chuhun Neko, welcome to the RPG. Appreciate you and all the members today. Can you give us the opinion on the Reddit post? I work in comms for a living, and I can only think of one explanation for Nijisanji's bizarre PR strategy. Is this the grand?
Yes, this is rat? Well. This isn't the grand. This is about the PR agent that analyzes the Nijisanji statement and says this makes absolutely no sense, and I have no idea why they did this. Which I can pull up here. I have it right on here.
Do you have it? How long is it?
It's fairly long. I mean, like very.
Okay, guys, we're gonna need to do a second stream because I'm gonna need some more time to go over some of this stuff and get some legal analysis. So, look, I'm gonna pull this up. But I can promise you guys that I typically do AM streams too as well. So I probably could get this one on my AM stream as well. But I definitely will look at it. He's got it pulled up. We got some other stuff to address first. Hayden J. Power says, do laws in Japan prohibit misleading investors? Yes. If they want to be publicly traded, particularly on the New York Stock Exchange, they're going to have certain securities laws. 100% they cannot mislead investors. So this is important because Selen claimed that she had not paid, had to be paid out out of pocket for a lot of things. 200K in her statement. The out-of-pocket expenses are going to be based on her contract. So how does her contract talk about such expenses? She could try to litigate that, but they can make an argument that she needed to get approval, and she did it without approval. If she just rushed off to do it, then it was an improper expense and it wasn't pursuant to her contract. She could litigate that back and forth. And because that's contractual, she'd have to go to Japan for that. That's going to be a hard one, guys. It's going to be hard. It's probably, I know it sucks, but the best thing for her might be just to take a tax deduction on that money, right? And try to claim that as some form of
claim it as a loss,
as a straight up loss, right? That might be the best thing for her. I'm not hashtag not financial advice for Doki, right? But like just me spitballing.
Speak to your financial advisor about taking that as a loss, and maybe that might be right for you.
Please speak to your accountant on that, Doki. Soon you rather the sub over the dub. I always prefer sub is the master race. Let's not mess around here, guys. Come on. What is this? Amateur hour? Super It Gel says Niji reinvents in only 10% of its revenue, but they did stock buyback and are going to give dividends. That's not what startup companies usually do. No, it's usually what an established company does with a stock buyback and a dividend. So that's a little bit different. So Nijisanji may be transitioning to a different phase, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Japanese law to give an employee 30 days notice? Yes. However, if there's a breach of contract and there's a notice, or if there's for cause, there are reasons that you can terminate a contract.
And that's what they were trying to assert with that notice. They were trying to assert that she breached the contract, and therefore that gave them cause to terminate her.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying I agree with them. I think it's bullshit. But
right,
that's why they gave that evidence. You're exactly right, Gator. That's why they laid out that. Also, they could make the argument, someone said in the chat about being a contractor. It could. I saw an accountant in the chat. It says, accountant in the chat says, negligible is a common term for financial statement disclosures. Issue is there are usually only made for board meetings for entities or for the fiscal end of year audit. Yes. That's why it's kind of out of place for a random disclosure. I mean, I've read a lot of random disclosures. That's usually not what you would say. And there's another way to say that. Max says, correct me if I'm wrong, but oh no, sorry, I got that one. A truncated iconosahedron. Says he addressed EN problems in a Japanese way, but addressed the company as a whole, and he said it in English. And it's weird because I know he knows the Japanese will look at it, so it's got to look Japanese, it's got to sound Japanese, but it's, I don't know. Let me get this one by Skyblade. He has another one. Your comment about the CEO's message made me think that it was supposed to be for an English audience since it was English, but they forgot to translate the cultural aspects into English, into EN culture. Maybe maybe Takumi-san just doesn't understand English culture. I mean, I don't know how long he spent in the US or in an English place. I just don't know like his background. I got to look it up right now, like what his biography is and how much time he spent anywhere else. He may have just made his money and mostly stuck around in Japan, in which case he probably doesn't know. Because leading a Japanese company and leading a Western company are two totally different animals. And I just don't think he's probably got that expertise, just in my personal opinion. Let's see here. Deha, what's up, brother? Said my favorite Kyopo. They can speak in English, but they think the Japanese way. He was saving face for investors. Yes.
Yeah.
Tingo Kujin says False Eyed has released a number of video collecting all available information. From that, I learned that any color is cheaping out on hiring legal help. Okay, I am gonna put that down, and I'm gonna look into that. Okay.
Yeah, he's been covering the Selen and Nijisanji stuff pretty much daily.
I see. Yeah, now that I see this, I think I may have seen one of his videos, right? Oh yeah, I did. I partially watched one of his videos. So I think I've got to check some other videos here, but I will do some background on that. Thank you for that. Hurtbox says we already know that Niji EN lawyers are just 20-something-year-old interns getting paid $8 an hour using ChatGPT. Also, this is another thing about Japan. They have quasi lawyers. This is so crazy, but they have people that are technically considered lawyers, but they're not. They haven't passed the Japanese bar, right? So they've got all sorts of other things. And then the Japanese quasi lawyers, they don't really have the same responsibilities. It's weird. They've got a different system, guys. So you have to understand sometimes their system can be different, and that can lead to kind of incompetence. And that may be what we're seeing here. Salty Keldian says, forget EVs. We need vehicles powered by corporate incompetence. Nijisanji will be the new standard. Nijisanji will be the standard for the East. Disney will be the standard for the West. For sure. Without a doubt.
God help us if they ever combined.
Oh, oh my God. I would make $1 million. Hyper Epsilon Millennia says the yacht is a meme. I would get the yacht. Sink the yacht, but give it to me. Right? The yacht is a meme. There's no proof he has one. Yeah, I know. Okay. But most people have a yacht, or at least spend a good amount of time on them. Magu says you might have a good future in weeb drama law. I will watch your career with great interest. No, I'm happy to cover it. I didn't think it would be a perfect fit until I did it. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of something only I can cover because only I know the animus. And, I'm in Asia. So, there's that. So,
you're gathering up all of the weeb energy into your spirit bomb.
And they can't sue me for defamation yet because I'm not living in Japan. So, I may in the future. It's up in the air. It could happen at some point in my life. But right now I'm not. I'm in Thailand and I was in Korea before. So they can't sue me, come at me, bro. Please try to come at me in a Thai court. I will fuck you up. Right. But please. But it's not. Yeah. It's definitely something I will cover, and they can't stop me. Right. Fuck Nijisanji. In this case, if they tried to come after me. Also recommend reaching out to Kirsch if you wanted to hear some wild stories about her mom, how Fox Girl turned out somewhat sane. Sure, if she's got a good story to say, I'm always happy to make the connection. Gator, if you can make some connections for me, be my VTuber liaison.
Absolutely,
Senpai would appreciate it. Contact my manager. That's Gator.
I don't know if I can make this model bow.
Exceed for 5 says, calling back the latest tweet from Doki. She wanted to address the Japanese fans as well, so she got it translated just to ensure that they are in the loop. Okay, cool. Yeah, calling back. Okay,
that's
so
I'm
gonna read
the statement. Yeah.
I think I've got that one. Where is that thing pulled up?
That's the Dokibird tweet that I posted in the chat.
Yeah, I have that. I think I had that. I think. Hold on one second, guys.
I can repost it. Here we go.
Hold on. Which one? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. We'll review the Dokibird tweet next, guys. And then yeah, we'll review that next. Music and Fiction says, be glad you didn't take my advice. Well done, sir. Here's hoping that 39 Daff is watching because she needs to show how a real lawyer covers issues.
Yeah, 39 IQ Daff.
What is this somebody who's is this somebody who thinks they're a lawyer or like?
She's friends with a member of Nijisanji, and she went over like all of the stuff. Thought that like there was a lawsuit pending. It's literally the of all of the takes I have heard on this entire case, it's the single dumbest string of words slapped together and presented as a coherent thought, which it is.
Okay, yeah, like it's basic knowledge. There's no lawsuit till there's a complaint filed. Until there's a complaint filed, this is pure speculation. This is pure legal hypo land. This is like what we do in law school, right? It's like classic what we do in law school. Let's see here. Next is Mon, who says, I'd rather buy a hypercar over a yacht. Buying a yacht only means you couldn't afford a cruise ship. Poor choice. Cesario says, Niji has a bullying problem. Famous case being Sasaki Saku and Maru and Miura and Roa. Do you know about any of these?
Oh yeah, there's Nijisanji has kind of a history of these sorts of issues.
Okay, so
but that might be an entirely different stream or like a corollary to the stream.
Oh, cool. Oh, also shout out. Teal says, hi from the Fall Side Discord. There's a bunch of us watching, including Bossman. So, hey, shout out to you guys. Appreciate you guys giving some love.
What's up, False ID?
Yeah, good. Yeah, awesome. Happy to collaborate, hang out. Just you can hit me up on Twitter or my Gmail, Andrew Esquire Live @gmail.com. Always happy to bring a different perspective and an actual legal perspective rather than people just talking out of their fucking ass. Right? It's insane with this. Genetic 13 says Gore had a similar scenario that caused Akio Air to collapse with some difficulties. The GUR, what's the GUR?
Now, I've heard about the Akio Air stuff, but I haven't delved deep into it.
Okay. Think I need to put on my detective hat. I'm gonna Detective Pikachu the shit out of this stuff. So okay, thank you guys.
Akio Air is not really my wheelhouse.
Okay. Luis Jos says the issue with terminating Selen is financially negligible. It is the drama around that screwed it over. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, look, they can say it's financially negligible because look, like if we look at it on a long enough time scale, right? So if you draw out the Nijisanji stock and you draw it out over like 3 years, right? I'm just gonna pull up the stock case as this market watch, right? So you can see like Nijisanji stock is down right now, y'all. It's down, right? But it's not at a historic low, right? It was at 2,110 yen per share. It's at 3,150. So it's not like it hasn't hit historic lows yet. It's on a low trend. It's definitely on a shorter time scale. If you go down to the 3-month chart, right? It's definitely taken a hit on the low, but it's not even at the cyclical low yet. The cyclical low is 3,055. So I think the lowest here was 3,085 before it hit a bounce. So we'll see whether this starts a bear trend, right? This is obviously not financial advice. Do not take financial advice from a lawyer. But that being said, it's just me looking at a graph and reading it as a competent person, right? So
we can look back in like a year.
Lower.
we can look back in a year and then we can say if it was negligible or not. But it's really hard to say until you get that financial data in there to see, oh yeah, it kept trending downward. That was, that was definitely not negligible.
Mm-hmm. Ellen says possible collab with False. He's definitely not enjoying popcorn watching right now. No, like I said, anybody can hit me up and come on another time. This stream, not this stream, but future streams, other times. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to talk. Fallen Hero 1 Legal Mindset membership. Thank you so much for giving that and hooking people up with those memberships. You guys have been very generous today. Thank you so much. Ben Levy for $1.99 super sticker. Appreciate you there. Thank you so much. Howdy from GNF. We're all watching you from our back end. Oh, awesome. Oh, wait, what does GNF stand for?
Oh, it's Panina Chan's thing.
Oh, cool.
She's
awesome.
like an old like Twitter follower of mine.
Oh, cool. Well, awesome. Thank you. Welcome and welcome to the Legal Mindset. Does Legal Mindset know about Mel from HoloLive's termination? No. Guys, I didn't know anything about Mel. That was like 48 hours ago when I went into a research frenzy, guys. I knew about it in general, but the specifics, right? Like this is all fascinating to me, which has set me down this rabbit hole of research, which I'm sure is the same that a lot of you guys are doing, right? In terms of looking into the facts, looking into what went down, right? And I love that. I love going down the rabbit hole and like really nailing the facts.
The TLDR of Mel is that she was accused of leaking information from the company to third parties. And so they had to terminate her contract over this. And she actually apologized for doing it. That's kind of the quick version.
Okay. Luis Angeles, aka Tokomander, says, what if it happens like Depp versus Heard when we said it when it was first in the US and the UK? Couldn't she anyway drag it to Canada? We've talked about this. There's a way to drag it in there with the private information. The private information that was shared is 100% a Canadian claim. That's not under Japanese law. You can only bring that in Canada. It's a unique claim. It's a different sort of claim. It doesn't need to be related necessarily to the breach of contract. So she can bring that in Canada. The problem is that opens a whole can of worms. Once again, she doxes herself. She doxes other people, right? She starts a whole lot of trouble. It's going to be a giant mess, right? Every sort of single way that you wouldn't want to deal with. So I can understand why she wants to avoid litigation. But yeah, there's a way to get this to Canada. Is this you, Gator? Gator, are you double posting?
No, that is not me. There's another Gator that I keep getting mistaken for in the VTuber stuff. I think his name is like Simpa Gator. He's the guy he likes to he super chats on the used to super chat on the Niji stream.
Okay. If the content of the documents were suddenly leak, would Niji and the livers be held accountable? There's rumors of a smear campaign with other influencers being formed. Also, hi, fellow Gator. Oh, there we go. Well,
hello, fellow Gator.
If the documents are leaked, presumptively it would come from Nijisanji. Now they could claim, we don't know, but no, you're the only ones with possession. It's there's a concept called res ipsa loquitur, which means just this thing. It speaks for itself, right? And it speaks for itself that if I give you a confidential document and only me and you have it, and it leaks, it's a fucking Scooby-Doo mystery how that leaked, right? No, we all know. Jinkies, we all know what happened, right? We're not dumb here. We all know. With the stock and
it turned out he was old man Rico Tazumi the whole time, Scoob.
just off the hat, And
I wish I've gotten a rare true affair watch for the measuring carriage.
Cowboy FMJ once said with the stock and free fall, it's so much fun. And sponsors pulling out left and right. How long till investors force Niji to shut the fuck up? I mean, I don't know. It's also we talked about Japan, China. They may not care that much. I don't know how much they feel pressure from investors and where their core investors come from. If their core investors even are following the English stuff or care to follow the English stuff, they might be like, well, fuck that. We're mostly an Asian company, right?
Right.
Philip Collins, I don't know. Once again, I don't know. That's the real question. I don't know. TLDR, Asian face and European honor are affronts to each other. They can be. The speech says you might want to look into Any Color's past lawsuits, of which they've led some high-profile ones, and which people thought were surefire wins. This is actually one of my stream ideas to do in the future, is like Any Color's past, right? So that's one of the things I was going to look into when I had time. Obviously, covering this is the priority, but like the sordid history of Any Color is like definitely another stream for me. Or it's a stream and then maybe obviously a prepackaged video as well. I prefer streams because I'm a man of the people. I'm a man of the people. Jimmy's Cubicle says you'll get another $10 because your correct sub is better than dub and always will be. Thank you so much, Jimmy's Cubicle. Sub is the master race. Like anybody who says dubs. The only exceptions I will allow are for Cowboy Bebop and Full Metal Alchemist. You know. So that's the only thing I allow. Everything else, I am a pure sub.
I agree with that. It's a shame that Steve Blum just became a stick in the mud.
Yeah.
His spike is just so good.
So good.
Hey,
do you think this case will make its way? Do you think its case will make its way into textbooks and courses as an example of how not to handle legal documents and PR? Yes. In terms of like legal public relations, the nexus, this is a textbook case of how lawyers are, number one, the incompetence of lawyers. Number two, the failure of cross-cultural legal understanding, right? This will go in the books of people not understanding that Westerners value confidentiality and privacy over making a public statement, right? Because you feel the need to make a public statement. It's the complete clash of these two. And I think it's going to be something that people will study in the future for sure. It's definitely something I think that will go out there because it's going to have repercussions beyond this. Toasty Death says, from a COT and IT director from a small, medium business, a number of bodies that have to be there that would come out in Discovery at large. This is what I'm saying, Toasty. Toasty, there's going to be skeletons in the closet. I say that with Disney too when I cover that those topics. There's going to be stuff they said that was fucked up. And when it comes out, yeah.
Right.
Proxy says, at the workplace perspective, in terms of the head count, 139 livers is negligible. But this is a financial statement, so that's off the window. Yeah. Because it's just talking about finances. Gotcha.
He's talking about the number of livers that, you know, losing one out of like 39, but you know, it's of course been more than one.
Yes, it's more than that. Zach LP says, hello from the Parrot 4chan Discord. A bunch of us watch the stream and join comments. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the Parrot 4chan Discord. And guys, if you could all do me a favor, if you're liking this, please like the video. We have 5.4K almost in the chat and only 2,600 likes. Let's get to 3,000 likes. We got 400 of you likes.
Those are rookie numbers. We got to pump those numbers up.
We got to pump those numbers up. Come on, baby. Thank you for providing actual legal takes. Really helps to have a source to hush the Twitter lawyers and 39 daft. Dragoons appreciate it. Hey, shout out to you guys. And frankly, I saw so many bad legal takes. It was actually boiling my blood. And I try to be very careful because I am not a Japanese lawyer and I am not a Canadian lawyer. I have read up on Japanese law and Canadian law. I'm doing more studying about it right at this. I know US law very well. I was corporate counsel for several years. I still continue to represent corporations, medium, large, and even some small. Oh, sorry, small, large, and small, medium, and even some large. Very few, but a couple. And I know when it comes to PR, what we do in the West. So this comes off as an affront to just the basic way you're supposed to handle this from a corporate counsel standpoint. I would have a heart palpitations if this shit went out from staff at the corporation where I worked. Highwind says, if you want more spicy stuff to look into, Blast the Past. WACTR doxed and published the personal info of
VTubers. Oh God, that whole debacle.
Okay, guys, we're going to more historic stuff when it's like a doldrum, right? But right now we're in the eye of the hurricane. You just got to ride this baby out. Arnis Free says, Reddit posts, Selen termination tweet and Illyria stream weren't bad PR because they were never made for PR purposes in the first place, but instead were made for emotional leverage blackmail purposes. Wait, what?
I think they're trying to say
they were never made for PR. They were made for blackmail. They were made for harassment, essentially.
That's what that post was trying to say.
That could be an alternative explanation that was meant to like control her and being like, hey, we still got you on a leash, right? We got this dirt against you. Possible. Careful. There are so many VTuber agencies down that legal rabbit hole. Well, maybe it's a good rabbit hole to go down. I always wonder, like, okay, I cover Disney a lot, but I'm like, maybe I'm gonna cover this VTuber.
We haven't even mentioned Rusia.
I don't even
see, once you start going down the rabbit hole, it doesn't stop.
Yeah,
Keeps going.
Damn, you got me down the rabbit hole, guys. Nightingale says, do you know about the Zion situation? That might have been the low in the stock price you saw. Maybe. What you'd have to tell me what time that was, then we could try to line that up. Maybe it was.
That's a good question,
I don't know.
It was like a year ago.
I mean,
March of 2023, I think, if I'm correct.
I have to go back and check the stock.
Yeah, it was March. Wow. Can't believe I remembered that. Yeah, March
really?
of 2023.
Let's go to a little Yahoo Finance here. Let's go check this out. About a year, March of 2023.
March 2023 is when they posted the termination.
That's exactly. So March, let me pull that up. Hey, Nightingale, good eye, bro. Good eye. Look at this. Here's this drop here. March 15th, 2023.
Wow.
Does that line up?
That's it.
Now they pumped again after that. I don't know what the fuck they did, but they pumped after that.
Well, they went on like a full, like it was all attack Zion, go after her, say that like she's wrong and bad and evil, and that's kind of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
The fans kind of turned on her after
that. Maybe that's exactly when it happened. I think that makes a lot of sense. Another interesting case could be the termination of Uhura Rusia.
See, I knew someone was going to bring it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Rusia.
All right. God, you guys are giving me a lot of homework. I dive deep on one thing at a time, so don't overwhelm me here, but I can look into these things, guys. I can look into this. GNF, Gator, and Frog, or Give No Fucks, me, Pen, Rogue, Dragon, and Gem, and AI, Mr. Metacore on the side. Okay.
Yeah, Sparky is the guy that makes the funny the AI Mr. Metacore singing with Pippa videos.
Oh, cool. Shadow Rocks My Sock says, I hope this will be a wake-up call to the VTuber community and prevent naive dreamers to sign up with a company without getting a lawyer to look it over. Guys, get a lawyer to review the contract. Get a fucking lawyer to review the contract. Please, dear sweet Jesus, get a lawyer to review it and explain it back to you. It's worth, even if you have to pay $500, $1,000. I do that stuff routinely for people on a regular basis. I review contracts for folks. You can reach out, you can get somebody to review it. Let them tell you what will happen. Let them tell you what the real consequences are and what you might need to push them on, try and negotiate on. And if they won't negotiate, maybe you don't want to sign with them because maybe they're going to control your life in a way you don't want them to control your life. Right? You need to have these tough conversations. And I've had these conversations. I had these conversations in Korea with one of the companies, and it was tough. They do not like questions. They like yes, sir, no, sir, bend the knee, right? But I went and I asked a question. I said, look, I know you're going to screw me. I didn't say screw me. I said, I know this is an issue that's problematic. Like, how can you reassure me on this? Right. And they, went over with, I was talking about hours. I said, I don't want to work extra hours. Do not work me extra hours. Right. So we made sure we went over that. We were very firm about it. And I had a clear understanding about that. So, and they knew that I didn't give a fuck. So if they try to fuck me on it, we're done.
If you're an aspiring VTuber and you want to be a part of a company, do your research into the company, see what other people are saying about it. I've always been a big fan of FaZe Connect. I like how Fishman does things. Have there been controversies? Absolutely. There's no such thing as a company without controversy, but I like FaZe. I like the FaZe members. I think, them, and I've had my issues with VShojo in the past, mostly particular members, but they do stand by their talent. And give them a decent cut. So
we're gonna get to three. We're gonna get to three more super chats, and we're gonna read Doki's tweet. This is the one that you guys said responding, because I know it's late here for you guys Eastern time. Toasty Death $50 says there's a mismanagement. There's a common management failure that I think is at play, and it's being clouded by the Alira Vox video. Niji didn't manage the branch. They let inexperienced 20-year-old entertainers run wild. They don't know where the info their lawyers need is. This is a big issue, but that's on Nijisanji. they can't say, oh, we didn't manage it. No, well, you let them manage it. They were your de facto managers. That's a problem. And if it turns out that the talent were the supervisors and the managers, that's a massive issue. It's a massive corporate issue. And that also brings in all of those folks for deposition, brings in all those folks to be questioned. So yeah, that doesn't make it better for them. And allowing people inexperienced also could be a sort of negligent promotion, right? Sort of like negligent hiring. It's very similar. So there's a lot of other labor related stuff that can go on there. Sideless says, do not go down the Rushia rabbit hole. Why? Why should I not go down it? Gator?
It ends in cucking. I'll spoil part of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't know if that makes you more interested or less interested, but yeah, that's the end of the story.
More.
It's probably crazier than this.
Yeah, I like crazy. Bring on the crazy. I'm all about crazy.
Unfortunately for us both, I like crazy.
My famous last words. For clarification on the Zion situation, she was new and was thrown on the bus by the livers, unfortunately, without the massive fan base that Doki had. So even when she came out to speak against Niji, other livers refuted it. Well, seek Zion, I guess, right? I guess it's the new way. The truth comes out eventually when you see that
that colony is eventually going to drop.
Let's get Australia, baby. Let's do it. Love you, Australians. But canonically, that's where they dropped it in the UC. Dane says they had a huge stock buyback 2 months ago. This scandal caused the price to pre-buyback numbers. They can't buy back anymore without being unlisted. Wow, that explains why they pump their numbers like this. Okay, wow. So is that a horrible
So they were doing it in preemption, knowing that this was coming.
That's interesting.
Because Selen mentioned that they had been talking with her for that entire month beforehand. So there was, I think, they probably did that in anticipation of taking a hit.
Yeah. No, that's massive. That is massive.
We're forming rats ourselves right here, right now on the stream.
Yeah, that's really good.
That grand rat theory is going to get even rattier now.
We haven't even got to that. They had a huge stock buyback 2 months ago. This scandal crashed the price to pre-buyback numbers 3,800, 3,100. They can't buy back any more stocks without being oh no, I got that one already. Sorry. Epsilon says, I gotta go to bed, work early tomorrow. Well, sleep well. So glad I discovered this channel and super engaged in the streams. And since it started, we'll for sure be back for more. Hope everyone has a good night. Yeah, obviously there's going to be a follow-up stream because I thought that we could honestly, I feel bad for Gator. I told Gator yo, 2 hour, 30-minute stream, bro. 4 hours.
I went into anticipation. No stream I'm involved in is just 2 hours.
Oh, shit.
It's like bringing on Cody from Anime Outsiders. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to have like a 2 hour stream. 6 hours later.
6 hours later. It's like, okay. Lord Crosis says, okay, but how about that Black Lagoon dub? I have to watch it again. The one thing
it's been years. I liked it at the time.
Because here's the thing: a lot of the characters are American or Western. So if it's a Western person speaking in English, I don't have as much of a problem. But it's like the whole when a Japanese person is speaking English, it sounds unnatural. I don't know. Submaster race usually. Irham Amin says, Gator, did you already tell Andrew about the Pikami cancellation debacle?
Pikami, yeah. Oh god, yeah. So Pikami was going to play Hogwarts Legacy, and she was going to play Hogwarts Legacy, and you know the whole thing about the trans stuff and J.K. Rowling.
Everyone was
they
trying
swarmed her. They did it to Silvervale as well. Anybody that was playing Hogwarts Legacy, they were making these secret blacklists and stuff. It was insane. But after that happened, Pikami took a vacation and then announced her graduation. And I strongly believe that it was influenced by the crap that she suffered because of that. Mm-hmm. But now she's in a better place. She's with her friends over and hanging out with Kei-san and Vishojo.
Got it.
Dayo.
Let's see here. I'm gonna get one more of these, then we're gonna go over there. Another VTuber who left Nijisanji last year has talked on stream about how shocked she was the managers in her new company were actually helpful. That's like when you That's like when you have a girlfriend and it's like, wow, she's not verbally abusive or something like that. It's like, or you have a partner or whatever, right? It's like when you go somewhere when they're actually help you, you're like appreciate it. When you have a boss who cares about you, when you have a supervisor, you notice it. When you have a friend who's good, you notice it. That's how bad it must be. Yeah. I wonder what company she actually went to. Interesting. And I'll actually read this last one. As a dragoon myself, my heart was broken when all this started. I just hope it ends peacefully so everyone can enjoy the ones they want to enjoy in peace. And that's, by the way, I think that's what every enjoyer wants, right? I think that's what everybody wants, is just be able to do their stuff like peacefully and be able to mind their own business. And I think that's what Doki wants, but she's been constantly harassed. And this brings us to the tweet. So this is Doki's tweet. It's kind of long. It's from 14th, so 3 days ago, right? So we're going to read through this from Doki's perspective. So I was ready to move on. I had made my last statement and I hadn't looked at anything regarding my past for the last week. I didn't look at anything regarding legal documents or anything regarding my situation since I moved back to Doki. I wanted to be hopeful for the future and never interact with that site again. So to see it all come back and reopen a wound that I was ready to heal from, and to have to talk to my lawyer again on how to respond. So pause. She hadn't talked to her lawyer in that interim, which shows that she didn't have any intent. Assuming this is true, I'm going to take Doki at her word here, right? She didn't have any intent to sue anytime imminently, right? So she was blindsided on her stream, the Neopet stream. The document mentioned was the first made document, to document my thoughts and history with evidence so that my lawyer can see the general picture of what was going on. And if there were issues that should be addressed, it was made during my darkest time mentally. And I wrote everything on my mind little by little at the time. I made the document thinking that it was never going to be public to anyone but my lawyer. Although it was a document filled with my personal information, there's the key, as well as my privacy information that should not be public. There were no other addresses or specific locations. So the doxing threat was bullshit against the other livers. Complete bullshit. Right. So regarding a recording, this was not intended to be anything other than a distribution test for a planning of a collaborative event between two people, which happened to be left over from one test recording. I never recorded any other conversations with anyone. So she didn't even record it in bad faith. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It's one party consent. So fuck off.
Right. She has the right to do it. So, you know.
Yeah. So fuck you, Box. The recording was never shown to anywhere even in a legal setting, and there are no other records. However, I regret that it was mentioned, and I am sorry to all parties affected for misunderstanding in this. She's being very nice about that.
She's been very nice throughout this entire thing. Like, it's honestly staggering.
Very gracious about that. I requested that I wanted to move on. Sometimes I didn't hear anything for days from the lawyers from the other side. And I felt like I'd be alone and isolated for a long time. It had been so hard for me mentally. On February 5th, my lawyer discussed and said it would be best to show the document I wrote to other lawyers, as we have not heard from them for a week or any negotiation talks or have given a meeting to discuss my part. It was never intended to be used for anything else. I've asked my lawyer to convey that and communication that the document as it was written wasn't going to be released anywhere. And my lawyer did so when sending the document. Okay, I've got concerns here, guys. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is me being really fucking honest. I have some concerns about her lawyer. Okay? Here's my concern. Reading this as a lawyer, right? He could have offered to make a summary. He could have offered to make points. He could have offered to have a version that he could have done that removed a lot of private information that would hurt Doki. He could have protected her better there, I think, as a lawyer, right? And not knowing that there's a potential for disclosure and not telling her that we can give it to the lawyers. Because look, a job of a lawyer, what I do as a lawyer is I disclose all of the possibilities, okay? I tell my client, this is the worst case scenario. Like they can pay me. I have clients that will apply, for example, for a US visa for like immigration. And let's say I can say like, hey, you may not get this. Like you may get denied. Do you understand this? When you pay me money, you may get denied, and make sure they understand it. I think what he may not have done here is number one, told her this could be disclosed because it could, right? And to lie and to pretend that it couldn't. You have to say there's a potential chance. And beyond that, change the information, alter the information, summarize the information. Just a little bit better. I'm not saying that he's incompetent. I'm just saying that maybe he could have done better. Okay. That's me being harsh on Doki's lawyer. That's not Doki's fault. Lawyer, right? Lawyer of Doki, right? So, and that's not on her, guys. She should not know this. She's not a lawyer. It's not her job to know this.
She trusts him to know this stuff.
She has to trust him to know this. She's relying on him to know this. People think I'm going to get clipped for that. I don't care. People can clip it. It's the truth. I don't give a shit.
That's what YouTube is for.
This is not, and this is not anti-Doki, guys. This is not anti-Doki at all. It's on her lawyer. It's who she hired, right? Could have been better.
Right. Yeah. And if you're a fan of hers, you should be concerned that was potentially a misstep.
And you should want her to have the best damn legal representation out there. And, that's what I want for any client. And I want them also to have a lawyer that understands Japan, right? Have you worked with Japan before? Have you worked with a Japanese company before? Or did you just go to a familiar lawyer? Now, maybe it was a family lawyer. Maybe it was a recommendation. Maybe it was just the first one she went to. I don't know. I don't know her lawyer. I don't know who her lawyer is. I have no background on her lawyer. If any of you guys know who it is, then I could do some research on the lawyer, right? I don't know who it is. But to me, this seems like a little bit of a lawyer. If it's as she describes it, the lawyer could have done a little bit better job. That's all. Okay? Because see what happened. Less than 2 hours. And also, here's another thing. Sorry, point number 2. The lawyer did so when sending the document. So I've asked my lawyer to convey, to tell the other side that it shouldn't be released anywhere. And my lawyer did so when sending it. They did not say, this does not say that there was a signed agreement by the other side. Did the other side sign the agreement, or did they just send it and say, keep this between us, okay? Without receiving a signature or a confirmation back from them. This is things I want to know. I don't know these facts. I would want to know them. They're very important. It completely changes the analysis. Less than 2 hours after my lawyer sent the document, the termination came out. I was very shocked, but thought that was the last time I will hear or think about the document, and that personally, or in my own opinion, was the end of the lawyers and legal involvement. All the communication was done between lawyers in Japanese. Okay, so hold on. So maybe her lawyer did have experience in Japanese, or maybe they didn't know about Japanese, but maybe they didn't know about this context. I don't know, but apparently this was done in Japanese. So there should have been something there. I don't know. Things are not black and white, and everything gets more complicated and muddled when lawyers are involved in a different country. Amen to that. You cannot say this enough. Guys, this is a fact right here. Smash a like button, by the way, for this fact. When lawyers get involved, shit gets complicated. Amen to that. By the way, just checking here. Literally, I think my back end on YouTube is like frozen because the chat is so fucking active. Like it can't even load. But which is hilarious. I have to hold on, refresh. Okay. It's hilarious. But thank you guys for appreciating for being here on the stream. Thank you guys for joining. It's been freaking amazing. And make sure you just like the video. That's all I could ask you guys to do. That's all Senpai can ask from you. We have 3,400 likes. We're almost at 3,500. When things are conveyed to multiple parties through different degrees of communication, everything turns into different narratives and translations. Yes, because in this, guys, what she's probably saying here is that in this case, we had a miscommunication. We had a lost in translation. We had a Japanese lawyers don't understand confidentiality. That's what I get out of this. That's what I would take from this. I thought it was over and I've accepted what happened and ready to move on. Everything I post to the public about the situation was a response. If it was a month ago, it would have been different, as I was angry, but I was also very alone in my head. But it's not months ago, and I've accepted it. I wanted to be neutral and private, but now the whole world is involved and the public is watching every step that happens. I am not perfect and I have faults. So do we all, right? We all have faults. I have had to watch my dad cry and break down in front of me for the first time in my life last night. Despite everything that has happened, please show kindness to all parties involved. There are real people behind the monitors. One of the reasons why I wanted this to be private is that the internet can be a cruel place. This is so fucking true.
So true.
So fucking true. I mean, the savage shit that people put up there. And look, I've already dealt with it for having my controversial hot takes where people try to come after your family. They try to come after you. They try to come after all sorts of nasty shit. If I was in the US, I would have been swatted at least a dozen times by now. Right.
I was.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. There you go. And honestly, guys, like I'm just glad that, most people that hate me are too dumb to, understand moon runes, whether I was in a Hangul or over here in Thai script, so there's no way they can actually do anything. But that said, people try to do dumb shit and they try to shame you and they try to attack you. I knew this would happen the moment this type of notice drops. What I didn't, and by the way, whatever I experience, the minor stuff I experience, Doki would experience on speed, right? She's an idol, right? She's like of idol, like idol status. So like my little piddly ass shit is like 100x, right? For her, right? It's insane. It's much different. So what I didn't reveal to anyone, and only my parents and therapists knew, is that it was not one attempt, meaning suicide attempt, but two. Which by the way, do not condone that at all. And obviously, you should never consider that your life is always worth it and never worth it.
You should always seek help, always seek a better way.
Every single time. Just to say, I have had too many people that I've lost in my life, and just even thinking about it, it really is it's a lot for me, because I've had family members, very close family members. I've had friends, and it is not okay. And the damages of the people that are left behind are just absolutely devastated by it. My parents found me in a time after searching for me for hours before anything happened. I was in a really dark place, and I do not wish this on anyone. No one should go through what I went through. I reveal this now not for pity, but to state that no life, no matter what, should be risked for ego or for winning anything. There are no winners in this. Please don't make it like high school. Treat everyone like adults with some empathy and kindness. For those who wish to see receipts or documents, I'm hoping I will reveal them. I'm sorry, but these are not things but these are things that should be private if needed between lawyers. Guys, yeah, a lot of this stuff would end up doxing, would end up with huge issues. Now, you could redact, right? You could put out a redacted contract. But once you do that, you're opening the door for somebody to put out the docs version. So let's say Doki was to put out her redacted contract with her private information blacked out or redacted. That would open the door for Nijisanji just to put out the whole thing. Because they would say, oh, well, the redaction isn't fair. So then they put out the whole thing. So you don't want to go down that road. Revealing private documents and talking about the details within will only just make things worse and more complicated, as outside parties get involved and will just hurt everyone. No one deserves to be pushed over the edge. So many people have got hurt and involved, even if they were innocent bystanders. In the end, I will always be here to respond, and the only thing I will do in public. I hope this will be the last statement I have to make. So that is her thing. So clearly, guys, look, Doki is not, when I'm reading this is not a person that wants a lawsuit. And let me tell you, you got to want a lawsuit. You have to want a lawsuit. Yeah, it's not something that you go into lightly. It's like you do not just walk into Mordor, right? It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah.
By the way, I forgot one Rumble rant. So in Senpai notices Rumble too. So let me get Rumble here. Market Reality for $2 says technically you could sue a ham sandwich if you wanted to, but I've seen a lot of dumb lawsuits that the filers later regretted. Yeah, absolutely. And there's lots of people who file dumb stuff. They clog you up. They try to choke you up with liability. Happens very often. LMG Bro says, have you seen the meme from Flork involving the situation?
Yeah, Flork of crows.
No, I have not.
Flork of cows. Why did I say crows?
Can you get it in the private chat here? Can I pull it up?
Yeah, I'll find it real quick.
Find it while I get these super chats. Mr. Wolfwood says, glad CYU said no to Niji. Cool. Yeah. Say no to Niji. Like, say no to drugs. Genetic 13 says, just avoid the Kiru Kosa stuff as it involves a large headache in China. Well, I'm not afraid of the CCP. I don't like cower before the CCP, but if it's a deep rabbit hole, as long as it's something that people are engaged on and want to hear. My main thing is I want to talk about topics that people want to hear. So if people don't want to hear about it, then that's fine. But if people want to hear about it, let's go down that hole. Rushia's situation is basically everyone loses. Okay, so everyone loses, like the company loses, she loses. Okay, hold on. You're sending me like a million memes here, my friend.
Yeah, the last one's probably the best one.
Okay, should I just? Okay, well, I'll just do it.
It's the video. Just turn it down just a little bit because it's very loud.
Oh, is it? I think that. Okay, I got it. Okay, this is funny. All right. So let me show you some memes here, guys. So you guys that are thirsty for the memes, because I'm a man of the memes, because I'm a man of the people. Show this here. We got here. I've been training for this moment all my life. Stupid fucker competition. Oh, nice. Okay. Next, we got here. What's this one? Okay, this is the non-video version. Then we'll show the video version. Okay, so please use this for any further Nijisanji posts. Lawyer, shut up, holy shut up. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's exactly how I feel. It's like, listen, dude, like, stop fucking saying shit. Like, don't say anything. Like, if you didn't say anything, if you just let it go away, let this go away, it will just go away, right? This situation could just go away if everyone shuts up. It could. And I think that
the best time to shut the fuck up was yesterday. The next best time to shut the fuck up is right now.
It's right fucking now, right? Like, okay. So, and then let's go to the video version of that, which is definitely the premium here. Okay. Here we go, guys.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Holy shit! Shut up! Shut up!
Classic, guys. Appreciate the memes, guys. They keep me flowing. They keep me flowing here.
They give me life.
Mr. JC says, to put it this way, Hiro Koko's graduation stream had almost 500,000 live viewers.
Yes.
That's how big are the 500,000. I'm like here, like I'm like here with the meme of the guy who's like popping the champagne bottle. He's like biting the metal and he's in third place.
And he's just like, yeah, woo.
Yeah, that's like me. I'm like, oh, wow, I have a great stream today. It's like 500,000. Holy shit. What the
And you
fuck
look to
am I
the
doing?
left and like, there's a bunch of VTubers and at the top is Asakoko.
Yeah. Wow. I may have to cover this stuff because gosh, damn. Rushia is the Amber Heard of VTuber.
Oh Lord.
Oh,
not wrong.
Shit.
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. IMO via negligence. Nijisanji has created a Lord of the Files situation in EN and are now trying to use those same internal conflicts they created to divert liability. So I've got the last thing I wanted to do today was I had the little Nijisanji kind of simp side of it that I found, the quote unquote different truth file. So I wanted to pull that up lastly to kind of quickly, I'm not going to read it line for line, but just kind of to refute some of the high points in this from the Nijisanji stands, or kind of just bring up other interesting points. So we will get to that. A Giant Mess says, when I finally heard about the Niji contract, man, I thought American Idol contracts were draconian. Now I think they're godsend compared. Yeah. They own you. Welcome. Mama Oko says a new law pope has emerged. No. I'm not the law pope. I'm the law God emperor. Just get it right. For my 40K stands. Rushia fans got so mad they attacked a bus. What? They attacked a bus? The fuck is... Okay.
False ID has a video about this.
Oh
like I said, you're going to need to do a lot of research.
Holy shit! What have I got into? What? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was fans of Mafu though, not Rushia's fan.
Okay. No, I'm just like, God damn. Darren Cox says, would you be willing to represent Doki as a lawyer if you had a chance to, dude? Okay, yes and no. Of course, I'm sympathetic to the claims of any client, and obviously I'm willing to help anybody, including Doki, but I think it would not be in her best interest if I helped her because of two reasons. Number one, if I helped her, I have to shut up, right? So I can no longer make any statements or cover anything. And I think one of my powers is covering stuff, is bringing attention and light in a way that sometimes your actual lawyer can't do. Your actual lawyer can't do it. So I do it as a lawyer who's speaking for that lawyer, right? Because they can't get out here on the internet and speak to 6,000 people, right? That they're not allowed to do that. That's a violation of their ethical rules, at least American, Canadian ethical rules. So that's a big no-no, right? For them to come out there and be talking about stuff in this same way and as freely, and especially speculating. They can't do that stuff. So I think I'm a better asset to the truth, right? Which is on the side of anybody who is in the right by not representing Doki. But if she approached me, I would consider it, right? I would consider it. I would give her that warning though. I'd say, Doki, if you pay me, I have to stop talking about you. We can talk about everybody else, but I can't talk about you anymore, right? And that's a significant consideration. Beautiful Origin says, she stated the signed document in the stream. This was posted after, so we aren't sure. Yeah, I'm not sure, but the thing is, she said it was a signed document, but what it might be the confusing thing here is that might mean, there could be some lost in translation where it was like they confirmed it in the email and it was an email confirmation. Now, by the way, email counts as writing and you can agree, you can have an agreement by email. Emails can constitute agreements. So can text messages, so can calls, but they may not have taken it as seriously as a contract. So sometimes you draft up a formal contract or like an NDA because you want them to take it seriously. It's not because it's increasing the duty to protect. It's because you want them to know, don't fuck around, right? Jay said she mentioned it on stream and IMO, the part about not preparing a summary was a bait. And it is obvious how Nijisanji went hook, line, and sinker. Well, they've just been fucking up left and right. So yeah.
I was about to say, she didn't need to post bait because they were fucking themselves over all on their own.
They're just tripping over their own feet. Chila Aurora says, unsure if you touched on it, but do you know if Doki would still have the protection of Canadian labor laws since she lived in Canada? If she wants to bring a labor claim, if she wants to attack, she would have to attack into Japan. If she wants to defend, she could potentially try to use Canada as a defense, right? But we'll see. It'd be an interesting case if they tried to come after her for breach of contract, right? If they were suing her for recovering from her for some sort of damages, that would be a more interesting case. She might be able to have the protections of Canada there. But if she's trying to go on the offensive and attack them, sue them as plaintiff, she's got to go to Japan for the labor law, not for the privacy stuff. She can sue them for that in Canada. So for the privacy stuff, she can go on the offensive in Canada. For the other stuff, she can go. She has to go to Japan. Labor, employment, breach of contract. Go to Japan. That's the venue. For defending, she can try to bring that into Canada. And I think it's in her best interest to try to defend in Canada. Make them fight the fight. Make them spend the money. As a fan of Dokibird, I appreciate any clarity on the matter. There's a lot of people going out and pretending they know the law. We finally have an expert explain the legality of the situation. And look, I'm just doing a better job than everybody else. I don't claim to be Andrew-sama, Japanese lawyer. 50-year experience. No, I know a little bit more about
this legal document has been folded over 1,000 times.
My origami is superior. I guarantee judge decide in my favor. I apologize.
Sumimasen.
Sumimasen. So yeah. But no, I'm happy to talk about this, guys. This has been super fun for me. And frankly, like I've had so much fun. I'm going to gotta keep covering it now, and I'm not done because obviously you guys gave me like so much homework. It's ridiculous. So I'll definitely have some more Nijisanji streams and some clips coming out this weekend. And going a little bit deeper on this project, the legality and some of the history, because obviously if you have a history of workplace malfeasance, that can be used against you. Marksman of the 117B says, I was in a 1 million live stream, chat broke. Bro. Like, how do you even? Like, talk about slow mode. Like, slow mode doesn't even work because you get what, like, if everyone just hits F at the same time, you know, like it just breaks the chat.
Oh, now you've asked for it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No,
Well,
you've done it.
This chat, I look over and I'm like, I look over to like, because I occasionally poke over into live and I like look over and it's like, I have 700 messages. I'm just looking at the super chat messages for now because otherwise the screen's scrolling too far. It literally jumps from like 74, 199, 157, 200. It's like, fuck, bro. We're not used to numbers like this. Nijisanji. Oh, sorry. The bus had an ad for Rushia.
From the Fujoshis not trimming their nails, yes.
Fuck, dude. Oh my god.
Those nails were also folded over 1,000 times.
Oh my god. Nijisanji, more like Niji's child labor. The posting. Child labor? Child labor? You mean like slave labor, really? It's like, they got to be adults, right? Mr. JC said Rushia was fired over 2 years ago, and now it's finally the second most super chatted VTuber on YouTube. Dude, that's awesome. Good for them. Good for them. For Devil's Advocate, what advice would you give to Niji? And what are some defenses of that? Oh, well, good thing. The last thing I want to pull up, the thing I want to make sure I did not get out here was doing the Nijisanji defense squad, right? So I found this. You said you've seen this, right, Gator?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is Selen, Tatsuki, Dokibird, and Nijisan Ian. A different truth, right?
This is effectively the pro Niji statement.
This is the pro Niji statement. So, you know, just understand I'm reading this. I'm not making these arguments. I'm just reading this off and I will give my comments on it, right? So that's what we're going to do right now. So good timing, beautiful origin. And then last, before I kick this off, Dark Static says, could Doki just anonymously report Niji to the Canadian Labor Board? No, you're going to need to get involved. You can't.
You need a cause.
There's also confrontation rights. The West, we're big about confronting your accusers. You can't just drop it off and run, right? Okay, yeah, and I know this is gonna piss people off, but once again, we're just reading through this. So I'm reading this document, guys.
The anti-rat to oppose the grand unifying rat, which we'll get to the grand unifying rat chat. Don't worry.
You've got the link to that, right?
Yes. Oh my lord.
Okay. So that's the last part is the grand unifying for sure. But believing one side to be entirely truthful without evidence has time and time again proved a mistake, and this has happened. Well, look, I'll say this. I'm all for balanced conclusions, but you know, obviously you should be wary if you're falling into the trope of like just singularly calling out one thing, right? Like I can mention, hey, Doki's attorney messed up. That doesn't mean Doki's horrible, right? That just means like, hey, maybe Doki's attorney could have done this better, right? Maybe coulda, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? You should always be fair and try to give a fair analysis because look, you need to look at what you should improve, what you should do better next time, right? We'll see. If you have time, read the whole document. Well, we're going to read not all of it, but some of it. Here's the takeaways. The simplistic narrative of Nijisanji Black Company, and Selen's claims that she made no profit are misleading. Calling those out is not calling somebody a company bootlicker. Any color has many flaws. Instead, it demands a focus on the facts. Thus, try and look beyond such narratives of evil corporation versus helpless victim Selen. It sounds crude to put it this way, but this is how most of the discussion has been framed. There are important contradictions and omissions between the statements made by Any Color, the Livers, and Selen. Since the final Nijisanji N statement so far, Selen's attitude towards legal activity and overall situation appears to have changed. Well, Gator, in my mind, has it though? Is that even true? I think Selen didn't want a lawsuit, and now she
didn't want any of this to happen.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that's true. Pretty sure that's bullshit. Okay. As long as Selen, at least based on publicly available information, maybe there's private information, but we don't have that, which, you know, we don't know who this thread came from. This could have come from a Nijisanji insider, right? Or Nijisanji itself. As Selen provides no evidence of our bullying harassment, well, once again, that would probably involve doxing people, right? So, don't necessarily want to do that, or starting shit with other livers. Every liver under Nijisanji in will continue to face immense pressures of harassment that prevent every liver from carrying out their jobs to different extents. So they provide some of the links, most of which we have covered already. We've covered the notices, the terminations. So first of all, Nijisanji equals evil company. Okay. I'm just going to skip down here. Okay, so there are activity rules which must be followed. There's a contract. She's an adult who signed a contract with rules that must be followed. But that being said, what is wrong with calling out a company for being harsh for the way they enforce those rules? Even if everything they do is legal, you can still call them an evil company. Now, one interesting thing I thought of is if she was Japanese and she called them a black company, that would probably constitute defamation in Japan. So like if a Japanese person went out and called another Japanese company a black company because of the connotation behind that, right? She's not Japanese though. And actually, I'm not sure Doki ever called them a black company. I think it was just the fans. Gator, am I correct on that?
It was the fans. I don't think she's ever referred to them as a black company. Now, other people have,
right,
but not her specifically.
So these people getting salty that the fans call it a black company, that's not her fucking problem, right?
No, it's not. Like you're not responsible for your fans. What your fans do. Actually, you can tell them not to do something, but if they do it, that's not your fault.
Actually, on YouTube you are, which is the fucking,
which is so stupid.
The stupidest thing. It's the stupidest thing that in YouTube, if some of your fans do crazy stuff, they can go back to you. They can get you for brigading or whatever else, saying, "Oh, well, your fans went over here and they did this." Fuck you, okay? Like that's bullshit. Nobody does that. Now, that of course, anytime you say something, right? So if I said, "Oh, well, this person is being mean to me," of course, my fans are going to go over there and they're going to attack them, right? Just because I said that, even if I don't send them there, even if I say, Gator, don't go there, they'll still go there, right?
Right. Just like you told them not to press F. They pressed F.
They pressed F, right? They're going to press F, right? They're going to press F. Let me try. They're going to smash the like button, right? They're going to do it, right?
Tell them not to do it. They're going to
tell them not to smash the like button, because we're only at 3,812 likes. And they're going to do it. They're going to smash that like button, right? Or the plus.
I'm show you, lawyer man. I'm going to hit that like button right now.
Hit it twice. And maybe a subscribe, maybe a sub, maybe throw your homie a sub, little sub, might appreciate that. Of course, I'll continue to cover this. So if you want to stay tuned on that, a sub might be called for. Just throwing it out there. Little spitball. All right. So clearly there are more restrictions on corporate livers than independent. No shit, right? Being in a company is not for everyone. Being part of a VTuber agency means you represent a corporation, not yourself. You are not an independent streamer. Your actions reflect on the company as a whole and other livers. Yes, that's true. Notably, many criticisms directed toward Nijisanji are symptomatic of how other major VTuber companies, corporations function as a hololive. Okay, full stop here. Agree that all corporations require you to sacrifice yourself and not be independent. And agree that Selen, Dokibird is not the right person for corporate life, right? That doesn't justify them doing what they did at all whatsoever, right? So like it can, although also people, because of how they treat them, because of how the corporation treats them, they're entitled to call them an evil company, right? So yes, legally this is true. All of this is true legally, but it doesn't make it right. Also, HoloLive, from what I understand, much different scale of problems, right?
Right. They are the biggest, so they're going to deal with a whole lot different situation. Also, their corporate climate, their climate between the VTubers, totally different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's important. The thing is, you develop your corporate climate. You're responsible for your corporate climate. You take ownership for your corporate climate. If you're not doing a good job developing a positive climate, if you're creating an environment where people are being bullied and harassed and driven to self-deletion, that's not good. That's no bueno, right?
I've always seen Hololive as quality over quantity, whereas Nijisanji is the opposite. They are quantity over quality.
which is a
They try to
different
be
strategy.
the biggest company versus
Right.
being the best company.
Right. Just produce a bunch and like something will hit. It's like put a bunch of quarters in the machine and eventually they'll get the golden gumball, right?
Right.
So okay, here. HoloLive has been copyright struck, resulting in a number of videos being privated. Okay, that happens. That shit happens to us. I get fucking copyright struck. Crimea River, like everyone gets copyright struck. What does that have to say about?
No, the sound of a raindrop was in my video.
Right.
I get copyright struck.
And yes, it is true. Copyright and due process is taken very seriously in Japan. This is true. Anybody who's fucked with Nintendo can tell you that, right?
Yeah,
like
for real.
You take copyright, it's very serious. There's moral rights. It's much more stringent. You do need a deeper analysis about that. However, there's a right way to do that, a quick way to do that, and a wrong way to do that. Doing it piecemeal over a year, getting approvals as they go, right? That's the right way to do it. Pretending that you're just seeing something when, the final version is sent, when you've heard about it for a year, is bullshit. That's not the way to handle it. That's a horrible way to handle it, right? And an unprofessional way to handle it. That's not how a company should work. Look, when we had marketing stuff going out when I was in a Fortune 500 company, everybody stayed at work till that shit was done. If we had a marketing campaign that had to go, that thing could go. We could turn something around same day. Okay. Don't tell me this needed to take 48 hours when you knew about it a year ahead. Yes, it's not a legal problem. It's not illegal, but it's immoral. And once again, someone calling them an evil company, totally permissible. So this whole bullet point, not really buying that. Not too much legal in there either. Let me get this super chat before I go on. Yikes, my bad says, this is a very needed needed POV. I have a simple question. In your professional experience working with career psychologists for the mentally injured, what is the severity and implication of her making an attempt of their life because of work conditions? Okay, let me be very clear. I have not worked with many career psychologists working with the mentally injured. I have talked to psychologists. I know psychologists. I have a psychologist friend, right? I dated a psychologist, hell, but I'm not in a career of dealing with the mentally injured. So I'm not capable of rendering a medical opinion or a psychological opinion, right? So I don't know that. That's what you would bring in an expert to testify to. So what you would do is you would haul in a psychological expert. And if you were going for damages, you would say, this is the damage that they inflicted on her, right? And I think you'd have a better chance of recovering on that in a Canadian court. So in a Canadian court, in a Canadian venue, you're going to have a lot more cause of action, go a lot further for intentional infliction of emotional distress. That's when one person, through their intended actions, inflicts emotional damage on somebody else, and that causes them harm, causes them damages. They need therapy. They go to the hospital, emergency medical bills. All that could be covered under a sort of an IIED claim. Very possible in Canada. Not sure about those types of claims in Japan, to be honest. I have to check that out. That's future research for me. That's Andrew homework of the day. But good point there. Thank you. Also, one more here. Since Niji revealed everything by themselves, and Doki is pretty tame in her statements, does this circumvent Japanese defamation law? Doki hasn't defamed them yet. She hasn't made a public statement that's defamed them. Doki's been smart. Doki's been playing really good with her statements, and I know her lawyer's been reading them because they've been staying far clear of defamation, in my opinion. Now, can you sue? Yes, you can always try to sue, but I think Doki would win a motion to dismiss because there's just no defamatory stuff that's been put out. It's all facts. And I don't think any of it would breach the moral clause because it's Nijisanji that aired it first. So anything that Doki has done, Nijisanji has said it first. That's the key for Japanese defamation. St. Kruper said, I'm learning a lot of stuff in this lesson stream. Yeah, that's what I do. Entertain and educate. That's what my streams are about. That's what I've always been about in this channel, is to educate, to teach you guys, and to entertain, right? I do research for these streams. I really fucking work my ass off to be a good legal streamer. I do that on all the topics I cover. Those that are new that don't know me, I mean, this is just the way I am. That's the way I roll. And when I go into stuff, I go in deep. Right. I've been, those don't know, I've been dunking on Disney for about the last year. So, when I get in on a topic and, you got a dog on a bone now, you got me on this VTubing stuff, I ain't going to drop it now. Zaina says, something to note is that Selen did not reveal anything about harassment. This was entirely Nijisanji. So the harassment argument is bullshit. Yes. They brought that up. That was a self-report, right? That was the self-report.
Right. That's where
Correct.
they messed up because
Correct.
She didn't mention any names and she didn't mention specifics. And they're like, oh, well, she claimed that she was harassed. Okay. By who? Well, she didn't say who. Oh, and, she has our names there in the document. And I'm like, well, she only put the names of the people that harassed her in the document. What are you doing? We go back to the meme. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Holy shit, shut up.
Shut up. Very true. By the way, Burrito, I admitted I'm a weeb. I already said that, guys. Come on. You can be a cool weeb. Come on, Burrito Souls. Get out of here. Met for, I may have cosplayed at a convention or two. Important context for an anti-rat. It seems to have come from a group of Niji defenders on the known quote-unquote doc site that has been congregating there for a while. Not confirmed, but seems to be the case. I have no fucking clue where this came from. I'm just taking it at face value, reading it and responding to it. So, which doesn't matter to me where it came from because, you're looking at whether the statements in it are true or not, right?
Or whether they may possibly be linked to somebody from the company, right? Because if it comes out later in like legal filings that this person had ties to the company, then all of these suddenly become very relevant to the case.
Dark Static said, alike, too late. I'm 12 steps ahead of you. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you for the Aussie too. Appreciate you, brother. Andrew Bloker, my fellow Andrew. What's up? The problem with management is they had to endorse a failed NFT. So they had to endorse a failed NFT? Oh
yeah.
No.
There's a long story about. Yeah.
You fucked
about
up with crypto. I've had my crypto fuck ups. I had some big crypto fuck ups. Not gonna lie. NGL, I fucked up a lot in crypto last bull run, right? So full confession there, guys. But NFTs were something I never lost money on, or never really got into. So I never lost money on. So for the most part, talent was self-managed on a daily basis. So when she refers to failing with management, she's referring to that. Okay. Got it. How dare they compare Hollow Live, run by Best Girl Yagu, to Any Color, run by a man with a weird haircut? Wait, who is the head of Hollow Live?
Yagu. You've probably seen the memes of him like reaching his hand out, going, "Don't you have a dream to fulfill?"
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. The memes are flowing here as I go over here on I do appreciate the 40K mashup. Oh, so good. Okay. All right. I enjoy memes, guys. All right. Back to this. Let's get to it. I'll get the rest of the super chats later. Selen's no profit claim. Niji-san, Ian Livers have gone on record time and time again expressing gratitude for the opportunities brought, including the regular benefits of employment, like becoming full-time streamers, paying their bills and rent, upgrading their PCs, and going on trips. While some others, some who earn far less than Selen, have spoken of paying off student loans, buying property and land, producing numerous high-quality, expensive coverages and lives they could have never dreamed of producing prior to joining Nijisanji. In Doki's return stream post-termination, she talks about a no profit in the past year. She spent 200,000 Canadian dollars, bro, on projects. This has led to a barrage of claims that Nijisanji is not profitable for its livers and takes all of their income, including the 2% merch.
No, that
claim.
existed before. That whole thing existed before Dokibird made her statement.
Well, okay. In Doki's post termination. Oh, so she said the 200,000 Canadian dollars before is what you're saying.
Well, what they're trying to say, they're trying to conflate
this statement came out before the termination, and this statement came out before.
Well, no, the 200,000 came out after she was terminated, but they're trying to conflate that Nijisanji takes almost all of the profits from their talents. She's trying to conflate it and say that that's Dokibird's fault. But that's a false narrative.
Got it. Despite this, Rosimi and Palmu could have quit their jobs. Aya paid off her student loan debt, and Claude, 3 months after his debut, was able to cover all his living costs, pick up new upgrades, and place an increasing amount of money towards repaying student loans. So all of these guys they're making some money, right? Covers and projects are expensive. Many of the livers regularly release covers, original songs, have spoken about the permissions process, constant back and forth with management, and the high costs. These are not profit-bringing ventures. They are done purely as passion projects, and there's a lot of bureaucracy involved. Maria has stated, all in all, making covers is not profitable. I don't do it because it's profitable, because it's not. I mostly do it for myself because I enjoy singing, and by doing covers, I am able to see myself improve. And that 90% of the time, cover songs are not monetized. Okay. Is that because, covers of other people's songs, right? So you're saying like for example, a VTuber doing like Wonderwall or some shit, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
They mean covers? Okay.
Yeah, them actually singing the song, or having like a music video where they sing the song, which is what Selen did. She had a music video.
Right. But it wasn't a cover, it was original though, right?
Well, she was covering a song by another singer, Lily Pichu. She's the one that gave her their permission.
And Lily Pichu was the original copyright holder. She made that.
Yes.
Okay, so right, you're covering it over there. Somebody asked what time it's 2:01 p.m. here in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm in Bangkok.
And it's 2 a.m. here?
Yeah, and you guys we have 6,000 people in the chat, or at least it's poking up and around 6,000. So guys, once again, make sure you smash that like button. We're at 4,000 likes here, and the chat is still hanging in there, somehow managing to not have crashed yet. So yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, so they're trying to say other people made money. There is a difference between well-meaning. What does it have to do about making money though? Well-meaning criticism directed in a barrage of hate that has flooded social media. Many of these people were never fans of Selen. There's a difference between criticizing Nijisanji because you support Selen versus capitalizing on the situation to attack Nijisanji. A lot of this is irrelevant. So like the point was supposed to be of like not making money, but other people making money doesn't mean that Selen made money or Doki made money. Like what? That fact doesn't foreclose the other fact. So what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like just because another VTuber didn't have to spend as much money as Selen spent doesn't mean that she made profit, right? And look, maybe she shouldn't have come out of pocket for some things she came out of pocket, but she did, right? So making the statement, you can judge whether the profit, like whether coming out of pocket is smart or not smart. That's on the individual, right? Whether it's smart or not smart, whether you think that was a smart financial decision to like go out and just pay for shit. I was watching a stream where like apparently Selen told one of her friends how much she spent on her projects, and her friend was like, never tell me that number again. But like, listen, that's her choice, right? But she can say no profit. That's not inaccurate. That's true. So, and there's no legal basis. That's not defamation at all. If she made no profit, she made no profit. If she just broke even, she broke even, right? Also, speaking of breaking even, my good homeboy Tank Rat, one of my OGs, dropping 20 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much for that, Tank Rat. Everybody who got one of those from Tank Rat, please make sure to say thank you. He is an OG to the chat. It's moving so fast, I can't even read all the names that get added. But thank you so much, guys, for your support of this channel. This helps me do this on a day-to-day basis and helps me cover these topics, sometimes twice a day. I mean, I may end up, it's 2 p.m. right now. I may end up going to eat, doing my homework, and just like locking myself in my room to do more research for the morning, because this is just like such a deep topic. Grove Reverie. And I'm also going to have to do a bunch of clips. I'm going to put out like a ton of clips of this so they're easier to digest for you guys and break it up into different components for the stream.
Because there's a lot to watch all at once.
I don't expect people to watch 5+ hours. That's kind of retarded. Grove Reverie says, the problem is Doki spent $200K on projects that the management canceled on completion or otherwise sabotaged. Well, that's a different story. If they in bad faith made her lose her money, that's bad. $15K alone on Last Cup of Coffee video that management shut down when it was done and ready to go. It's bullshit. That is bullshit, right? And they knew it was coming and they didn't approve it. Come on. And knowing that she worked hard, knowing she put money, knowing the backers put money into it. Not cool. Not cool. You know, I can see like that's where this statement, this number 2 makes no sense. Okay, number 3, termination. Selen has repeatedly tweeted out impulsively when her projects fell through, omitting key context, such as her planned Fall Guys tournament, which it turned out was related to assuming old approvals were still valid, which were not, and announcing a tournament on a different date. As a result, it appears she was told to change her tournament to international, from international to English only, which was unfortunate but hard to say unfair targeting or favoritism against her. This was never corrected on Twitter, only on stream, reoccurring theme. Do you know about this tournament thing that went down, Gator?
Yeah, she was going to hold it was going to be like this whole collaborative effort between multiple companies. And they pulled the rug at the last minute. And she was devastated. She posted, you know, sorry guys, we can't do it. And that's kind of I think that's what really started the process of her. Yeah. The
downfall.
Yeah. At that point, she kind of started slowly but surely to lose her faith in the company.
That makes a lot of sense. Let's see here. So then they post the screenshots, which we've all seen. So pretty much they're endorsing the black screen video, right? They're just repeating the points of failed to get
one note. One note I also didn't mention was that they didn't just like say she couldn't do the tournament. They banned her from hosting tournaments, period.
Well, that's draconian, right? See, and once again, when you say black company, right, that's some black company shit, right? That's not a legal standard. There's no legal standard for what is and is not a black company. That's some morally black company stuff. So yeah, that's bad. That's bad. So
this is also going to become a problem if somehow this document is linked back to Nijisanji, because that's them pretty much admitting that they did it, that they deliberately sabotaged her event. And if that somehow gets linked to them, they're fucked because it shows malice. It shows toxic work culture environment.
And beyond that, look at this. They're saying, oh, well, this happens at other major VTuber corporations. No. I mean, yes, there's a vigorous checking process, but they don't say no to their talent. They enable their talent. Any smart company would enable their talent. I'm sure other agencies do that. I'm sure there are agencies that do better to enable their talent rather than stifle their talent. Yes, you have to do copyright checks. Yes. 100%, right? But you can do that in a timely manner. And you can have a way to do that in which everybody is able to vet this as the process goes. Pretending you've never listened to the audio and like it's the first time and like this is some like what we call de novo review, right? It's just like the first time. Come on. And the fact you think this includes ex-livers, well, if you knew that already, you should have said something, right? You knew the other people were going to be involved. Say something beforehand. So I don't think the excuse of, oh, this is a Japanese company is going to get them out of that one. The termination says she demanded that Any Color should be legally responsible. Well, they're her employer, so her employer is responsible for what goes on at work. That's just how labor law works. So, yeah. There's a comment over the past year suggests she's not suited for corporate environment, which we might agree, but that doesn't justify Nijisanji's actions. Even if this is true, that doesn't justify their actions. She claims she was being harassed by other affiliated livers due to mismanagement. Once again, Nijisanji is the one that said that, not her. That was that self-report.
Most people's assumption was that them saying that she couldn't release the video was what caused the problem, right? If they had left that statement out, people would have assumed that she had left or that she got fired because of the video, and nobody would have, taken the extra effort to like start to, do the who is Pepe Silvia on the board there.
So good. I like that. Oh man. Okay. So trying to see this legal. States to her lawyers that they sent the document to Any Color just before her termination, written, according to Doki's Twitter, during my darkest time. The document, as it was written, wasn't going to be released anywhere. Nijisan En and some livers state that this document contained harmful false information, personal information, and non-consensual audio recording intended to prove favoritism within the company. Well, literally you're telling us she had evidence of this. Like, it's kind of reinforcing that it seems like Doki had evidence of this, right? Like, it obviously, you, as a corporation, you're going to say it's false, right? Obviously, but you're telling me she already has this information. Like, this is, this is bad. And saying that it's between Selen and Vox, actually, this is great. Well, no, we know because he said it, right? He said it.
He admitted it himself, like an idiot.
Yeah, like an idiot. That he was the one here. So he was the one that was bullying her, or at least involved in the harassment, or in the cycle of harassment, because he was favorited, right? So you see that here. When Selen admits, was included, but claims it was a distribution test, whereas Vox sees it as a breach of trust. It's plausible that this document was interpreted as a threat, confirms Selen's breakage of the activity rules, or something else entirely. Whatever the case, this seems to be the straw that broke the camel's back. No, Nijisanji was not supposed to disclose any of this. They were under, an understanding, which may have not been a legal agreement, but they were under an understanding not to agree, and they did, right? So what they're saying is that Nijisanji looked at what they said was confidential. They said, oh yes, we'll keep it confidential. But then they looked at it and they said, you know what? No, we're going to break that. That's not how that works. It's not how confidentiality works. People who believe any color is truly evil write off a termination statement as full of lies, but I implore you to reread it from a neutral standpoint. We already did that, right? Nijisanji clearly lacks a PR department.
Hey, they said it, not me.
Clearly,
but I'm also saying it.
The statement denies bullying. Okay, but of course you're going to deny bullying. Of course. Once again, it's not neutral to take what they say as the truth. That's not neutral. Neutral is assuming that, okay, the bullying needs to be proved, but it may or may not be true. That a denial should not be just accepted. Saying that she was not terminated immediately, but given the chance to stay, as long as she admits she broke the rules and corrects her final tweet. I mean, after all they did to her, I don't
stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. We're not going to let you come back till you admit that you wouldn't stop hitting yourself.
Yeah.
How fucked up is that?
It is fucked up. This in and of itself, as long as she admits it, you should not have to do that. Right? Clearly outlines her actions was under termination and states illegal activity was initiated by Selen. Well, no, not necessarily, because no legal action has been initiated at all. There's no complaint filed. It's just a bunch of lawyers talking. Real quick before we go on to number 4, is Ninji-san full of bullies? Let's get some super chats here. Let me address these. Crow of Revelry for 50 says, additionally, some of the $200K that Selen was covering debts Nijisanji management owed their artists in our community, as in the company commission stuff, and didn't pay. So Selen did out of support for her fan base. Is that legal? It's repaying. Yeah, it's a repayment, but it's treated like an unpaid work expense. It's the same way, guys. It's the same way. Now she may be able to go after them, but it would probably be a weaker case than otherwise, because she did it. She didn't have to repay them. She did it because she felt it was the right thing to do. Right? That's the problem. When you do something out of, unfortunately for nice people, when this is where asshole lawyers get involved, right? Pay me to be the asshole, right? You can't be nice, right? When it's law time, you can't be nice. You got to be a little bit of a dick, right? A little bit. You can do it in an tactful way, but you have to put up your boundaries or your walls, and you have to say, know what? You guys need to do this. You guys need to pay. And if you need to call them out, do that, right? Let me get this here. So she would fit in at Phase Connect. What do you think, Gator?
I think she should be independent.
Independent better for her? Okay.
I don't think her personality would mesh well, because in Phase they're all crazy and it's great.
Just they're allowed to all be crazy.
They're allowed to all be crazy and shine on crazy diamonds.
Crazy diamond. Kiernot says HoloLive equals CD Projekt Red, Niji equal Activision. Okay, cool. That definitely got it. Understood. LMG Bro says false ID said he wants to collab. He's trying to email you as we speak. Although close, I keep an eye out. Let me see. I'll just check my email real quick. But yeah, totally down to collab anytime. I'm really happy to work with people. Oh yeah, I got him. Got the email. It's cool. So I'll write him back.
Awesome.
So yeah,
follow-up.
collab coming. Look at that. Yikes, my bad says appreciate the response in your work. I also asked, I also had a workplace incident that pushed me to an attempt. So I look at Doki with hopefulness. Cool. Yeah, no, definitely, guys. I'll say this: stand up for your rights. Doki has a very difficult situation because Doki has to keep herself private, and Doki has to respect the privacy of others. Some other people don't have those concerns. So that's why, this is exactly why you should bring up these cases. You should understand the law, but bring these up with a lawyer, bring these claims when they come up to you, right? So whether you're in Japan or Canada or wherever else, bring these claims when they come up. So I hope you guys are learning something. I hope you're learning about the basis of the law and when you can and cannot do something. That's what I want to do. That's why my channel, the slogan is be your own judge. It's because you should be able to know based on learning from my channel when something is right or wrong and then take some action on that. Yes, hire a professional, but the first step is knowing when something has gone wrong and knowing how it's gone wrong. Marksman of the 117 says, looking at 4-digit returns on crypto, BTC, and ETH. Yeah, ETH and BTC have always done fine for me. It was listen, man, I got into some of the shit coins. Listen, it was a little addicting back in the day. I was into some shit. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Not gonna lie. It's addictive. Daddy Dagda says, thank you for covering this. Yes, absolutely. It's my pleasure. This has been fun for me to cover. Patrick says Selen's failed and canceled projects were mostly not covers or songs, so the whole argument is silly. Okay. Erwin TATP says my artwork can't even start before approving the storyboard first. The management must have known which major characters would have been there for months. Cool. So wait. Oh, Erwin, do you do art? Oh, cool. Well, cool for you to be in here. Shout out for your 38 Hong Kong bucks. Yeah, they had to have known. There's no way they didn't know, right, Gator?
They absolutely had to have, because this is a long-term project that she'd been working on for over a year. Of course they knew who was going to be in it.
Yeah.
They would have had to have seen the video to approve it in the first place.
Kirio says, oh yes, what aboutism? Niji defend her favorite move. Yeah, and it's a pathetic move. It's a loser move because that's not how the law works. What about the other case doesn't apply to the instant case? That doesn't make what Nijisanji did better. This is the third time I've seen the document reviewed live, and it's changed every time. It actually looks better. But boy, are they sticking some weird points. It is a weird. They make some weird arguments, and I'm skipping over reading the just trash tier arguments. Dane says the background for this is even worse. The doc site that harassed former Niji livers planned this through a Discord and mass released it on Twitter. Interesting. You should be studying says the point of contention regarding Selen made no profit was not livers made no money. It's that management often hindered and did not support her enough to mitigate the cost.
And we can go back to Riku Tazumi's statement where he admitted flat out that they did not support Ian livers like they should have. And you can draw a correlation between the two.
Dane says, adding on to the previous point about the thread, the doc site knew about her BPD, purposely weaponized. Sorry, I was like, my English. English. I am so English right now. Purposely weaponized it to discredit her, claiming she's insane. Yeah, and once again, that is a little bit. It's definitely violative of personal information, but it's going back and using it in a way as a weapon, as a bludgeon, as a cudgel, that is disgusting, right? Now, that being said, if she does need medical help, whatever else, they should work to get her that, right? And work to provide that for her if she did need that, right? For therapy or something else. Psych and So says, if you haven't yet, please read through the post, especially if she needed it as a result of her work activities, right? So as a result of work that caused her trauma, which results in her needing therapy, they should provide for that. If you haven't yet, please read through the Reddit post by the comms worker. It's more believable than the granny defying rant. Did you send that one to me, dude?
Yeah, that's the PR. That's the guy that works for a communications company. Does the PR stuff.
Did you send that to me? Oh, I work in comms, right?
Yeah, I work in comms. Yes, that one. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, guys. We're gonna get through.
You'll have to cover that one later.
Okay, no, guys.
Long.
Okay, guys. I like after I get through this. I do need to I need to eat. I need to have a day. I need to research. Right. So I'll need to do it on my next live. I probably will do a morning live on this. So maybe one around 9 or 10 a.m. EST. Right. Probably 10 a.m. EST because now I need more time to prepare. So probably 10 a.m. EST.
I think the next thing we'll cover, kind of as the to put a cap on it for later, we'll cover the grand unifying rat, because I think that's chat wants it. Everybody wants it.
Okay, yeah. If the boys are thirsty, look, I always feed the thirsty guys. So it is what it is. Sadoko said, I think one thing about the 200K projects, Town and other companies have mentioned being counseled about spending money on projects. Doki seems surprised on stream. Okay. This is one of the criticisms I've heard. I don't know whether to endorse this or not endorse this. Some people have characterized Doki as impulsive in her spending, right? I don't know whether that's fair or not. I haven't followed her enough, and maybe that's something. And it seemed like in the clips I was watching, maybe that she kind of didn't care about money. She just cares about work. She cares about producing a good product, right? So it might be a quote unquote fair criticism. Say Doki spent more than other VTubers on. She invested more because she cared more, because she was a workaholic, a perfectionist, is also things I've heard to describe her, right? It's a big risk. I mean, frankly, when you spend that, if I was her attorney and she was asking me, should I spend money on this? I would say no. She might just do it anyways, right? And I'd say, look, you're not going to be able to get it back. And she would just do it anyways. And at that point, you've warned them. You said, hey, you've said all you can say, right? As somebody's lawyer says, hey, you're not going to be able to get this money back, or it's going to be really difficult, right? But that being said, it shows how shitty any color is. It shows how shitty Nijisanji is, right? They're shitty for making her do that, right? That's what
they should be the ones that pay for the artists and the music video and all that stuff. They should be the ones that reach out and get the rights and everything, but they didn't. And since we've gone over all of the things that have happened to her over the course of the year and then some, you can kind of see, what's happening here is that she's getting unfairly picked out of everybody. Everybody's getting their stuff worked on. Management's approving all of their stuff. She's the only one. Well, her and Pamu. Pamu had a Metal Gear collaboration that was canceled.
Oh, okay.
But she's the only one that they're going to this extreme to fuck over. Right.
They're going out of their way to go after her, to fuck her over, and to make these public statements, which are just not. Some of them have falsehoods. Have clear. There's somebody's lying here, and I'm thinking it's Nijisanji, right? Right, because it doesn't line up. Their internal statements don't line up. When Vox says he reviews everything, and then the lawyer post came out and said, no, actually, we just had the necessary information. Bullshit. We know that's bullshit. Right? Zarzar says Faye's talent actually actively bully the fish ban. I don't know anything about this.
He is their tard wrangler, and boy, they escape containment.
Northern Link Studios private company says, this is a great channel. We use a law firm for everything. Law's tough and know your rights is huge. Great content. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. You got to know your rights. You have to know when something is right or not. You need to get your contracts reviewed, guys. You cannot just go out there if you're entering into a large agreement, multi-million dollars. You can just be like, wow, this looks fine. No, review it. Even I, as a lawyer, if it's something big, I'll have a friend review it who's a lawyer. I'll say, hey, review this for me, right? I'll pay them too. I'll say, hey, take money. I don't care. I'll gladly pay them. If it's big, it's worth investing in. It's worth putting money in. It's worth doing it right. Right? So have your good legal representation. Enterprise the Grey Ghost says, from what I remember, bullying, favoritism, and harassment are basically confirmed by a Zion statement where it was revealed that the rules were selectively enforced and that she was singled out by management.
There were similar situations with her where she unfairly got punished for something that other people didn't. And you see that too, where Vox tries to make that statement that, she's saying that other people are favorited in the company, so they get away with stuff. Well, I mean, we've seen that. We've seen it just in the stream alone.
Yes, 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 and they've said it. You know, it's very,
and the fact
very
that
clear.
it's happened before adds even more credibility.
Upgrade to Windows 11 says apparently. Sorry, the fucking name. Apparently, the artist that did the final frames for Selen, Savi, said that she included the last frame without her knowing, but they ran it because it was fitting for the music video. But wouldn't the frame still need to be copyrighted by the AC before release? Wait. Yeah, if it was, you have to get permission before you publicly display anything. Because the key to copyright is you need to, like, the artist has a right to present something. And actually in Japan, they have a special additional right. It's called the right of first presentation. So if you present something before the artist and before the artist has given you permission to, right, that's a very important right, the right of first presentation. Because if you, the thing is, the thought is, if I was to present something that Gator made as mine, and I was to present it first, people will associate it with me. So when he presents it later, they assume he is the copycat, even though he is the original artist. So that is an important right. You do need to get permission for that. I don't know. I thought they had all the perms though, Gator. So
that was my understanding that they had all the permissions.
So yeah, I was like, okay, I think we're all right. I think we're all right on the perms. But yeah, I don't know.
And besides that, like any character that appears in that's owned by AnyColor, like they just have to be like, hey, AnyColor, do we have permission to put AnyColor IP in our video about an AnyColor VTuber? Yes, AnyColor, you absolutely have permission to do that. Okay, then. Yeah. You're doing great. Good. I'll keep it up.
Yeah. I love this one. Raven says, do you think the Ace Attorney will parody this? The impact is negligible. Objection! Okay. Great. This is such a great one. Real quick, thank you so much. Northern Links became a new member and then dropped 20 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much for supporting the stream as we head into 5 hours and almost 30 minutes of streaming. It's my longest stream in of 2024. This is my longest stream of 2024, but it's already pushing it
because the year is still young.
I was like, here I am, this fresh-faced. I do hour-long streams. 6 hours later.
Not right now, you don't.
Nope. We covering it, baby. Raven's Eagle says, for Selen's homework, checks out every single Ian drama from her debut till termination, including disbanded India, Korean, and ID branch because of mismanagement. ID? What's ID? A Korean?
That would be Indonesia.
Indonesia. IND
yeah,
usually.
Essentially, all of their Eastern branches got merged into the Japanese.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And a bunch of them quit.
Makes more sense. Marksman of the 117 says shit coins too, just like my coworker, -5 digits. Yeah, it was bad. we don't talk about that here. Hectic Honolulu says, don't take financial advice from your lawyer. What kind of clauses might be in the contracts to keep the taint from leaving? Is anything preventing them from demanding contract renegotiations, or are they all weak? Nothing would ever stop an employee from renegotiating a contract other than you might need to wait to, like, for example, if you want to renegotiate, there sometimes are periods where you can do it freely around termination. Typically what you do is when your contract is up for renewal, you would negotiate those terms. But anybody can get out of a contract. You can say, listen, I'm giving you my 30-day notice, right? So hand in your 30-day notice. Here's how you do it. 30-day notice, right? Legal under the contract. That's apparently what you had to do under the Nijisanji contract, or generally in Japan. 30-day notice, right? So you give that and you say, okay, I'm willing to withdraw my notice if you do X. And then if they agree, you end the contract and you start a new contract with the new terms. But most people are spineless and scared. And also they stand to lose a lot. Because remember, Nijisanji has the power. They have the model, right? They have the model.
They own the IP.
Yeah. Rook says, to add to a prior point, she's not the first former talent for Nijisanji to be surprised by their new managers. Oh, really?
Yeah, like Matara.
Okay.
She went to Shoujo and was like blown away by how nice the managers were and how they treated people with respect and dignity.
Yeah. Dane says for 10, this case hits me especially deeply. My brother was in Doki's case. Character assassinated, fake sexual assault accusation. And he attempted suicide as well. Niji is discussing. Yeah, that sucks, man. I've had a lot of people with that have told me about that. It is bad, especially for guys. I'm going to tell you that, especially when guys get hit with the false charges like that. That is life changing. And look, your life is always worth it. You can always go on, but I understand the dark places people go to. Let's say that. Because they try to unperson you when that happens. Truncated icosahedron says, if livers are the ones forking out the cash, but the IP belongs to Niji, who owns the video music project? Contractually, Niji would say they do, but I mean, I think there could be an argument. So let's say that Selen paid for something herself. Well, after she leaves, if she really wanted to start a fight, she could argue that anything she paid for and was not reimbursed is hers. So she could try that. Now, it might not be successful because it probably uses her image, and that will be a derivative image of the original copyright of Selen, right? Tatsuki, which is property of Nijisanji. So that sounds crazy, but trust me, that actually makes sense. Gator, did that sort of make sense to you?
Yeah. It's essentially they own rights to the character, but she paid for the video. Therefore, she owns the video. She doesn't own the content in the video. That makes sense.
Correct. She owns the video. She does not own the content or characters in the video, right? Unless they're OCs that she made up just for that herself, right?
Right.
But if it's using her characters which belong to Nijisanji, no, she doesn't own it. T.I. Crimson says, to clarify, Niji didn't pay the artist according to dozens of artists who spoke out at the start of this. Selen paid out of pocket because Niji wouldn't. Once again, extremely fucked up, horrible practice, horrible employment, which brings us neatly to this segue of, is Niji-san Hien full of bullies? The good segue there. I love these smooth segues. Okay. So they argue that legal details aside, wait, what? Hold on. Let me start the first one. If Selen has definitive proof of months of bullying, why Nijisanji Ian is so adamant in denying these claims? Because they have to. No company runs out there and says, we're guilty of harassment. Are you fucking kidding me? Even if you have proof, they're not going to admit to it. Deny. They're never going to admit to it. The poster of this, that part is ridiculous. Even from a legal standpoint, right? You have a reasonable doubt defense. That's why murderers are like, I plead the fifth, right? Because you still got to prove like reasonable doubt, right? Like even if they're guilty, they don't have to admit to it, right? Of course they deny it. No shit, right? And by the way, they're already telling on themselves. They're already doing a good job of that. God damn. Okay, so look at this. But this is a major corporation that is lawyered up in response to the termination threats and quite frankly knows the law. But do they? I don't know. I don't know if they know the privacy law in Canada. I think they do not know that.
They're basically they're saying it's true because it's like, we have a crack legal defense team. We can't possibly be wrong.
How could we ever be wrong with lawyers like this? People paid $8 an hour, interns. A bunch of brain dead, drooling troglodytes. Come on. Legal details aside, practically all of the 32 Nijisanji Ian livers have shown explicit support towards the video statement made by Illyria Pandora. No shit, they work for the fucking company. They're going to get fired if they don't. What do you think? There's going to be dissent in the ranks?
Well, and that's even assuming that they themselves personally retweeted or quote tweeted the video. I mean, it's already been established that the company has access to all the Twitter accounts. What's going to stop them from ordering an intern, be like, hey, I need you to copy and paste this statement on every single quote tweet from every single account and make it sound slightly different for everybody. Okay.
I mean, we don't know if they might be using ChatGPT for the legal opinions. I have no fucking clue. Oh man. It's crazy. Let me get this one real quick. Hold on. Ian says, I just discovered this channel and I'm a law noob. Want to know if a lawsuit is launched, which country's law are prioritized? Breach of contract. I know you just joined. You just saw the video right now. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Breach of contract is handled wherever the defendant, in this case would be Nijisanji, where their headquarters are, where their primary place of business, and where the contract terms state. So all roads lead to Japan for breach of contract and labor law. For purposes of privacy, that would be Canada, because Canada has specifically privacy laws which go above and beyond outside of the employment contract, which were violated by Nijisanji, right? And we're not within the scope of her employment because she has now been terminated. So they're outside the scope of her employment. So she could bring a privacy claim in Canada, labor claim, and breach of contract in Japan. So this is definitely a complicated case. This is not easy legally. It's definitely a fucking nightmare, right? Which is why the title is not clickbait. It is absolutely true. Okay. All right, let's continue here. So you can see, I guess, people supporting it. Okay, so Ren Zoto, is he popular? I don't know. Important. It would mean a lot to me if you could take a listen, right? And his stands kind of retweet that, right? Did you even write this tweet? Yes, please stop assuming things. That's funny. That is funny.
But
and
see,
then
there's
he
no
once
actual
again,
proof that he himself wrote that.
yeah. So then he goes again bitching about the black company stuff, and then he admits here in the statement, yes, the statements were read from a script. I think they said that, right? So yeah, obviously it was scripted, but some of it was maybe a little bit of slips in there. The three livers, Illyria in particular, have been swamped with intense hate and harassment. Was it smart of any color to allow these livers to make a statement? Debatable. No, it was fucking abusive to make them do that. They should have done that themselves as a corporation. That's not debatable. It was a bad business practice. But perhaps they also want to be silenced. The entire Nijisanji N branch has been deemed harassers that perpetuate a toxic work environment needs to be put in their place. If these allegations are not what Selen has made them out to be, this was her chance to share their views on the matter. Bear in mind, Ike and Vox were her two closest friends. Wasn't she closer to girl who left? Pamu? Pamu. She was closer to Pamu, right? Pamu was her BFF, right? So
canonically, in Niji lore, Illyria is supposed to be her half sister.
Okay. Thank you, chat. Love you, appreciate you. We're all Pamus. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Good morning, Pamu.
Okay. Irish Rich Watch says, then there's an instance where Niji suggested a finance guy to one of the livers, and the finance guy got him 250K pounds tax debt. Wait, what? So Niji-san gave a recommendation like, oh, go hire this guy, and then they ended up in debt. Wow. Hire better professionals, bro. That's not how it's supposed to work.
That was K9 Kuro. Who's now with V Shoujo. Yeah, he got royally fucked over.
Talk about an L. That's huge. Luli Lafate says, what is your advice to people that have having a public slander and have no proof to counter it? Likely this has happened in VC and have no recording. To be honest, guys, once again, legal remedies are not always your best remedies. And oftentimes the best remedy is the truth. But sometimes you have to understand when something is actionable and when it's not. In the US and in most jurisdictions, stuff like accusing people of crimes, that's defamation. Accusing you of having a disease, that's defamation. Accusing you of being anything really, really bad that would harm your brand, harm you as a company, right? Because I guess each VTuber is acting as their own little mini company, right? That would harm your VTubing brand. That can be actionable business defamation. Whether or not you want to sue over it is different, or just put out the truth, or just publish the truth and let people decide, right? There's a lot of ways to handle that. It doesn't always have to end up in lawsuits, right? And oftentimes lawyers are just going to bleed you for money. And I say that as a lawyer, okay? So I'm telling you, as a lawyer, Us bloodthirsty motherfuckers are going to bleed you for your every last dime.
Billable hours.
I'm the honest one. We bill for sending emails, and we have to. We're required to. We don't have an option. They're like, you bill for that email? I'm looking for that email bill. You bill 0.1, which is like a tenth of an hour, right? It's like 0.1 or whatever, or whatever. You bill down, like really down to the minute. It's crazy. Raging Nasugi says, and they have shown to do that, as in the Selen Twitter impersonation.
Right.
Yes, they did that. That was something they admitted to doing. Master Megabyte says, I think ChatGPT would have done a better job. Very true. And then Northern Link Studio, thank you for the Canadian 50. Shout out to the based Canadians up there in the homeland of Doki. Okay, question. Does Doki have a strong case towards the PIPDA they broke when they released some of our medical information to the Liveverse, aka sue for Doki's privacy broken? Just curious, great content. I think you joined later, Northern Links, because I see you start chatting later.
We kind of covered this at the beginning.
We covered in the beginning. Scroll to the beginning. I'm going to clip it out as well. I'm going to make so many fucking clips out of this shit. It's going to take hours to download. It's going to
This bad boy can fit so many clips.
You know how many clips can fit inside of this bad boy? So freaking many. All right, but it's an egregious stuff. Even look, HIPAA would be a challenge. The Canada slam dunk, right? And Gator did a lot of research on that, a lot of background, and there's so much you can't reveal in Canada.
I'm sorry if I got things wrong here and there. I'm kind of retarded,
But
I'm kind of retarded.
It's more than America by far, right? And maybe we need to like pull up exactly what, like, and maybe we'll do that another stream. Not this stream. Is pull up like the types of things you can't say, right? And show you guys. But it's a lot. It's more than America. Bernard, so yes, the answer is yes. Northern Links, absolutely. Bernard Pupar, it says, Pupal says, Corpo talk is always the same. We'll deny anything and talk the right way when addressing. The thing is, Niji can't do the minimum. And part of it is because of the cross-cultural thing. Part of it is Japan lawyer, no, America lawyer speak. But part of it is their PR is fucking horrible or non-existent. So they just clearly are tone deaf as to handle.
They're the wimp low of PR. We purposely trained them wrong. As a joke. I am bleeding, therefore making me the victor.
Sheriff Sheppy says, first of all, it wasn't every talent that retweeted it out. Kyo Kanoko didn't, and also Yonaguni didn't. Scarl actually liked the Kurosangi post on X, and then the like disappeared and she went silent. Yeah, that was a little bit of somebody saw it and gave the hit. Like and
on the Kurosangi post. Yeah.
And Kyo is graduating today, right? So Kyo is graduating. So obviously he just wanted to make graduation, right? And dude, I don't blame anybody for that. Like, right? I mean, like, look, if you're in a shitty situation in a job and you're trying to keep your head down and get out, I've been in that position before, right? Where it's like your last week at the job and you're just keeping your fucking head down and trying not to get into trouble. I get that if you're on the way out. If you're in there long term, you got to make more of a decision like, okay, is this where I want to be? Where's my exit ramp? Because I need to get out of this sinking ship.
And I think that's a reality for a lot of talents that are over there right now. I think a lot of them are trying to find the exit doors on the plane and, hope it doesn't open in mid-flight like it did on that Alaskan Airlines.
Hold on. In the lore, Illyria also betrays Selen. Is this real? Is this real lore?
Yes.
Oh
yes,
my God.
Is. I know. It's crazy.
It became canon.
It did.
Mista had to flee to Indonesia to pay off his tax debts. Oh, man. Oh, that's great. Shadow Knight says, another VTuber is watching. In case you didn't know, awesome video essay, Rima Evanstar, tabbing in and out, so not sure if starts. Oh, awesome. Well, I'm glad they're watching. I hope they're enjoying my content. Welcome to Legal Mindset. We teach people to be their own judge. Great legal analysis from over here in Asia, where, not having lunch is just something that happens when you cover VTuber issues. So, yeah, glad to have everybody who's watching. 030 says cover vid situation reeks of Japanese corpo move of ignoring and stonewalling their workers as a form of punishment, like the whole Kojima situation. This is very, very true. Once again, morally shitty, ethically shitty, black company type moves, right? Crappy company, harsh company type moves. They're there, right? And it's a scale, right? All companies, especially in Japan, are doing something similar to that. This is just on the extreme end of the scale. Chia Aurora says, if Doki did pursue something like that under Uber v. Heller, could something like Uber v. Heller happen? Supreme Court allowed a lawsuit be handled in Canada. Is a similar circumstance. This is not America, right? So we're not doing American law, right? But it's possible for, assuming it's Canada. So just be very clear, Canada and Japan. But there is a possibility of this going down in Japan because of the privacy law. So the privacy law part can go down there, and that can be litigated in Japan. Or sorry, Canada.
The privacy part can be litigated in Canada, whereas any workplace stuff would necessarily go to Japan.
Thank you, Gator. Thank you for correcting my retardation temporarily. I'm now restored.
Glad I could help.
You're a boon. Sarn Zero said, "Oh my god, I can't believe this made it to my YouTube lawyers. Awesome. Please keep following this story, dude." Yeah, I was, when I only had Dragon's Treasure Tea and then I had Gator hit me up, and I was like, I did a poll in my chat, and 39% of my chat said, do it. 63% said, don't do it. But then I was like, oh, well, let's just try it. Okay. It's like, let's just see what happens. Oh, and this rabbit hole is so fascinating. I couldn't resist it. It was just irresistible. Right. I think she asked the same question before. So obviously, look, there's an ability for it to come over and be venued in Canada. So there's an ability for that to happen. It's possible. I don't want to make a promise that's not there. I'm not the type of lawyer that'll be like, for sure. No, possible. Guarantee? No. Olivia has a music video where she, the singer, talks about bullying a girl to suicide. I am not kidding. The scriptwriter itself. Is this real, Gator?
Now, this one is a new one on me.
I don't know about, that would be, dude, for someone to put on their face that message in a music video.
Oh, okay. I found it.
Probably gets, people are saying
yes.
I
don't really follow Alira. Yeah, here it is. This song, I found it on the Nijisanji Reddit of all fucking places. This song details relationship between a bullied and driven to suicide girl and one of the bullies. The song is sang by girl A bully who describes herself being the cause of girl B's suicide. Girl B commits suicide by jumping in front of the train and becomes the ghost girl or shoujore. Yeah, here it is. There's the post. Yeah, this is
that's
real.
Dark. That is dark. Thank you for that one. Well, it's dark, but thank you for the super chat and informing me of this, but this is very dark. Sam Sarn Zero, welcome as a member of the Legal Mindset. We welcome all you guys.
This was a year ago. This video was posted a year ago on May 15th.
What? Wow. That's nuts. That's nuts to me. That to me is nuts. Okay. I hardly believe this. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Wow. Shit's real. This is 100% facts. Just so you guys see this. We're not making this up. I'm going to show it real quick so you guys see this. And this is posted 2 days ago. This hits fucking different now.
Got me hitting different.
Yeah, the Shoujo Ray. Wow. I don't want to get a copyright strike, so I'm not playing that shit. But that said,
right.
Nijisanji was like sitting here like, let me copyright strike you, Andrew Sama. No, fuck you. All right. All right. Discrepancies in Selen's statement. Let's cover that, and then we'll get to the rest of these super chats and everything else here. Okay. Dokibird repeatedly stated she wants to move on to new beginnings. Now she has a massive following. Why is that a contradiction? She just wants to continue her life VTubing, right?
Right. It was her dream. It was her dream to be a popular VTuber. Like, what is so controversial about that?
And why is that a discrepancy? That makes no sense. Yet, following the responses of Nijisanji, Selen appears taken aback by the fact that livers have found out about the legal documents. She wants to move on and back out of legal involvement.
Yeah, as anyone would. No one wants to get involved in legal drama.
Right. So we read that whole quote about please don't make it like high school, treat everybody like adults. So here's what they argue are contradictions. Okay. Selen wants to move out, but it stated she was the initial party to hire lawyers and threaten to go public with claims backed by legal documents. She now wants this document to never go public. Okay. Both of these things can go true. Guys, just because you hire a lawyer does not mean that you are wanting to sue, right?
This was what was so fucking stupid about the 39 IQ Daft thing, right? It was like, oh, she's got a lawsuit because she got lawyers. Like, no, that's not what that means.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. And it's smart to get lawyers to lawyer up, right? You should actually lawyer up. You should know what to do. She was prepared. So why are you blaming her for being smart and protecting herself? This is literally, someone said 39 IQ. Yeah, this is a low IQ take, right? Super low IQ take about lawyering up, right? This is never, by the way, in court in the US, you cannot use this as a way to attack somebody. So let me repeat that. You cannot use somebody's acquiring a lawyer or speaking to a lawyer to attack them, right? You can't come at them and say, you hired a lawyer, therefore you are bad, right? That's not something you can do. Not permissible, right? And yes, I am going to order delivery right now while I do this. So Selen claims Vox's voice recording was not malicious, but instead accidentally included. How then did a random recording of over a year ago appear in a legal document? Because she still had it on hand? Why did she or neither of the lawyers notice if it was an accident? What do you mean? This doesn't make any sense. She included it in the document to show her proof. She's showing them what proof she has, right? She's providing proof, saying, I have this proof. I don't want to go public. I want to handle this. Let's just handle this, right?
Right.
That doesn't mean that it's malicious, right? And the word malicious, like, I think they're using that in a questionable way there.
I mean, for all we know, it's just Vox saying pee pee poo poo. I mean, we don't know what's in the recording.
Selen, by her own admission, has gotten too heated in the moment. So has everybody. Who hasn't got? I don't trust somebody who hasn't gotten pissed off. Like if someone hasn't gotten mad at some point in their life, they're weird. They're, the people that are too calm. Those people are weird.
They're holding it in. They're you can see the veins bulging on their head.
Right. And the fact that Selen during her and once again, I have not watched every Selen stream, right, guys? You guys have, you dragoons out there in the chat. I know you're out there. I haven't watched her all. You guys are by far further fans. Gator's in here because he knows more and has followed more than I have. But from what I've seen, she seems like, to me, the little I've seen of Doki is that she's very honest. And Doki Selen, that she was very honest with her audience. She was open with her audience, pretty transparent. So it seemed pretty genuine to me. There's no problem with that, right? And so if she got angry and sent messages to her manager that were angry messages, that's also something that happens at work, right? So let's see. I bring this up because she claims to be completely innocent, a victim of mismanagement, yet once they release the screenshots that disprove her claim, she backs down. People have criticized the screenshots for not containing her reply. So why does Selen not bring proof of her mistreatment? Because that's legal stuff. You don't want to get into showing all the proof, showing all the information. There might be doxing information there. Yeah, you don't want to have all of that out there.
That's the absolute worst case scenario where her and Nijisanji are just engaged in this massive lawsuit and her name gets out there and the names of their livers get out there. And like, you're not thinking about the worst case scenario where they have to start pulling in documents from around the company in general. Like there's no telling like how bad and how catastrophic and what aspects of the company this could involve.
Absolutely. Listen, what a group of dragoons is a nesticle? I just saw that in the chat. Sorry. When people say nesticles, I'm like, okay, all right. All right. I mean,
nesticles rise up, chat.
Okay. All right. Cool. Welcome, Tyrannus XR30.
I like Freebirds.
Freebirds is good. I like Freebirds.
I liked Freebirds.
That's a cool one. And like the song fits, right? Northern Link Studios get for 20. I'll get this one. Not really a question, but I have to agree with what you mentioned on how lawyers aren't cheap. Our law firm charged us $1K just to change our name. Great. Content is fun. Great content, having fun. No work today. It's Friday. Cheers. Hey, cheers. Cheers. It's
cheers.
Is it Saturday today? It's Saturday in Asia. So, hello from Saturday. Oh man. Yeah, so this is definitely something that you want to do if you want to pay a lawyer, right? And it's worth it because listen, I'll tell you guys this: trying to do shit with LegalZoom and fucking up will cost you infinite, right? Versus just paying the extra $250, $500 for a lawyer. You'll wish you paid the lawyer. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I know it's hard. I know you don't want to pay. Just fucking do it, right? It's better to have it done right. It's better to have it done right. That's okay. Real quick. And then I love this. Sir Wheat Bread for 25. Was that Filipino pesos? I'm bread. And then order some food delivery, my guy. I did it. Okay. I think I got all these. I think I got that one before. But yeah, I got most of this. Edge of Divinities has probably not been interesting. I don't know if JP or Canada have it, but at least in Texas, we are employment at will. We can get fired anytime. No, Japan is not employment at will. Canada's, I believe, might be different, but there's a contract. So we have to look at the contract terms, right? Is it possible this thing is in Japan or can be built into contracts? They tried to, and Gator brought this up earlier. Nijisanji brought this up in the termination notice as a pattern of behavior because of Japanese labor law, most likely. Because they're trying to say that we've been warning her. She's been on probation because we've warned her about this for more than 30 days, and now we can rightfully terminate her under Japanese labor law. It's a Japanese cover your ass, right? Mm-hmm. And they are covering their asshole quite good. At least they're tried to cover it. It didn't work out so good. They actually worked out poorly. Nijisanji has not covered their asshole. It is wide open right now. Fuji Star says, thank you for covering this. Not many real lawyers covering VTubers. I hope this is just the beginning. Many abusive company cases out there. Yeah, you know what? And I didn't know there was such a dearth of coverage. I'm happy to jump in and cover this as the weeb of the lawyers, right? The anointed weeb. I will take the weeb mantle upon myself and sally forth to cover this topic. Holy shit. Alira is role-playing real hard.
She's method acting.
Yeah. Do you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do. Absolutely fascinating that people out in the VTuberscape have been seeing the fallout. Yeah. It's really crazy. I think someone call me Nesticle number 1. Oh God, Dragoons want to keep abreast on legal problems. Yeah, and you'll be happy to have a home here. Lone Wolf says Doki is literally playing her cards better than any other pro poker player, while Niji is like the guy with sunglasses revealing the cards. Niji is like the drunk guy who leaves them on the table, right? It's just reckless at this point. Nino, the cryptid, says, seems like they did it the way the idol camp are known for doing, treating their talents. So they might be thinking they are going to do good PR, though most of the world isn't okay with corpo owning the souls of their workers. It's not a good look. And if this gets translated back in other languages and this eventually comes back into what they're doing and they understand it, I don't think people will appreciate this, Nino. By the way, appreciate the Polish zloty. Good luck over there in Poland. I hear it's getting kind of crazy over there. But yeah, appreciate that. Saucy Pizza says, since you're getting food, what are you having? And did you bring enough for chat? I'm getting the Thai knockoff version of Chipotle. It's called Bolito. It's the knockoff version, but it's good though. There's one in Korea called Kuchara. It kind of sucks. But the Thai one is actually good, and they have like some Thai sauces that are spicier. I like spicy food, so this is actually going to be perfect. I've had it before, so it was easy enough to just reorder. That's how that works. You can take a quick look at the Rio Ron termination. Don't need a whole stream, but is wild. Okay, thank you. I think that one was suggested before, right, Gator? Are you taking notes on all these terminations I have to follow up on? I'm counting on you, Gator. You're my resource.
Don't worry, I'll remember every single one of them.
Okay.
Yeah, the Rio Ron thing was a whole.
It was a whole thing.
It's a whole thing, yeah.
Okay. Bunch of Kaji says, hey, lawyer, you pretty good guy. Yeah, I am. I try to be. Appreciate it. Ronan Shinobi says Nesticles is inside joke. Doki shot the name. It's fucking hilarious though.
Yeah, she shot down
So,
Freebird too. Ultimately, she decided on just take her old name back.
just take your old name.
It's not
They don't have
copyrighted.
it's not trademark. You can look it up, but it's not. I mean, you can't trademark that. Come on, fuck off.
Yeah, it's too generic.
Too generic. And Dragoon is like a person, like a type of thing. So no. So Nino says again, the cryptid for 25 says, and am I wondering if Doki actually have a way to enforce the Canadian law in the Japanese company? I'm a clueless Polish potato. Burak, right? You know, excuse obvious question. No, you're good, bro. I spent so much time in Poland. I have good friends who live near Gliwice and Katowice. So I love Poland a lot. I've been there many times. But not ignorant at all. We've said it before, I'll say it again. With the privacy law, that is the biggest hammer that Doki has if she wants to use it. But the thing is, Doki doesn't appear she wants to use it. And that's all of her statements coming out pretty clear on that. Let's continue with these allegations that she is inconsistent. So look at this. For someone who is alleging damning evidence of harassment in a toxic work environment, it is strange that Selen suddenly brings up difficulties in the translation of legal documents. Multiple lawyers and complications in communication, walking back from her initial stance of I will not be silenced and shifting the blame to potential miscommunication errors. What? She's just stating a fact, right? So she's saying it was never supposed to be shown to anybody but me. It makes me wonder if my medical and hospital records were also released without my consent, and then saying, thankfully, only my diagnosis and reason for hospital stay were reported. Well, this is a later post. So 2 hours later, she may have figured out what the truth was, right? So there's a time gap here. So it looks like she found out, she was worried about her medical records being released. And then she found out
she was worried about things like her
stay.
name, address, all of that stuff being released. But then she found out, it wasn't as bad as I thought it could have been, but my personal info was still released. They're trying to say it wasn't as bad as she thought, so therefore she lied, which doesn't make any sense.
But the diagnosis and the hospital stay, the reason for hospital stay, that's still going to have her name on it. It's going to dox her. So there's still a concern about private information there. And I'm sure that had protected information under Canadian law. So.
And remember, Canadian law covers a whole lot more than United States law does.
Right. She made a speculative statement. All this shit is fucking shut up. All this shit is
It's all speculative.
It's like objection, speculation. Yeah, there's nothing. We don't have a court case here until I see. And when I use evidence, I typically mean, although I will slip sometimes, when I say evidence, I mean evidence by the legal standard of evidence. So legal evidence means stuff that's been entered into court, right? When I say facts, I mean things that have been said that may or may not prove to be true, right? So maybe I said like, okay, the facts that they're positing are the alleged facts, right? So these people are positing these alleged facts. These people are positing these alleged facts. We don't know what's true till we suss it out in court. And even then, there may be some questions, right? But we can also see what evidence we have in terms of documents, because documents would be entered into court. And so I can take documents usually at more of face value because I know that that's how they're going to come in at court. In court, you just enter a document into evidence. With a statement can change. People can change their opinions and often do. So saying that it's speculative, that he said, it makes me wonder if my records came out, and then clarifying that thankfully only my diagnosis came out. Well, she was just worried. She's meaningfully worried that she was scared. That's once again, trying to hold her at fault for that, for a discrepancy. Okay. She's under an intense emotional state, she's focusing on how she feels. Yeah. Because she feels like shit. Right. So obviously she's going to feel bad about this. Right. Unfortunately, whatever she feels about the situation, it's spiraled out of control. And considering the immense slander and defamation that Anyco and the Liveverse have experienced, what? If anything, the better case, Doki has the better case, because Doki has said less. The people who've slandered the defamation case and slander and defamation are more liable to fall on Nijisanji because they've said more. They've put more in writing.
Right, and thrown themselves under the bus too.
Self-snitch. So what the fuck are you talking about, Niji defenders? Selen has played heavily on emotions. She's a human being. I am not perfect. I have faults. I had to watch my dad cry in front of me. Using the emotional reactions of her family to shield her from blame is manipulative and deviates from the fact-based and evidence-based. Not everybody, look, as somebody has said, not everybody is completely rational all the time. Not everybody is going to be completely rational. And this is a very emotional situation for her. So her mentioning this, and this is such a humble statement. I'm not perfect. I have faults. What's wrong with that? Mentioning her dad cry, I guess I know how they could perceive that as manipulative, but if it's true, it's true. And in this situation, I believe it is true. We have all reason to believe it's true. There's no reason that's refuted the fact that she went through genuinely harrowing stuff and that her hospital
and
visit
how is
was
Nijisanji not trying to use the emotional reactions of their livers in that video against her?
Right.
Because it's like, we were such good friends and blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, right. Cry me a river.
Right. Throughout all of her statements, wait, hold on. Many of the livers most affected were her coworkers. It's like, okay, Selen fired, coworkers most affected, right?
Right.
Horrible argument. Restates the rule breakages stuff. Simping for the livers. Unfortunately for Selen, a vocal majority of her side reflect the fact that Nijisanji has long been on the receiving end of the hate train perpetuated by 4chan narratives, drama YouTubers. Wait, am I a drama? Gator, are we drama YouTubers now?
You best be believing in drama YouTubers.
Oh!
You're in one.
No, we're not drama YouTubers. But you know what we are? We're at 6 hours. We got a happy 6 hours, chat. Smash the like button for 6 hours of legal mindset content. Almost 7,000 people here on YouTube. We break 7,000 if you include Rumble. We're at 115, still hanging out on Rumble. So we're 7,000 here today, which is absolutely balling for a stream. Bringing me back to the good old Johnny Depp, Amber Heard days, that old swagger of the back in the day. I appreciate it. It's good to be back, baby. Ditzy says, have you outweaved Rikita? I long since outweaved Rikita. I watch more anime than he does. He doesn't have time to watch as much anime as I do. And I definitely, in terms of like manhwa and stuff, I definitely would beat him on that. I just don't think Nick has time, right? I barely have time, but I still managed to like catch up on, I need to finish Shangri-La Frontier right now. I need to finish the anime version. I've read a lot of the manga or the manhwa for Solo Leveling, but I need to catch up on the actual anime. And then what is it? The dungeon one about them eating. It's like
Dungeon
Meshi. Dining in dungeon.
Delicious in dungeon.
Delicious
Meshi.
in dungeon. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Well, that is actually one of my secret favorite animes right now. That is
It's so good.
Great anime. Like it's like wholesome. Like I don't know what it is about that. Whatever it is about that anime, Dungeon Meshi. Yeah, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. I just can watch. I downloaded it for the plane when I was flying from back from Korea, and it was so good. I'm like addicted to that one. So yeah, let's fucking go. So when is the channel changing to drama mindset? Tomorrow. We're doing it now.
Minhera mindset. There you go. There's your name.
Oh God, no. Northern Link says for 50 says just want to give some love to Doki, a fellow Canadian. She has an amazing lawyer. Happy weekend to the chat and all, since it's not Friday. Cheers from Canada. Hey, cheers, Northern Link Studio. Cheers to you. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. Hope everybody has a wonderful weekend out there, wherever you are in the world, whether you're in the East or the West. And if you're in the East, thank you for hanging out late with me tonight. All right, let's wrap this up here. Okay, I'm gonna do the TLDR on this one. Claiming that Selen and Nijisanji have long clashed. Yes, okay. And that according to Alira, other people have reached out to her and expressed concerns. okay, but you didn't do anything about it, and you may have been complicit in the bullying. Vox believes he was manipulated. Well, he's already kind of come out as a liar, so, you know.
Yeah, blowing himself the fuck out.
He blown himself up there, so let's move on from that one. Any Color did not terminate as a result of her attempt. I mean, I miss self-deletion, I guess, but of her refusing to breach the rules. They terminated her for a number of reasons, according to the termination notice, right?
There was like 3 pages worth of stuff.
And they put it out publicly. This is what people aren't getting here. That's not normal in America, and I'm sure that's not normal for other people too.
And it's not normal for VTubers either.
Is there precedent in VTubing? Has any other VTuber had their termination notice posted on fucking Twitter or X?
Well, normally they post they have posted termination and graduation notices on Twitter, but none have been that long.
Sure.
Like that was what blew people away. It's 3 pages. Normally it's just like, we've come to an agreement with the liver so and so, we wish them, great success, blah blah blah. Or, in the termination it's like, we've terminated them. This is the vague reason why, and that's it.
This one is interesting. Selen blames Any Color for preventing her continued streaming, as well as perpetuating a toxic environment, which she was a victim of harassment, despite allegedly being given multiple opportunities to graduate amicably prior to this final buildup. Well, isn't it the kind of toxic environment that kind of gaslights you, keeps you to stay, does that hot, cold sort of thing, right? Isn't that the sort of toxic environment you want to get away from that she's kind of alleging they perpetuated? Right?
And even in this document, they admit and they show that the lawyers ghosted her, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you're saying that, oh, well, she could have done this at any time. It's like, yeah, but what about the fact that the lawyers didn't get back to her?
Mm-hmm. And then here we go. They go even more personal, saying she's spoken very negatively of her home situation since a long deleted tweet longer, which details deep financial, physical, mental pressures. I bring this up only because of her family's reaction to her most recent statement. Another layer of stress was public knowledge. The link is found on her Dokibird Twitter. She talks about the only thing keeping me going is streaming, right? And then this is the quote. This is the one I showed earlier, which has the quote of living with BPD, with the Dokibird one, which gives the definitions of BPD. Obviously, like if you do have BPD, that is a serious disorder. You should take that seriously. I had a girlfriend that I'm pretty sure had BPD, and it was bad.
But it's also the internet, and people self-diagnose themselves with autism and BPD and schizophrenia and all sorts of shit.
I have cancer. Yeah, I have cancer. According to the internet, I have cancer. Right.
According to WebMD.
Yeah. So, in this case,
so her saying she has it doesn't mean that she actually has it. It could be like a self-diagnosed internet thing.
Or like I say, oh yeah, I probably have ADHD, but I'm not a fucking doctor. I don't know. I don't know that shit. I just deal with my life and my issues as they come up.
It's like every time I start to get a little retarded, I just smack myself and I'm just like, stop.
This is not good. And the fact they use this as their closing argument is that, hey, look, her BPD caused her to do all this. Not great, right?
Oh no, I have ligma balls.
Yeah. The world has listened to every word Selen has had to say, but refused to take a single statement from Nijisanji En, not even the company, but the 32 livers at face value. Do you think all these people are being held hostage by a mean, evil company? Yes. Yeah, that's what an employee is. They stop paying you. They have your visa. They have your Japanese visa. Didn't one of them? What is Ligma? We all know about Ligma.
Have you heard about Sugma?
Oh, the upgrade. Yeah, no, you can actually be held hostage. They can hold your visa hostage. They can have your money hostage. They've got a lot. They can dox you, right? They can do a lot, right? So yes, a company can hold you hostage. And silent support for someone who was her friend for 2.5 years if there's a reason not to. Yeah, because the company, right? Because the company, that video sounded like a fucking hostage video. Let me get to these 12 things, and then I guess we have to do the rat before I get out of here, huh?
The grand unifying rat.
How long is this?
The mother of all rats.
How long is this? Oh, it's not that long.
A rat to surpass Metal Gear.
You know what? just for you making me do this, I'm gonna make you fucking read this, Gator, you asshole. Right?
Okay, I'll do it.
You have to read this one, okay? Sylvia Yuri says, shame Japanese fans kind of support this kind of PR. Japanese work culture is different. And what they are willing to tolerate is a different level. And whether that's right or wrong, you guys can make a fucking thing on that. But the point of the matter is they shouldn't treat their English. They need to know better not to treat their Western employees like this. And we can hold them to higher standards. And also black companies, when you're on that black company list, you're even violating Japanese standards. You're even beyond, like even for a Japanese company, you're considered extreme. So this is extreme even amongst Japanese companies. It's not like, oh, it made me work an extra hour, right? Selen seems to be a workaholic. I don't think she minded working. That's not it. It was about the environment with management and that relationship, which for a workaholic would be very, very hard to deal with. Ian Payad said Dragoons were originally a class of mountain infantry who used horses for mobility, but dismounted to fight on foot. Oh, I just thought it was from the game Legend of Dragoon. Remember that game? Did you ever play that game, Gator?
Oh, God. Legend of Dragoon was Kino.
It's a fucking great game. It's a fucking great game. Shout out to Legend of Dragoon. Great game. Let's see here. Kajuko says, one thing we don't know, if there's any graduation penalties. You can graduate at time, but at what cost? That may be a thing. So there's, for example, there's like termination, like ending your contract and ending it when you want. So there may be a penalty, or rather a payment you don't get, right? You get a payment you don't get. That's possible. So maybe there was a financial reason she didn't do it, or she wouldn't have got paid back. PXR Moto says, asking out of curiosity, what would be the worst case scenario look like based on what we publicly know? Nijisanji files a lawsuit, doxes her, and there's bad consequences from that. I mean, that's worst case scenario.
Yeah, worst case scenario is like all the dirty laundry gets out there, everybody's identities are revealed, and it becomes a complete and total shit show.
And it's a shit show, and people are showing up at their house, and then you have crazy stalker fans and everything. I mean, like there's
weirdos.
Doxing, swatting, right? Like all sorts of stuff can go on, right? Like this stuff can get really bad. BK Cactus says, is this an endurance stream about to give Corone a run for her money? This is my longest stream in a long while. But I have a rule that if it's going, I kind of keep it going till I get to that end point. And I did promise to get to the speculative grand unifying rat. So I did promise it. So I keep my promises on the Legal Mindset channel. Just saying, I keep my promises. You should check out the PDF they released when they tried to fire Zion. Okay. I feel like I'm going to have to do a Zig Zion.
We're going to have a follow-up
episode just with a Gundam on it, like, and just go in and in on it totally. I think that look, as a Gundam fan, I would just do that for the lulz, right?
Nijisanji, I came here to laugh at you.
Right. Nino, the cryptid says, the girl tried to end game her life. It is emotional. That document is crap. You don't get to that point just because you want drama. Speaking from, to me, look, before I finish your super chat, drama means it's bullshit. Drama means it's over nothing. There are times when I'm going to go all biblical on you, right? Righteous indignation, like Jesus in the temple, right? For those that are Christian, whatever religion you are, right? Every religion has this. There's a time for peace and a time for war, right? There's a time to turn plowshares to swords and swords to plowshares, right? And in this case, this is justifiable anger. This is not something after nothing. This is not drama for drama's sake. Right? This is not, you didn't take out the laundry, right? This is something that's way, way, way more serious. Thank you, Panther111, for the Legal Mindset membership. Appreciate you there. Okay, about to go here. Hi, came here because of Doki coverage. Been here for the after the first hour. This has been so informative. I appreciate it. Also, VTuber model when? For me or for him? That'd be hilarious. Yeah, I mean the lawyer VTuber model, right? That's hilarious.
You have to be hilariously and stereotypically Asian.
Yeah, like a super Asian lawyer,
Oh, hi, Mina-san.
Yeah, for now I just have my horribly my Kim Jong Andrew. I don't know if you guys are all new to my channel, so someone made this for me. I was in Korea for the longest time, so I've got that. And then a good friend of mine made this one as well. because I am, of course, our chief Asian correspondent, right? So, of course, we have this one as well, right? So, we can cover all spectrums in Asia over here on the Legal Mindset. We are fully prepared for Asia. Your Honor, I believe NDA's effectiveness may have been lost in translation. Very true. Very true. And that's part of it. That's part of it. But also here's one thing I want to call them out on. And these fuckers do this all the time. A lot of it's happened to me in Korea, in Thailand, and in Japan. They use the language as an excuse for doing something differently, even though they know they're not supposed to. And to be fair, we do that too sometimes. It's called in Japan, anybody who's been to Japan, something's called the Gaijin Smash. In Korea, it was the Weigugen Pass, right? The foreigner pass, where you can just be like, oh, I am violating this social norm, and I had no idea. Now, some of them you're going to get called on. Some of them just let you slide, right? Like, for example, if I don't hand a business card to somebody correctly, they're probably not going to do it. If I don't do the Korean thing of covering my mouth and looking away, if it's not somebody who's like an in-law or something, they're probably not going to call you on it. But it depends on where you're crossing the street when the light is not green. Someone's get away with that. Heavily fact and evidence-based statements. The blank video was 15 minutes straight of emotional appeals. It was all talking about Friends. They mentioned the word friends more than literally Fast and the Furious or family.
Family, yeah.
Yeah, it's like family in Fast and Furious versus friends for Nijisanji. For Rushia, you need a 24-hour marathon.
You're going to have to pull a Geno Samuel with a Rushia documentary.
No, we got Christian documentary. No, fuck you, Gator. Fuck you, Gator. We are not Geno Samuel.
I had him on my show once.
No. By the way, I love to talk. I've watched it all. But the reason why I say fuck you is I'm not doing that to my life again, okay?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure if Geno Samuel could go back, he probably would not have done this much.
Yeah, in that autistic of detail. Like, that so crazy. Zion was multiple pages of trash and bullshit. I don't doubt it, bro. I don't doubt it. Ulfnidar says, hold the phone. She got fired on Twitter. Papa Elon to the rescue. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Elon
now that's a consideration.
Elon would be very sympathetic to this.
Yeah, he loves anime. And, she found out that she was fired because they posted on Twitter, which, it's kind of like the Gina lawsuit, right?
Release the DMs. Let's do it. Zion's termination was like this. Oof, bad. Sorry, you have terminal stage ligma. No! The document's reasoning is not logical. The only, the one on the Reddit by the communications guy makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that's another stream. Sorry, bro. Maybe in the morning. Actually, I'll promise you guys this. The comms one, the communications one, I'll do that in the morning in the AM for sure. 10 a.m. I'll be back to at least do that. So at minimum. Zehi Ion says Zion's counterattack on May 2023 started the fall of Nijisanji. This is the culmination. The verdict day. Unsurprisingly, Sleep Dependent says, would you go over to Magni's and Vesper's graduation? Right now? I mean, right now I'm kind of doing this, but and I'm eating after this, but yeah, you're
going to have like this whole like bulleted list of stuff to cover after this. I hope you know that.
I've got so much to fucking cover right now. You guys are like giving me homework and like, okay, you have 2 hours to report back on your homework. Okay. They use mental health law of Doki. They do mental health issue of Doki, and then they better look into the Niji streamer's mental health that caused the bullying, allegedly. It's not okay. It's a hostile work environment. Period. So that just creating an environment where, especially if the other streamers are the management, that's an issue. And they've got managerial type discretion. It's an issue. Kira Yamamoto says, as a Corona and Kayla fan, 6 hours, rookie numbers. Kidding. Thanks so much for the stream. It's been very important. We're all watching on Discord. Dude, I appreciate it so much. Almost 7,000 people. Well, it's peaked at 7,000. Appreciate that so much. here, and appreciate all those that are hanging over there, even on Rumble. And I got my locals people still up there. So appreciate all you guys. Legalmindset.locals.com is my private community. Use your Adjudicator Academy likeness. No, I will not. I will not use my based law waifus. I will not taint them. Legal Mindset. Your VTuber model is realistic. Yes. Should have stated that people shouldn't witch hunt. Let things play out as it fucks people who might not even be involved in this. And it's muddy the water. It muddies the water. Yes, don't witch hunt, because you're gonna find a witch under every doorstep, right? It's what happened in Soviet Russia. Between the Pikami, Zion, Russia, and Selen, you're going to be eating well for a long time. I mean, it's so expensive here in Thailand. My food, which has just been delivered, because that's literally how long this has gone, cost me a total of $5 US. So actually, wait, is that less? $3 US. Loving it. Apix for 20 says, cheers on 100K. Hell yeah. Lit and slaying the massive plate of taquitos post-concert. What's up, Apix? Good to see my boy here, one of my mods in my Discord. Some unfortunate are declaring you their Oshi now, Andrew. Keep up the good work. Hope to see you again in Gator and Houston this year. Yeah, no, dude, I love doing it. I'm happy to come out for this.
That's actually where I met him, at Matsuri last year.
Yes, we indeed meet at Matsuri. Wait, it wasn't last year, it was the year before.
Yeah, year before. That's right.
Year before. Yeah. 2 years ago at Matsuri. So 2 years ago at Matsuri. I hate coming back to America. I love Asia so much. I love Asia so goddamn much. It is painful for me to go back to America. So
he has to do so by going to an anime convention, because it makes him feel at home.
That's like the closest thing, right? I'm like, okay, they're weebs, at least they like kind of want to be there. Like, okay, there's a car with sakura blossoms and big titty waifus on it. Okay.
He's like, oh, thank God, someone that's Asian. Please help me. I'm lost.
Yeah. Zayodun. There were some cuties there. I'm not gonna lie. Zayodun. I played as Zayodun in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And then and all the what was the fighting version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors.
Way more copies than I probably should.
I have all of those. Me and my brothers played the shit out of those. Oh wow, this is really blowing up everywhere. Here for the Doki coverage. Also a comment on the Black Shirt video.
Of the Three Kingdoms.
Those livers were held hostage. The Muso attack. Remember the Muso attack?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the livers, that was a scripted bullshit video. Sparky's Tech Corner says, wait, you're still on? I went to the bar, had drinks. This is a lot to go back and watch, but it's good content and it's worth it. Keep it cool, Andrew. Needs a subathon to see how long he would last.
The endurance round.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But do sub to my channel, because I'll cover this more. Please sub to my channel. I love you guys. YouTube suppresses the shit out of my videos because I don't play by the rules, and I still can't get my
definitely
plaque.
Suppress this one because anime.
I still can't get my plaque. So they're like, oh, and I asked them why. They're like, you violated some mysterious rule that we can't tell you about. You're not content friendly. I'm like,
you and Dokibird have that in common, because Nijisanji won't give the play buttons to their talent either. But she's going to get one now.
Yeah. Northern Law Center Private Company, Canadian 50 says, important question. What is your favorite hockey team? Sorry, it's after hours chill time. No work today. So I grew up in Florida. I'm from Miami, for those who don't know. So I went to Panthers games. So we beat Panthers. I went to a lot of Panthers games, actually. A lot. So they're really cool. I really love the Panthers games. My friend's bachelor party we did in like a box suite, and it was one of the funnest things ever. And it was really affordable. It was really super cool. I got them invited on the ice and everything. It was really awesome.
I love Panthers games too, or at least I used to, but it's a different kind of Panthers and they're not so good. I'm suffering.
Hemsike 888 says, I can see it now. You can be the judge in a virtual courtroom for minor disputes between VTubers, a mix of law and comedy on 1 week prime. Mr. Mindset, where are your legs? VTuber court. Oh God. What do you guys drag me into? But I'm not saying no. Flying Eagle X says 2 hours to learn these cases. Congrats on becoming the Phoenix Wright of if you don't get at least a C on all your homework, we will make you do it all again. What's a C? Well, I think, dude, guys, we've done an A today, Dob. Gator and I, like, 6
Ha,
hours.
take that, Rackets. I got an A.
No, stop. It's gonna get clipped. Fuck you, Gator. You know, fuck you, Gator. But I denounce Gator. I denounce him. Fuck Gator. God damn it.
I had to do it to him.
It's gonna get clipped. It's gonna get clipped.
Of course,
used
everything
against me.
gets clipped.
God damn it. Oh,
That's
fuck.
okay. I'll buy him a drink at Matsuri.
Oh God. After you review Zion, I'd be curious if you think he's joined forces in the lawsuit. And that it's possible, but you know, they probably have their own cause of action for their own reasons. So it might be easier to do it just individually. Just two people is too small to certify a class, and they're probably in different locations. Where's Zion? Is he American, Canadian? Like, probably different considerations going on. I don't know where they're from. Do you know, Gator? Zion?
I think she is Canadian.
Oh, is Canada just like really pumping out VTubers like crazy?
Well, for the English branch of Nijisanji, I mean, there's a lot of phase talents that are in Canada too.
Oh, cool.
Oh, Zion's they say she's in LA. Okay, she's
from LA. Okay. Well, then once again, she would not want to join because it'd be Canadian law, American law. You don't want to get involved in.
You don't want to cross the streams.
Do not cross the poutine wall, right? Got 20 baht from Brian Casual Gamer. I can now buy a coffee downstairs. Thank you, Brian. Danny D from the Tao Bin. I love we had this like robotic coffee machines. They're really cool. 499 said, how bad would it be if the mean girl acting manager clique was found out to be adjusting payroll by favoritism? I've seen it mentioned before. If that is true, that
would be very bad.
That'd be massive. That'd be a huge thing. They would definitely have to be slapped in Japanese by the Japanese Labor Bureau, because that would be a black eye on Japan as a whole, and people wouldn't want to do business with Japan. Because see, what this is also losing face for, it's losing face for Japan and doing business with Japanese companies. And Japan as a whole is very aware of this, of losing face for not just the company, but the nation. So just be aware of that. Changhua says, swim in this fandom, it can be great, but be aware and don't implode like others in the law stream when you see the good, speak on it. No, dude, I think, and you know, Gary, you followed me for a while, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I tend to, those who don't know me, just tuning in, I value my quality of life very, very highly. I'm one of the people that I think does it. So I don't do a lot of things I could do that could make me more money, that could make me more successful, because I want to chill. I want to relax. I want to have a good time. I want to go out. I want to fucking touch grass. You know, I know some of you are cringing out there, but I do these things, right? You know, I want to go catch a movie. I want to go see different things. Like somebody told me the Gundam movie's out. Like, what the fuck? I got to go see that. Right. And you know, I make sure I don't burn out, and I do a lot for that. Right. I stopped drinking. I don't really do that on stream. I'll do it for celebration streams for like my birthday, New Year's, anniversaries, big milestones. I'll do, you know, like just celebratory, but not regularly because it's not good for my health. Like personally, I don't feel like good. I feel like shit.
It's hard to go like super hard doing all that research and stuff and then have a real life and then like, you know, have a bad habit on top of that. It eats away at you.
And this isn't my only thing I do. I do other stuff. This isn't like all I do. YouTube is a fraction. It's a good fraction. It's a solid fraction, but it's not everything I do. I make other sorts of money. I have other clients. I do other things. I help people come over to Thailand. I help people go to the US from Asia, right? I do a lot of other things. So this is something that is just a piece of my life. Right.
Yeah. And it blows my mind away because I struggle trying to find time between like working a full-time job and then like, you know, all of the goofy internet shit that I'm involved in. I'm like, man, I got to fit a stream in here somewhere. Come on.
Northern Link says, last question. Now that we know your favorite hockey team, will they win the World Cup? Will they win the cup this year? Stanley Cup. We support the Leafs. Go Leafs. Great chat and content. Chat. Probably not. But hey, listen, you know, there's always a chance. I wouldn't be with you unless you were the last person on earth. So you're saying there's a chance. Fridimus.
Pretty good chance the bunch of jerks might.
Thanks for the analysis. Please consider adding Japanese subtitles to the important bits of your analysis in the follow-up clips. I will try. Okay. I don't have a lot of experience in adding subs. Do you, Boomer? Do you, Gator? Do you have a experience in adding subs? I can try.
Not really. I am not a translator. I am not a not a localizer.
You're not a localizer?
No, I am none of those things.
Oh. You're not going to tell me about the patriarchy and Dragon Maid?
No, I'm definitely
No?
not. I'm not going to bring
No?
up Gamergate, except for that moment.
Okay. Zion Dunn says, so important. Niji has non-salary. VTubers are freelancers. Also, Scarlet is going full revolution. Soldadura while Niji management is distracted. Huh? Scarlet?
Oh. So they're referring to her liking the Kurosanji tweet and then it not tweet, but the post on YouTube and then it disappearing. There's grand speculation that maybe they were putting her on a secret, double secret probation too. But she did stream the other day, but that could be just a. I mean, when you start making rats, the rats multiply. They become a giant king rat.
Yes. Good book.
So now people are speculating that like they got caught and they're like, oh shit, well, she has to stream now because they figured out that she's on double secret probation and all this other stuff. And it.
Cool. Brian Contra Gamer says, from BKK, hope we can chill at the bar sometimes. Yeah, hit me up, send me an email. We can meet up sometime, get a beer. All right. Now it's time for you to do your job. Gator.
Yes.
Comrade Mindset calls you for one final assault. The grand unifying rat. The rat to end all rats, submitted by
the rat to surpass Metal Gear.
Anon. Yeah, let me just try to open this up. Actually, let me just open this up in a full one so you can kind of get a better reading on it. But this is all you, so I can rest my voice and get some water real quick here. But
yes.
Go ahead with the grand unifying rat.
All right. So I'm going to read this here. So,
yes.
I'm a gigantic bundle of sticks for writing this, but here you thirsty fuckers go. The grand unifying rat. Niji launches EN branch, doesn't assign it actual EN fluent management outside of 1 to 2 people. Lots of translations are needed, allows multilingual talents to step up and help out. This eventually leads to those talents influencing management, probably by scuffing the translations and directly suggesting stuff to management. Alira is the one who does the most translations, which is why she rarely streams. Alira is able to get Ina and Millie hired. Sometime during Niji IN's management is sent to help with Niji EN after the former's branch got axed. Translator talents start getting more and more say in things, probably eventually going behind Niji EN's back to talk to Niji proper. This leads to the management having enough of this shit and leaving en masse to go shill some NFT. This creates a vacuum that Alira and others are able to exploit. Other translator talents let this happen because Alira has been good to them so far. Alira becomes the de facto liaison for EN, meaning anything from sponsorship deals to work-related complaints go through her. Ina and Millie become Alira's unofficial assistants at this point, take on managerial duties. Creates a hostile work environment where if you don't submit to Alira's clique, your life becomes a hellhole. Some people try to ignore this and just do their jobs like Nina, but are isolated and harassed until giving in to the pressure. Selen has a get-out-of-jail-free card at this time, due to all the work she's put into the company, so is mostly left alone outside of some light harassment. Things like sponsorships and merchandising deals are given to people within the clique first, which makes these safe members to give deals. This eventually led to graduations and terminations of other members, which creates a cycle of haves and have-nots.
Okay, so that's part 1, right?
That's the first part of it.
So okay, what if that is speculation and what if that is more like okay, all it's speculative, right? But which of this is more solid, you feel, and which is not? Like, in your opinion, Gator?
I actually tend to believe that there was some, just based on the fact that we see the job posting that hasn't been filled for months, it leads me to believe that they have been leaning on talent. And of course, Zion talked about the fact that they use talents for stuff all the time, too. I strongly believe that this part is fact, that they have been using Alira and other people in the company to translate between one branch to the other, and that's given her disproportionate amounts of power over other livers in the company.
That specific piece that they're using livers to translate, that part checks out to me because I've seen this happen in multiple places and multiple companies where they're used. For example, I saw in Korea, like teachers that spoke Korean and English, and it's not supposed to be their part, but they were unduly kind of burdened with that. But then they became like quasi management, right? Because they're the ones that can kind of liaise. So they became that class of people, right? And it's like, okay, either you agree with them or you get fucked because management is going to side with the people that speak the language, right?
Right.
They're going to like them better. So,
and plus, if someone that doesn't like you is doing the translation, we get to the localizer problem. What if Alira localized what Selen was trying to say, and so it came off completely different to what the Japanese side saw, to what she actually meant,
which could create issues with the management. So when the management rejects it, she's like, "Why did you reject it?" And it's because of some bullshit like that
she injected into it.
Yes, it's that. Okay, yeah, and I can say that's harassment. That is for sure bullying and harassment. Okay, there's a second part to this.
Yes. Pamu probably trying to keep everything from breaking at this point, which is why the company hasn't caught fire yet, attempting to keep her dream alive. Pamu's dream collab gets axed because of the fuckery going on with management, decides she wants to leave. Other people catch wind of this, start to make their exit as well. With Pamu having given up, there's nothing to stop the clique from going full retard. The clique, which has already been fucking with Selen pretty badly at this point, decides to take things up to 11 because they want her gone. Millie, acting as a stand-in manager, tells Selen the company needs permissions before she can release her cover song. Selen is not having any of that bullshit and ghosts her, letting the video go up. Millie rats to management, whom private the video. Millie taunts Selen publicly on Twitter for not listening to her. That did happen. Selen, who was already planning on graduating anyways, can't take the amount of bullshit and fails to solve Sudoku. Management ghost tweets her Twitter, heavily suggesting she attempted to end Hero. Pamu is really not dealing with this shit right now, demands to get let out as soon as possible, thus the sudden January graduation. Others like Kyo also want off Miss Alira's wild ride and try to get out as soon as they can.
So, but
I think the week. So Pamu's friends with Selen, but I think the Pamu part is probably the weaker part of this.
Yeah, that's
because her dream collab was axed, but she was on slightly better terms with the clique. So it's really tough without knowing all of the underlying details. But I do believe that he was axed on purpose. There's a video of her talking about how
Pamu was axed on purpose.
Yeah, she had this once in a lifetime, as she described it, collaboration, which is, it's speculation that it was with Konami with Metal Gear. Yeah. It's speculation, of course, but
what's that based on?
Huge Metal Gear fan.
Oh, because of her fandom.
Yes, she's a huge Metal Gear fan.
Okay, real quick. Devin says there's a newer version that was so well put together with sources that the author had to take it down because people were taking it as gospel due to how convincing it was. Really? And I saw people in the chat saying the re-entry version or rentry version.
I have that one too. But this was like the first iteration. And I guess he could go over the re-entry version on like another stream.
Yeah, I'll do it on a different one.
Even longer than this.
Yeah, that's a separate one. This one is like just right, baby bear size here, to get your lips wet for speculation. Once again, I've less to comment on speculation because I'm like, this is interesting. Let me see if this facts are true, right? Like you can go, as a lawyer knows, we do hypotheticals all the time. You can exhaust yourself with hypotheticals, and you do have to at a point say, okay, this is the, Occam's razor says this is the most probable outcome. This is the most likely outcome. Let's move based on that. Right. Re-entry. And then,
the Garat.
The Garat. That's the full and comprehensive version of this with the evidence. Right. Pixie Misses.
Garat Lagan.
Garat Lagan. I love it. Great anime, by the way. Shout out to Kamina. Pamu just recently took a trip to Antarctica with Illyria to make a video. They were on good terms as far as we know. Really? Is that true?
That is true.
Oh, okay.
That's what leads me to believe that part is a little more speculative. Now, of course, she could just be keeping up. Like, this thing could have been planned, and she could have been keeping up appearances.
Sometimes people hate the people they're closest to. I've seen that happen a lot, right? A lot, especially in the Mean Girls world, you know?
Yeah, well, girls will do that shit. They will pretend to be like somebody's bestie and then
they
like,
hate
talk
them.
shit behind. Yeah, they hate their guts.
And they fucking hate them. It's like, wow, like I didn't realize it was that deep. They're like, no, this woman, I don't trust her. And I'm like, isn't that your best friend? Yeah, don't trust her.
Yeah, fuck that bitch.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Next.
All right.
I can read this one. I'll read this one. Palm are probably trying to keep everything from breaking at this point, which is why the company hasn't got fired yet. Attempting
that's
to
the
keep
one we just read.
Oh, is it?
The third.
Okay, sorry.
You want to go to the third part?
Oh, here we go. So the bottom. Okay, you go ahead with this.
All right. Selen was prepared for this bullshit, had legal send over a document listing all the complaints she had with the company, along with promises of receipts, and wants to graduate immediately and receive compensation for wasted money. Lawyer tries to send the doc to Niji JP. They send it to Niji EN since this is their bullshit to deal with. Alira ends up having to translate the document to Japanese, begins to maul off the face of the planet while reading it. Shares the info with other livers. Everyone gets upset at Selen's claims. Alira gets Ian to send the message to Japan to terminate Selen immediately for a bunch of bullshit reasons. Japan doesn't know Ian is just a puppet state at this point. After a quick look over, JP writes a termination letter and gives Ian the go-ahead. Doki, previously Selen, had planned for something like this to happen, possibly talked with previous livers and has a legal statement ready to go. Click was playing on everyone to shit on Doki like they did with Zion/Sayu. People who've worked with Doki in the past come in to defend her and even turn some of the allegations around on Niji, who can't do anything because management fucked up their NDA papers. Niji starts getting shit on, everyone loses subscriber. You have a lost subscriber. Stocks even take a hit. Main branch is now stonks. Main branch is now staring at Ian, wondering what the fuck happened, have to put out a statement to their stockholders, which ends up pissing people off even more due to how it's written. Riku has to get off his yacht now in order to make a public statement about this, probably pissed. Sometime during this, Alira realizes she'll probably be in huge trouble if she stays in Canada and flees to Japan using Niji to cover her permit. Niji Ian is now headless, needs to put out a job application looking for someone to replace Alira. Doki is winning, Alira is seething. Alira puts together some retarded video with other Click members in order to defame Doki, sets the video to launch at the same time as Doki's first gaming stream since her return. People questioning how the fuck talents can read the doc without it being illegal. Statement is put out by Ian saying it is legal. People start asking how the fuck that's possible. Rats begin to overlap on VT. The Rat King is formed. More rats begin to fit into place. The grand unifying rat is born. Tengen Topa! Kuratsu Lakan!
There we go. Okay, I got it. Now
my rat is the rat that will pierce the Black Company.
Some of this checks out, though. Like, some of this actually absolutely checks out. And some of these are facts right now. I will ask you this again. How do we know Alira left? Like, did she make a statement that she left?
Yeah, it's pretty open knowledge that she's in Japan.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah.
But now, as to whether this specific thing is why she went there, or
no, I'm calling bullshit on that. No one, I mean, you don't really move. This isn't like the time to move to Japan. Nobody moves to Japan at this point in time, really, unless there's unless you had a reason, not some other reason for it, right? Calling some BS on that. It's not the best season for it. So that doesn't make as much sense. I do see her running Nijisanji and kind of translating that. That would make more sense, right? Like, essentially, Nijisanji being run by the livers, because it becomes this mean girl thing where they're doing stuff that's illegal, but nobody can stop them because they're not being managed.
Right. Wait, that's illegal.
Oh yeah, but nobody's telling them that, right? They're just doing that. MCL official says, "Hey, Legal Mindset, new viewer here, loving the stream, and I'll stick around for sure. It might be worth looking into the disparity between Alira's frequent merch drops versus that of other members, despite her low sales." Wait, so she drops a lot of merch, but she doesn't sell any?
Yeah, and that's also covered in the even bigger Garat. So
yeah, why
they actually went through
a bunch of merch if you don't make any money on it, unless you do.
They actually went through and looked at all of the merch drops for members of Lazulite, which is like the group she's a part of. And they literally sat there and looked at it, and it was like, the Sakura Bloom 2022 drop, Alira, then like Halloween 2022 Pamu, and it's literally like she's in every single one. Even though other members are more popular than her, she's in every single merch drop.
That makes a lot of sense. So she just puts herself in everyone, so she gets a cut.
Right. Because, they get a cut, an itty bitty one, but it's, a cut. So if she's in every single merch drop, she's getting a cut from every single merch drop.
Yeah.
There's also the aristocrats and servants drop that they did. And she was the aristocrat and Selen was the servant. Funny enough.
Interesting dynamic there.
Yeah, I'm telling
Very
you,
interesting.
man. Like anonymous image boards, they have this stuff figured out.
And then that music video, and I'm like, ooh, that's too close. That's too close.
That's the thing.
Too close,
it's like
man.
You start to see the puzzle pieces fitting together, and you're like,
yeah.
Oh
I'm
my
putting on
God.
the tinfoil. I'm not gonna lie. I'm putting on tinfoil.
You're getting the filtered water.
Yeah, I'm getting it out. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I do need to bring this up because this is my locals people, and I do love them a lot. Let's see here. Got the first one. Xanderson, another one. Nick R only cares about depraved animes and with a lot of killing. He refused to watch any other type of anime and would never watch slice of life. He thinks Star Wars movies are horrible and he likes new J.J. Abrams Star Trek and doesn't have issues with any other Star Trek since basically it's not like Ninja Scroll. He doesn't care. I don't know why anyone would call him an anime fan when he only likes one general.
Hey, Ninja Scroll is Kino though.
Yeah, it's
Like,
fine.
He's a shonen. He's a shonen guy. He's a shonen
like
guy.
one
and
anime, you
seinen
like
guy.
one anime. I'll give him a pass on that. Did you like Gundam Seed? Felt like most of America hated it like the first one. I didn't really see much of it. I think I saw like a little bit of Seed, but not too much.
I like
I don't
Gundam
want
Seed.
I'm willing to give it a full look. The only review I saw of the movie says it's good, but I don't think there's a single Gundam movie that's only one movie is solid. What do you think about single Gundam movies? They could be all right. I mean, I don't know. Charge Counterattack was all right,
Oh, Charge Counterattack was great.
But it was an accessory to the series, right? It wasn't like it's not a standalone thing.
Death Scythe Hell Custom is still one of my favorite Gundams of all time.
Yes. Northern Lynx Studios, private company, says for 20 Canadian, says just a point on being public. It can cause companies to do errors and shareholder pressures, nightmares. Hence, we always stay private, but crazy times. Yeah, honestly, we're seeing the power of private versus public. Public means ESG and diversity bullshit, and private means you get to be based and do what the fuck you want, right? You get to, your waifus can have big titties and it's okay, right? Like look at Stellar Blade versus like Activision or whatever else, right? If you guys haven't looked, I mean, that game's going to be fire because they don't care, because base Korea does not care. But that said, being public puts you under a lot of pressure, and you have to do what your board and your shareholders and your, major interests want you to do. You're not as free as when you're private. Pamu had more subs, more views, and more merch sales despite less items than Alira. But Alira got 9 sponsorships while Pamu and Petra got 2 each.
Yep.
Interesting. So they're favoring the inefficient people, the unpopular people. It's like the angry, it's like the angry fat girl in the class. It's like, yeah, I got that. I got that.
You'll never live it down.
Oh no, I cannot. To be clear, management controls the merch opportunities. Selen wanted to make more merch, but couldn't yet. But if management was Alira, right? That's the theory, right? Then they would control that. I mean, Gator, I'm connecting that dot correctly,
she would.
Right?
If all of the merchandise had to go through the Japanese branch, and Alira was the one that was translating between and being the liaison between the two, then she would ultimately have the say to tell management over in Japan, hey, so-and-so wants this, so-and-so wants that. She could have easily, and of course, if there is a legal case, all these documents will come out if there is
Sure.
a record.
And the
If there is a
identities will
record.
come out. All the identities will come out. Every single one.
So
So.
they can actually find out, if she said, oh, well, Selen's not interested, or Pamu's not interested in this one, but I am. I want in.
Let's see what else we got here. Relic Shadows Fall says, an anime I would 100% recommend you check out is the Arknight series. I thought I've seen that one. I thought I've seen Arknights.
It was like a gotcha game that's being turned into an anime.
It's becoming an anime.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
It's out now.
Okay. Chinese gotcha game being made into an anime. Got it. Cool. Looks cool. All right. Definitely want to check it out. I will check out all good stuff. My requirement is that it's good. That's all I care about. Don't give a shit about anything else. But I do like slice of life occasionally. It's like it's like, comfort food for me. That said, Gator, bro, 6 hours and almost 50 minutes right now.
6 hour stream. Where I come from,
Almost
they
7.
joke about 7-hour streams.
7-hour streams. What's that? No, this is madness. I cannot believe we made this. Zed,
No, this is Patrick.
Bishop of Defiance says, super unpopular rat. Alira could be pulling a Riro Ron with the Niji management. Woo! What's a Riro Ron?
Oh, they're implying that she could be fucking management. That's what that theory.
A fucking management. Okay. Sorry.
And of course, I haven't seen anything that could suggest that's possible, but at this point, anything's possible. Is it probable? Is the question.
It's possible, but whether that's probable is up there. I mean, look, listen, management probably has some options. So I'm just saying, All right. That being said, guys, seriously, I love you guys. Hope you guys smash the like button on your way out. There's 5. Thank you for getting me to 5,400 likes. This is my biggest stream that I have had this year and probably for the last calendar year. Hot damn. I really appreciate you. I think this beats my birthday stream. I appreciate all you guys. I'm going to be back in the AM, 10 a.m. I'll be back, which is in, just 7 hours. So, that's just going to happen. I'll be back then, guys, trying to get some clips and other stuff up. Gator, stick around for a second. We'll talk for a second. And I'm going to
plug my stuff real quick.
Promote that too. But let me get these 2 super chats. Just agree with your point. Yes, it's great having no overlord shareholders. Our game industry is full of public companies, but amazing points. Who wants shareholder bosses, right? Great chat again. Having fun. Yep. Having a great time. Remember Sanrio collab? Dream collab of Selen.
Oh, yeah. She did want the Hello Kitty collab.
She can make it happen now. Make it happen as Dokibird.
She can? Absolutely. And I hope she does.
Yeah. Okay, Gator, plug your shit.
All right. I am on Twitter, twitter.com/thegatorgamer. Also on YouTube, youtube.com/thegatorgamer. I host the Anime Boomers podcast with Spooky Weeb Trash and sometimes Cody from Anime Outsiders. You can find that on youtube.com/animeboomers. And we're also on Twitter, twitter.com/animeboomers. You can always find us, gatortime.live and animeboomers.live.
Okay. You got Gator right there. That's him. Go check him out.
Also, right for Fandom Pulse, fandompulse.com. You'll see some updates on this very soon.
Yes. Love my show plugging time. My favorite time. Guys, follow Gator. He's based. He's here. He's my factual provider. Thank you so much for hooking me up, man. You did a great job. And everybody else.
Glad to be here.
Everybody else, I will see you in 7 hours. Get a modicum of sleep. Peace.